This time, it's what you've all been waiting for, what it's all been building towards, the finals weekend of EGC Masters Fall. Welcome back to the channel, folks. I'm KP. Joining me, it's Woman! You know what? Someone asked this the other day. They're like, have we cast together? I was like, once.
Yes,
We've done
King
it
of
once.
the North, right?
Yes.
Oh,
yes.
that was great. I think that was one of the most intimidating moments for me because I was like, oh, this is the first time I'm casting at an event. Oh my god, it's KP. And now I'm just like, it's just like we've casted, and we've casted with everything. I think there's a little bit of a mix in every direction, but I think you and I also have a very interesting dynamic because at the same time, we both have to accept the fact that we are not that great at this video game, but we watch a lot of Age of Empires, and the meta is in here somewhere.
Yeah, it's like, you know, when like, you might not be the guy that does the perfect penalty in a World Cup finals. Like, you're that person who has watched the reel over and over again of every single penalty shootout for like the last 30 years. You're like, I can speak to the mental mind slightly. I'm not gonna pretend that I've been in this situation, but I should probably touch some grass and get a girlfriend. But you know, like, it's, you know, you've got things to contribute, and man, it's gonna be a nice feeling. I always say in this one moment is like, you know, you may not be there on the stage, but you get to say, well, I mean, I've made finals weekend of this event.
I mean, I made it quite a lot further than a lot of people here, and I'm very excited to say that. Now, KP, what I love about this is the fact that we're finally out of the best of 5 realm and we get into the best of 7 world, because I feel like this is where the ultimate match of skill comes out, where we're really seeing people who can play civs to the best of their abilities. And with the next DLC, we'll see even more of these civs. But boys, we have some stats here in front of us, and KP, walk me through it. How do you feel about these numbers?
I think if we keep showing these win rates, I think for Marine Lord, we just start skipping his win rates, because we keep this up, his head is going to get too big to get in a plane to travel to any lands he's attending, like the one later this month, right? So we're not doing him any favors here. The ego's getting too big. I did say something, like we were trying to set up Anno, Lucifer, Vortex to take him down, because so far, Marine Lord has not dropped a single game this entire event. It's got to be, surely, setting up some sort of trip up, right?
It's something in the water, KP, because Marine Lord, he just doesn't show any weakness, and it might just be because he's got such a sparkling personality and he just intimidates people at some point, where it's like, hey, you have no chance against me, I'm the best player. But guys, we have Coastal Cliffs, and may the best player win, because we know that this map is a little bit more action-packed usually, especially when you see the picks right here in front of us. And we'll take some time a little bit later to go through the rest of the draft, but Japan versus Rus? I'm smelling something spicy.
Rus definitely has been an anchored pick here. Japan just seems to be taking over everywhere. Something about the Age of Empires community becoming weebs more and more as the weeks go on. I don't blame them. It's a fun civ. But it's interesting to think, like, this is the last opportunity before Marine Lord's in a grand finals in this event for someone to prove that he can bleed, to cut, maybe even just a millimeter deep. And Lucifron, in fairness to him, I don't know about you, I had Vortex pegged to be the boy that could slay the beast. The fact that Lucifron beat his bro convincingly starts to inspire me.
And Lucifron is going to have to put on a pretty heavy show here, because Marine Lord is the man to take down. But I would say that the whole path for Lucifron, it wasn't as smooth as I would say it was for Vortex. But now he looks ready. And this is something that I wasn't too sure about, because Lucifron recently started working again. He is not in the same full-time sphere as most of these top players, but it doesn't look like it. The talent is shining. From the days of StarCraft, this man is carrying himself all the way through here to the Winners Bracket Finals, which is pretty insane.
Well, let's be real about the journey. From the days in Warcraft, to the days in StarCraft, to the days in Age of Empires 4, to the days in Zero Space, to the days in Stormgate, and then back to Age of Empires 4 again after, well, I guess it'd be the Knights in these games, after going back to having like a career. I believe he was software dev, if I'm not mistaken. It's crazy to think, like, you know, Vortex and Lucifron, they've always had this ability to just shine off of pedigree and skill, but it doesn't get higher pedigree than this. Game number 1, an upper brackets final to decide who will be the first into the EGC Masters Fall Finals. Will it be the expected force in Marine Lord, or could this man here, Lucifron, be the one to slay the unslayable?
I really wanted to do a little French accent accent on Lucifer's name because it fits so well. But
It does.
you
Thank you, thank you.
Okay, this man is opening with a little bit of spice here. We see here on the spears now. Now, back in the day, we saw a lot of spearmen play with pushing the deer, especially. But now they have different targets in sight. And with Marine Lord being a little bit of a greedy goose here, building that hunting cabin quite far out, he actually has to be a little bit more conservative about that wall placement as well to ensure that those spears don't actually land any damage on that hunting cabin. So investing in the double one, we've had some plays where some players prefer to do the single one, but on this map, one of your hunting cabins, when they're optimal, is just going to be outside the range of the TC. Marine Lord knows of these risks, and he's making sure to mitigate it.
Yeah, and it's interesting. Yeah, I wonder if he's doing this. He's doing the V for victory on the tree line. So he's already walled the gap. He walls the secondary side. And then if he wants afterwards, he can go back for a hunting cabin. Wait, ooh.
Oh,
Now
that TC
that's-
is not hitting.
Yeah, I wonder what the thought process was there for Marine Lord. Because if you look just north, he's walled it up. So presumably he could have just dropped this right next to the TC and then delayed this one a little. But he was a greedy boy. He wanted that double stacker like we all do when we play Roos.
And getting that extra bit of gold is going to give him a little bit more leeway with what he wants to do in this early stages of the game. But we know that Rus is not that dirty civilization we've been seeing with the fast castle, into horse archers, and especially against Japan. You don't get to see any of that. They're going to force you to react in feudal. And this reaction in Dark Age is already pretty powerful because that hunting cabin is going to be expensive if he wants to keep it alive. And you can see he's ready for that level of expense with a lot of villagers on wood already. You see him stacking in quite a bit now. And KP, would he go for spearmen of his own, or is this just for an extra hunting cabin? Call it a day.
I mean, he could go for spearman of his own, but as I like to say in this situation, there's what you could and what you should, right? And this makes a lot more sense. That's pretty cool. I was expecting just a little bit of repair and maybe just like greed his way up. He's going to set up the wooden fortress super early to offer that protection. And you're right about that hunting cabin being so valuable. If this goes down, that delays his pro scout optimal timing because the benefit of Roos with this type of build is you prime pro scouts while queuing up extra scouts as you go because you have 2 mills. Lose one, and it really skews the plan here. And the beautiful thing for Luciferon is by going Spearman, he was already set up to stop pro scouts once it happened.
Now, forcing this tower out feels pretty good because, of course, you delayed your opponent's age up, and Luciferon can now follow this up with a pretty decent timing on his feudal. While Marine Lord is going to be stuck in feudal for just a little bit more, have a little bit of that delayed age up, and Luciferon can already set the pace of the game and decide what is next. That one villager popping out there to just scare the spearman off. Oh, wait, no, that's a scout. He's just watching closely. Now, this feels pretty scary here, I would say, for Marine Lord, but he's already ready with this in mind, already aging up with a bunch more to ensure that he catches up on this timing.
Yeah, I mean, it's a pretty heavy-handed commitment here, right, with 7 on it. Kuro with just the 3, pretty standard. He's going to add in a few more. I think maybe he scouted the amount that was pushed on there by the Roos. And Lucy doesn't want to fall behind here because, if you are going to try to contest the pro scouts, you need more options than spearmen. You're pretty much just begging Roos to go to an archery range, which is, if we're being totally real, what every Roos player always wants to do.
Now, we have to think about what is going to happen here in the feudal age with the pro scouting obviously being the choice here. Now, the problem for Marine Lord is he doesn't have easy access to the deer here. Both of them behind those little bushes of trees everywhere, little clumps of trees, that's a better word. I finally found the English vocabulary down there. And just outside the wall here, you could potentially get a scout or two to pop out. The spearmen are standing at the ready. And even the aggressive ones, they're all on the same side. So this doesn't allow for easy deer play. And Roos, honestly, their strength lies in the vast amount of food that they can access. This is not a happy Roos spawn when it comes to the deer. You need to control a full side. And Japan is so good at doing that.
Yeah, there's a lot of tempo with this Civs these days. There was a time where Japan was just one-dimensional, and the fast castle build was crushing a lot of people in the mid-rank, sure. But at a high level, it was just predictable. It would hit occasionally, but it didn't feel reliable. I'm so happy this Civ actually got a bit more robustness behind it. We're seeing a lot more permutations coming out, such as this, right? Racks into archery range has been a really popular one. Sometimes we see the stables if you're predicting archery. Interesting enough, it is going to be the archers from Rain Lord, but doesn't mean that Yumi can't win. It's actually surprising how effective Yumi can be as you scale, because what ends up happening is your opponent wastes a lot of extra arrows over killing you. while you kind of underperform per Yumi, but that's not a bad thing because of how many extra you have.
Now, with those Yumis, he's definitely going to be quite annoying on those wood lines. As there's a tower there on the south side, but it's not really that nice when you start chopping through and your spearmen already have that level of control. They could get a little sneaky shot there when those wood lines do end up being, I would say, emptied quite a bit. The spearmen, though, killing all the deer, so there's no easy pickup for these bad boys. They're already standing around thinking about picking those up, but he knows this is going to be a very manual process. Now, the Yumi numbers are looking feisty, and especially with that horse joining the battle, this is not going to mean that Marine Lord's in for an easy time. Those archers, they're going to be a decent response to the Yumi, to the spears, but the problem is still, now there's going to be a handful of horses, and you don't have a way of getting the food to sustain this army. You desperately need to grow to fight this, because you said those Yumis are just going to be more. How are you going to keep up with this?
Yeah, it's like I am Legion type thing. And the other thing is they are plenty. They come across the map much quicker. The other interesting thing is like Marine Lord, an interesting advantage here is that wall. He's just able to kite with the gate. So if he can kind of maintain archer count, which realistically he can here eventually with Lucifron leaning into horsemen. I think Lucifron's realized the error of that is like these horsemen are cool to counter archers, but for this first stack, you can't reach them. They're just always going to get back behind cover.
Now, that scout is probably very happy to bring back a deer to the safety of the TC. He's going to be a little bit of a refuge there as the food will eventually deplete. But the archer numbers, they are looking pretty decent now. Spearman following up with this as well, because Marine Lord needs to be sure that he can respond to these horses if they do eventually find a little bit of a collapse here. Like you said, that wall is just ensuring that this is a much harder time for him here. Now, a spearman already getting picked off, but the archer numbers are starting to get scary, and these horsemen are just going to keep getting poked. And these guys are not playing Sis, where you get a few cheap healers in Feudal. Those damage, the little bit of damage they do, they are going to matter over time.
Yeah, but what I love here from Lucifron is the technology. He already has Undermesh, Steel Arrow is also on the way. Marine Lord, because he's only got the passive gold from the hunting cabins, and he's not looking to attribute the tickets in there, it's unlikely we're going to see Blacksmith play in a rush here. Once it's around 10 archers, it can feel good, and boom, there you go. He's dropping it now, so he should be able to get Steeled Arrow by the time he has, at this rate, 11 to 12 archers. And that's going to give him the pushback he'd need to possibly get on this deer, because this is a pretty depressing timing, right? By now, we're talking about Roos having one deer stack home, second one on the way in most games.
And even sometimes sneaking out a deer from the opponent's side, but that's not even a concern of anyone here. Lucifron not even going on his farms here. He's just tapping out the food sources that are giving it as fast as possible so that he can ensure he gets this right. But look at those scouts. They're just absorbing some of the damage from these archers, because this forces your opponent not to just A move, but also have to target fire you, which is usually quite hard for a lot of players, because every APM matters. At the top level, though, they've got a lot to play with.
Exactly. At this point, Lucifron doesn't mind having to click that extra way because he's only doing 45 damage with this Yumi mass. I think he just went up to 50. That, of course, is going to change once you blob up to, say, 30, 35. That's when the scouts get annoying because you want to kind of A-click and push. But so far, Marine Lord surviving. Wouldn't necessarily say thriving here. What's the sheep count at? He can't have much left.
Yeah, he's going to start definitely being a little bit hungry here with the villagers. Oh, look at that. The scouts just running in yet again to soak up a little bit of damage. They do heal up, so it does make it a little bit less sad when you do a little bit of damage on top of those. But look at that. The horses try to find a connect. Some of these scouts are taking quite a bit of damage, but the archers still get picked off because Lucifron, his micro is just immaculate. But we knew that. That's what Lucifron is known for as well. And that's why he's so feared on water.
That's what we've come to expect, right? And we'll probably see some on the water later. But the interesting thing here is actually Lucifron just pulled workers over to the stone. So he's now looking for that timing, not just into the tier 1. I think he's trying to lean towards the triple Bannerman build here.
Oof, and that could be quite a heavy hit here, because you do need that little bit of a boost to ensure that these trades go your way. But KP, there is a lot less things being produced and a lot more on gold. So I don't just think this is just a Bannerman play. This is going to be a much spicier one that I don't think Marine Lord is going to have any units to handle with.
Wait, can we check what Lucifron's doing on his stone? Because there's definitely units up there. Did he drop food off? Oh, okay. What, dude? That spawn? Could you see the berries? I could not see them.
No. But that's just because of his color.
Yeah.
We can blame him on that.
This is the thing I'm telling you guys, you know, everyone thinks that the camo only matters in like military shooters, but Age of Empires, blue for water, green for the berries, hides it all.
Now, it does look like Marine Lord is going to be able to take a pretty okay trade here. A few of the horsemen do go down, and the Yumi archers just perfectly, again, focus firing this. You see the scouts, all of them still being alive, which is pretty impressive here, but Lucifron, he doesn't mind sacrificing a few of these to force Marine Lord to keep on producing, because that's where you want your opponent to be. Keep producing these trash units that a mounted samurai is not going to mind face tanking into.
And now we have the Yumi Bannerman. Now, of course, at this point, Marine Lord does have his technology, so it's not that big of a boon, but at least gets him back to the point where he can do a little bit of damage here. As you're seeing in the trades, Lucifron doing a great job. Still getting that one-hit kill potential and bullying Marine Lord back into the base. This looks grim. Marine Lord is nowhere near going castle. In 30 seconds, he's going to have to contest Mounted Samurai, one of the most feared heavy cav in the game.
And those things, they do not come out like a normal horse. They are feisty and fast and just boosted with those Euro Zeros. And now out here on the board, this is a pretty decent pickup for Marine Lord to have. But again, when there are mounted samurais running around, this does not feel as safe. Getting another little hunting cabin here for that extra little bit of gold trickle. The villagers now surrounding that board to ensure they get every bit they can. And once the hunting cabin finishes, they're going to have a safe place to drop that off as well. It's nice and close to the tower, so it's going to be quite snug. But Marine Lord knows I'm in a lot of danger very soon. He's already pulled villagers onto gold as well, and this is something you don't usually see from Rus, actually getting gold.
Yeah, it's kind of a dire consequence. I mean, you can at least justify it nights. When you talk about like, this is not how normal horses come out. I just got this image of like, it's like chest bursters, but in ponies. I think that's the best way to describe Mounted Samurai. It's like some alien monstrosity coming out from a lineage of horses, because these guys are absolute bullies. Marine Lord is trying to get into Spearman to prep himself here. My concern is now with the way you're playing, you have to be full defensive. It's very difficult to come out and now look at the next objective, which is Relic, something that Marine Lord can't even pick up yet.
Now, what's pretty interesting to me here, and I think a lot of people on Twitch might also relate a little bit to this, when you see your opponent going castle, a lot of our natural reaction is, oh, I need to get hit to castle too. Marine Lord knows, if I hit castle, I'm cooked. I cannot just go to castle and hope to survive, because Rus, they don't age up with something that keeps them alive. They are just going to need more time and more resources to produce something to handle this. So we see him keeping those unit production up, and he's just getting more and more archers, getting a few knights in the mix as well, so that they can do a little bit of tanking and a little bit of counter harassment too. Because usually your best defense is a great offense, and Marine Lord, he's the master of this. He knows how to idle an economy even when he's under pressure.
Yeah, and you know, the interesting thing to your point is, like, once upon a time, people would just, they'd see a tech up and they'd mirror it, and they realize very quickly, it's like, the even more clear example is that, let's say you're in a mirror and your opponent goes 2TC, and you realize a minute afterwards, if you now go 2TC, you're just behind. It's that same sort of mentality. Marine Lord can't get an age up until he gets a win. Right now, he doesn't have undestroyed value. He doesn't have it clearly in army value. He doesn't have it in quality, as he's about to find out the hard way. Lucifron arrives at the Mounted Samurai. Yumi are just here as a dispenser to get rid of the Spearman. It's all about the heavy cav to carry him across the finish line here.
And you can see that Lucifron is just perfectly target firing every single spear. So while they do a little bit of damage, every single one of them is cleaned up at the speed of light. And now the snowball starts. You know, when you start getting your villagers and your TC and you realize, hey, I'm going to keep them in my TC to try and fight this, but it's just a ticking time bomb because there's more mounted samurais on the way, and that just gets harder and harder as time goes on. Those archers trying to target fire every single bit of a unit that they may be able to kill, but a lot of this already went down for Marine Lord, and he is still so far from going castle himself.
Yeah, and it's just the leak effect now. There's not enough archers to really scare up a mounted samurai, so now just that trickle of samurai coming through can start to idle the different pocket ecos. We've got to rush into the corner to try and set up an outpost. That could easily be 2 more workers going down. Yumi, at this point, doing enough damage for 2 hit in such small quantities. Knight will eventually clear them up. And, you know, some people go look at this go, did Lucifron just kind of throw his lead? Why didn't he wait for ranged armor too? It's timing, it's momentum. He knows if Marine Lord just gets a thin line of Spearmen and Knights together, he can hold his base more evenly. So, yes, Lucifron is sacking the size of his army, but he's getting so much out of this. It's essentially keeping Marine Lord in the chokehold.
And what I love about this is Marine Lord, he knows where this game is going. Marine Lord can do the math like any man at this level, and he knows where this is heading, but he's staying in this, and he's just making sure that he gets every moment of Lucifron gameplay here, so he can see what this man is capable of, and he knows what to do. Because I know these two are not very known for practicing against one another, so getting this type of pressure and still holding on, Marine Lord knows, after all, he's still Marine Lord. If there's someone who can make it work, he might have a shot to do that. Although,
it's getting harder though, right? It's getting much harder to believe, and I wouldn't be surprised if Lucifron is just thinking about the Yorishiro dropping the town center next. It's an organic play for Japan that just builds the worker lead without you having to, draw blood from a stone. Is what it can begin to feel like when you've got Marine Lord with double Wooden Fortress, or triple in this case in TC. It's a lot of protection.
Now, the question we have to ask ourselves, is this just because of Rus's performance in tournaments lately as well? Are people just figuring out exactly how to deal with them? Because we haven't seen a Rus win in quite a while. This is one of the normal things we see now. Are you seeing it in KPMM?
We're seeing it sometimes, but there's a bigger deal to highlight here. First of all, Wildman, this is a first for Marine Lord. A loss in EGC Masters Fall. Lucifron has proven that he can bleed, and I think this is the player of the remaining four at the start of this tournament that no one would have expected to be here, let alone leading in the upper bracket finals. But hats off to him, man. Like, that was beautifully executed, a pristine example of how to stop pro scouts. So now we can talk a little bit more about like the Rus situation. Rus is still a decent civ. I just think we've had a lot more versatility starting to have to come out, right? The days of just going horse archer mass feels gone. There are situations for it, but it's not for every game. I think in this game, it's just a pristine example of how a spawn can screw you, and I didn't think I'd ever say that about a Marine Lord spawn. But that double deer forward, so close together, gave Lucifron the perfect anchor point to put in this type of pressure.
Now, what I absolutely love about this, yes, pressure in this game, but Marine Lord, he just lost this one, which means he picks the next map. And we all know what Lucifron is famous for. We know Lucifron is a god on Holy Island. Marine Lord says, bring it on, show me what you got, because I am the GOAT. Marine Lord looking very confident here with the Order of the Dragon pick on Holy Island against Lucifron's English. Now, English is something we haven't seen in quite a bit on these water maps as well. So I'm actually quite excited to see what these boys are going to be pulling out. Now, Marine Lord, already, like I said, it's just amazing that he's willing to play Holy Island against someone who's so known for it. But of course, he's Marine Lord. He's also known for his Holy Island play. But you could say that about every single map, right?
Yeah, and it's funny because when you think back, I think he was one of the most known players for believing in English on water, even at times when other people wouldn't, right? So it's kind of like shoe on the other foot type moment. And I do think English has been slept on a bit. They're definitely not an S tier pick. I wouldn't put them necessarily in the A. But I don't believe they're in the D or C. Most people's tier lists are going to include Abbas's English at the bottom. I think English currently is more midway up the pack. It's just we've stopped thinking about how they function on water or also the 2TC builds because we were so obsessed with the deer for the last two metas.
And I'm so glad that sometimes we get to focus on something else other than pro scouts. But what English has that most of the civilizations don't in the other game is a ground unit. And that just disrupts your economy so much when you're trying to get military ships out, you're trying to get that second dock. There's a king in your base. And you need to find an answer to this guy because this mounted horse is just made of steel. And he's going to ensure that your economy is not going to be the optimal wood economy that you would hope for if you're trying to outlast on something like Holy Island.
Let's see if he can weather the storm of aggression that we've come to expect from Lucifron. Lucifron, who is already leading this series, do not be deceived. He's 1-0 up in the upper bracket best of 7 finals. Marine Lord, we've seen a lot of Order of the Dragon. It's been a stalwart pick actually on this map because of its leaned aggression for a few units on land and its eco for water. But as you were highlighting, Warman, Lucifron with an English king at the start of the game, it's an interesting element to consider here. Although, you can sometimes struggle to get those early kills. It takes the English king 5 hits to kill a gilded worker.
That is a lot of time investment and gives you a lot of moments to react to this. So it does change that pace a little bit. But when you want to take over on the water, you have to find a way to get your opponent distracted. And both of these guys, they're not really famous for getting distracted under any circumstances. They're the ones who usually force those mistakes out of their opponents. So I'm quite excited to see who does that better this game. But also, how does Marine Lord react to something like a king in the early game? Where does the balance come into, hey, I'm going to get a barracks now instead of making that extra dock or an extra military ship? So I think a lot of these things, we don't get to see those interactions as much, but that's why I'm glad we finally get to see English on this map, so we can get a few of those answers answered right here. Ooh, that's a lot of sheep. That's a happy Frenchman right there.
You never know when you're going to be pushed off water, right? And it's interesting to bring up the English factor with this combo. Is like, if you remember, we used to see English versus Order of the Dragon a lot when Archipelago was a big part of the meta about a year ago. Because Sushi Chinese should be banned out at that point, back in that meta, which meant these two got through. And the interesting dynamic, the theory crafting anyway, is that an English king is free. Spearman is not for Order of the Dragon. It's 160 resources. You might need two. So 320 resources. Then you have to build the racks. That's going to add another 150. Part of the problem with that math, though, is the English player would then have to idle a dock to build a transport ship, 90 wood, and then he'd miss out on another fishing boat. So it was a bit more skewed. But what's cooler about this map is you still force this type of investment out of Order of the Dragon, but for English, there's no dock usage required. You can just straight up send that king across the map.
And the power of forcing aggression out of your opponent, it speaks volumes on water. Now, what I absolutely love about these two civilizations... wait, hold up. Thought interrupted. Marine Lord's doubling down on this dock play. He says, you may bring it on, but brother, I like them water. And you can already see, still 8 on wood. He is ready to double produce fishing boats from 2 docks. Oh my goodness. But now from Lucifron's side, does he also invest in something like that? But you can already see he's only got 5 on wood. So he's just producing from that one singular dock and calling it a day. This is his value. He believes this is all he needs for this.
Yeah, the trade-off here, though, is, one of the big challenges for English is how do I afford Admiralty? And when your opponent's spending a lot longer in the Dark Age, and he's going to probably have to wall himself in, maybe outpost up to defend himself, it does give you a little bit more leeway to consider Admiralty, like 3 or 4 boats in. We'll see if Lucifron goes that way, because I think every time I see English on water, that's the big question mark. Like, where is your advantage coming from to afford Admiralty, which, if I remember correctly, is a 500 resource tech? It's not cheap.
And KB, the amount of investment aging up with 7 villagers is already telling you that Lucifron wants this land presence and he wants it now. Now, of course, this makes a lot of sense. When you're playing on a map like this, you need to get that aggression out, but at the same time, those food villagers that would be left on food, they're not really going to give you anything. And them now running all the way to wood, just a little bit of idle time. So he sees the value in actually staying and aging up as fast as possible. Now, a few more villagers moved over to wood there as he's preparing for that fuel age up. Now, because this map is a little bit larger than your usual little water maps, it does give you a little time to react. So Marine Lord is not going to be that far behind, and he's the kind of guy who will pull a few extra villagers to ensure he ages up quickly. We already see 6 with the Arcane Chapel now, and that chapel is including the gold as well.
And on top of that, remember, these are Order of the Dragon villages, so they inherently build quicker, so the gap isn't that big, and that's a bit worrisome. Lucifron, he pushed this upgrade very hard into Age 2. The point being is you would get your archer ship out quick enough to do some serious damage on the other side for either idle or kills, and Marine Lord, you can see the confidence, because if you look at his fishing side, I'm pretty sure he's already up to 8 fishing boats at this stage, right? Like, sorry, 10. Yeah, I see at the top where, like, he didn't stop. Sometimes people make this play so they have essentially an outpost for their fishing.
But this man did not even blink for a second. He knew that little bit of extra investment is going to be worth it. Order of the Dragon, what I love about them is that they always have a little bit less villagers, so when you look at the game and you see that villager count equalize, you know that there's something wrong. And Order of the Dragon now, yes, they're fishing boats, but Marine Lord is able to afford a military ship the moment he hits the age up. The king now, he's going to be looking for some damage, and he's heading straight over there. Marine Lord, though, he's keeping an eye on it because he knows that this is the one thing that can make his life a lot harder.
Large ships in. Out of time to be achieved. Should be able to find some kills as well, considering that the galley is the queue up first Marine Lord. Did not prioritize the spring ship, so it can hang around a little bit longer to be a nuisance. The only challenge here is obviously these fishing boats can heal each other up, but the upside is you've now, even though your opponent's got a fishing lead, forced him onto the undesirable, right? The shoreline fish. The question is, what's Lucifron's momentum off the back of this? You know, is he looking to just keep pushing naval lead? Or is there a gap here to now consider something like a stables and 1 or 2 horsemen to support raids from your king?
And now understanding whether it's going to be worth investing onto the land versus the sea here, I guess that is the big question mark for most of us. Now Lucifron getting 2 more Springald ships in queue. This man is looking for that water aggression and the water aggression only. No extra wood being flooded around here. He wants to make sure he produces it all. Now, there was actually a game between B and Beastie that I recall on this map where B lost the water, but he still won that game as far as I know. And this is the beauty of a map like this. When you have enough control on land, anything can be possible, but it does give you such a lead. So even if Marine Lord realizes, hey, this might be a little bit tough to hold, he's going to be okay. Now with a horseman, though, this means he's got an answer to the land. And what I love about this, it's a pretty good answer to that king.
Oh, and we look at that. We might want to switch that to the other side. Admiralty's being queued up. That not for Marine Lord. The English have got that coming in. Now, this is a big deal. It means in a Springald on Springald, you can just keep trading out and your opponent can't reach you. It's so frustrating to deal with. It's one of the like subtler reasons why people will mold about English and water.
Now that king is trying to find a little bit of damage, but the walling has been sublime and he cannot find a hole to just climb into. Marine Lord now getting 2 more ships as well here, desperately trying to get those numbers up, but with all this extra food eco, he's doing pretty well in the horseman production, and we know how nice that can feel when you have those chunky horses that now will require response from English on the field. So now fishing boats do get pushed back a little bit. Springalds are trying to get every bit of shot they can, and that's a pretty decent one both ways. But Marine Lord's on the defense here, so he does have those fishing boats to keep those ships alive for a bit longer.
And I mean, you know, Lucifron might have Admiralty, but don't worry, folks. Order the Dragon have their own unique tech in their dock. I can't finish that sentence. I can't. Do you remember what it's called?
Which one?
The unique tech that the HRE and Order the Dragon have in their docks.
No. KP, as someone...
Fire stations?
Fire stations.
Hey, wow. Look how bad that is, though. Like regenerate 1 health when not fighting. Ooh, as English, I get that for king.
Definitely not something that I can imagine investing 250 gold on, especially when you've got your docks right there to keep these things alive. The king, though, he is not looking too good. I see a dead king right there on the ground.
Yeah, he doesn't seem to be getting a king's barrel either. I think they're just letting the flies deal with it. Triple gilded horseman now is really concerning. Lucifron only having 3 spearmen doesn't make him well guarded. In fact, if you check his base, has he walled in his tree line? I don't think he has. He's just built crap tons of houses here, which might come back to bite him.
Now, Lucifron realizing, hey, I might need a little bit more gold here, and switch the play. Now, the question is this a demo ship play? Because we've seen this out of people when they pull out that many onto gold, or are we thinking about something else? But those ships are quite damaged. A good little demo ship connection, and we've seen Lucifron with a lot of those, trying to make those connections, and he's already sneaking out with the 2. He sees Marine Lord's a greedy goose with only Springald ships and 1 little galley. Those guys are going to find a way to sneak right through.
Gilded Horseman, though, this is crafty. Marine Lord, he's trying to deny the docks before the demo pull comes. He's got nowhere to run is the challenge here. And the other thing is the extra range on those boats allow him to snipe out the anti-demo ships, but the detonation not going to connect. Marine Lord skirts it, dodges it, and pushes back. Lucifron will need more demos than that if he wants to get rid of the Lord of the Marine.
Lord of the Marine, he has those horses out, and I'm really excited to see where they would be landing, but it does look like he's kept them a little bit on the safer side. Now burning down a dock, just ensuring that they don't get into the range of those spearmen on the field. But we do see Lucifron still snacking with his eyes. He's just looking at exactly where he wants to connect with that demo ship. Horse is now fighting that poor little spearman, and he's not going to be enough against these Order of the Dragon ones. But at the same time, this fishing destruction.
Wait, the fish. He can't get close enough. That's the second time he's been an inch short of what he would need to get the damage done. The irony, considering Lucifron is the taller guy, but maybe just there's one more pump left here. I'm worried that this is kind of trending against him, but the upside, at least for Lucifron, is Marine Lord has been stuck on the shoreline fish for a long time, and they're actually running out now.
Now, Lucifron, his ships are quite damaged, and every single time Marine Lord pulls back, he is able to heal those up just a little bit more. And with that economy now from Marine Lord, you know, this is not stopping. Him now getting his archers in here too just means that that land presence from Order of the Dragon is going to start getting scarier and scarier. Lucifron has not been keeping up the demo ship production and now floating quite a bit of resources here. And with the fact that he just doesn't have the food to keep producing ships, it does beg the question, what is he thinking? Is he trying to conserve a little bit, or is he just a starved man who needs more food to produce ships? But it does look like Marine Lord's feeling a little bit more confident on moving out now.
Yeah, he has the ship lead. This is the problem. So Lucifron is going to try to anchor it back while he builds up more demos. Marine Lord a little bit gluttonous with only one galley, needs to be a bit careful. The problem here is the extra range on Lucifron ships. If he mans the sail to dive in, he'll get that snipe. So Marine Lord really wants to try and get eyeballs on this next play, because 8 demos against 1 galley, I'm siding with the Spaniard on that.
The problem for Lucifron, I think, was the fact that he was stuck on that one dock. With the Horseman burning down the second one, he was just not able to constantly produce those. But that is a huge amount of ships KP. Even with the little bit of bonus they've got, they are going to struggle taking this fight now. 4 spearmen on the field for him as well, just enough to keep those horsemen at bay, trying to get a raid on the gold. Now, villagers do need to pull back, but one will go down, and that feels pretty good here for Marine Lord. Getting us around, they will get another one. And getting the villagers on the land, that always feels good.
Oh, this is a huge ripple effect. I mean, Lucifron, he doesn't have wheelbarrow either, so the formation shuffle made it look like he's moving fast, but look at how slow you get now. The choke point gets blocked, more going down. Lucifron, this is pretty much entire economy idle, and this dive has distracted him. The water side, Marine Lord has experienced no real pressure. Lucifron, if this play doesn't win him water, it's downhill from here. If anything could do it, though, it has to be 12 demos. This is a tactical nuke waiting to detonate. He enters the field. The detonations, they're starting to skip in. The spread looks good. Marine Lord trying to minimize the damage, but the fishing boat's also trapped there, blocking him out. Sprill ship down to about, 5, maybe 6 at this rate? No, he holds firm 7 to 8, limping through. Lucifron has blown the entire load on this, and still comes out looking a bit more bruised.
The problem is with those demos, as Marine Lord just split his ships apart, he ensured that the damage was just not enough to take down that fishing economy he also had. Yes, he may have lost one, but this is not something that he is going to be too upset about. Still making ships. You can now see him being a little bit humbled by the amount of demos and getting an extra galley or two to ensure that this does not happen again. But the king is back out on the map. The problem is just, I feel like Marine Lord already has the answer to this, getting more horsemen on the field. But now Marine Lord felt that momentum and he's confident pushing out. The problem is he's pushing Lucifron into a corner now, and the ship, they are less bruised than Lucifron. So Lucifron is just losing those one by one, getting picked off, trying to do as much as he can. But the demos are nowhere near to support this, and they need to arrive soon. One of them now breaking through, but he respects the Springald ship fire.
The challenge here, Marika, is that he's been on the offensive the whole time, so he's never been pulling back those boats to heal because he always is using them to attack. This is the defender advantage on water. Marine Lord played that fantastically. Just think about what happened there. 12 demos go in, I think 3, maximum 4 boats went down. And you had him pinned against the shoreline. In fact, I think looking back at that, Lucifron might be facepalming. There was a moment where there was, I think, 10 fishing boats just sitting there. If he at least got the connect with a double demo there, you can say worthwhile. Instead, Marine Lord still has the full 10 fishing, and he's starting to feel confident. He's back on the deep water.
Now, Lucifron is doubling down on the demos. He saw it didn't work out. He learned from what we would say a few misclicks maybe, or not ensuring their positioning on where the damage would land, but he wants this to work and he knows what to do better. That's the beauty of seeing Lucifron in water. He evolves every single time I see him on this. The thing is now, it's looking like it's about to happen, KP. He wants to get that connection. Marine Lord, it doesn't seem like he's reacting. This is going to be huge distraction.
Wait. The spread though, look at the spread. Okay, detonation north side, he just needs that finishing touch is the problem here. Marine Lord, how? Again, he lost 3, I think that was, from 10 demos. And now he just pushes him away.
He is just constantly able to keep the ship production going. And you can see Marine Lord doesn't even look like he's blinking. For a while, it looked like he was just letting those go through because he knows what the power is of having this defensive position. You just take a little bit of damage, pull back, and wait for them to regen. Now, the fishing boats do need to pull back as Lucifron will snipe one of those, but those are just fishing boats. He will be fine in the long run.
So what you kind of want to do here is Lucifron, as you burn out this demo wave, is you want to kind of zigzag as you retreat, so you get shots out with the extra range. But you can see Marine Lord is just headbutting into him. He's trying to force them out before the demo wave gets ready again. Good snipe there to deny any counter demo play. And hold on a second, Marine Lord this time. Is he out of position? The demo connection looks good. He gets a connect on 2. Body blocks out from the fishing boats, but it's not going to be good enough. He goes through. This is looking like the best hit we've seen so far. Lucifron able to cripple the fleet. 4 Springles left alive, but it cost him plenty too. They are being exhausted on water, and both of them look like they're starting to maybe consider castle a bit.
Thing is, even with all those connections, he still didn't get any of those fishing boats down. So the food economy is feeling a little bit better for Marine Lord here because you can see as resources are running out, Marine Lord is on the aggressive and still no wheelbarrow. These villagers are just paying the price for a very safe play when it comes to securing your gold to get more demos out. It just doesn't feel like it was worth it. Oh, another one going down. These villagers just non-stop paying the price. He does not know how to keep these alive. KP, when I get to this point of the game, I just want to go next.
I mean, seriously, watching this, he doesn't need wheelbarrow, he needs a hearse. The amount of dead bodies in there. Lucifron. You know, before he could afford to get that new wave of demos out, but you see the impact. When you fail 3 times like this, you're no longer on your starting gold, you're on the secondary. It put him more exposed, his economy more spread, and the limited spearmen underwhelming against what Marine Lord had here. So, M-Lord, you know, some people can look at this like, I don't get it, Marine Lord just defending the whole time. You of course you would. Your economy is, at least in theory, better than the English one here. And your opponent has chosen an aggressive build, so he's put the onus on himself to kill you. And Marine Lord has shown you why he is a master of defense.
He knows how to defend for as long as he needs to actually get that advantage. And he does it beautifully. But you guys need to keep in mind, both of these players, they are playing like the best of the best. That's why they are here in the upper bracket finals. These two are honestly the 2 best players that we've seen on water. And Marine Lord now, he just shows that dominance. We saw the win rate. We see what he can do. And now he's even getting more archers at the back of this to make sure that he secures that land pressure that he's already shown himself to have. Now, there's a lot of resources in Lucifron's bank, and KP, he might be considering going castle, but as those ships approach, he decides 2 more demos is what I need to survive this. But it still doesn't look like...
He came in from the north. Marine Lord, his galleys are out of position here, so decent connect coming through from both sides. M-Lord just sacking some of the boats to just try and buy time for the retreat. Again, though, like I see these type of connects, and we've seen it from a lesser player. That's game. Marine Lord every time just makes it look trivial with practically no archer ships to counter mass demo.
Now, Lucifron knows how much he has lost, but he needs to find a way to get a little bit of damage in. The problem is just the damage that he needs to do is so much more than he will have the chance to. You see those villagers, they are confident in this. Yeah, come on, take me on.
Like, bro, you're not the first king we've killed. Oh, you want to run into the tree line? Yeah, that's great. Fertilizer for the trees.
More horses. Oh, this is a destruction of absolutely everything that Lucifron throws Marine Lord's way. Confidently just killing all of those horses with the villagers. You know, this man means business, and Lucifron says, I realize the business is meant, I need to go a different direction. Now, going for castle here is a pretty interesting play, because One thing that I've been told by some pro players is that the person who goes castle first is usually the one that loses because they do it mostly out of desperation. Marine Lord knows, I don't need to go anywhere into castle. I'm a pretty happy camper, but the horseman is in position.
Come on.
He sees what's going on, and he's going to get more victims.
Yeah, that should be one, maybe two workers club down. He's sending horsemen over. The spearmen actually aren't in position, so even more losses in a game where you're not going to TC. And to your point, you're right. Like on water core, like, you know, archipelago, we saw the meta develop to just keep playing feudal until you win. It's a bit different on Holy Island, where, like, with Lucifer, the idea here is I will eventually lose water, but I'll make it about land. But instead, there's not much land left. Look at this. Another worker pool. The second wave of horsemen came in. It's an absolute bloodbath. That's not a white tower. That's a red tower.
Because of all the blood, because there is just bodies spread all around. Those poor villagers, they paid the price, and 27 down total. This is a ticking time bomb. Marine Lord knows this. He knows the power he has on water. He knows the amount of villagers that have gone down. And with this, he's like, hey, you win castle. Let me show you. I can do that too. And it doesn't even matter what he ages up with. If he goes for a burger, there's just nothing Lucifer can do to actually try and kill anything. Now getting 7 knights, he is making a very desperate call to get any form of damage out here. These fishing boats pulled back all the way to the shoreline fish and dropping off the food as fast as he can, because he knows these guys are all sitting ducks.
It's all going to dust for Lucifer on a fantastic game number 1, but Marine Lord was never going to let that slide. He's now going to sit back and say, okay, let's let this snowball out of control. He puts things back in order. He's going to be able to reset it to a best of 5 at this raid, because the thing you have to look at is unless Lucifer can find an insane raid, we're talking 15, 20 workers, you're just going to get out-ecoed here. But we'll see. The Knights, they're heading into the base, but they've got the work cut out for them.
There's a bunch of archers here ready to defend, and a horseman or two about to join this fight as well. And they will definitely win this trade. The problem is now they don't need military kills. They need villager kills. And the villagers, they've got the ships out.
Have them all.
You guys try to take us down. We're ready for this, brother. We were trained for this. Those villagers do not even flinch in the face of danger. The archers absolutely doing work against these as well. Wheelbarrow now coming in for Marine Lord. He realizes those villagers might need to run a little faster to catch up to the horses, but the night raid, it feels decent. It's just a little bit too late with the amount of damage that he's taken.
Yeah, I think these villagers have been shopping at one of those dodgy supermarkets where they may be eating horse instead of beef, because they almost seem carnivorous towards this raid crew. Luciferon not really finding the connecting needs. Remember, this is Burgraves. The spearman numbers are going to start to inflate quite quickly, and the first one's already coming out. They pack quite the punch. I think it's 54, 64 damage on a feudal spearman, which is insane to think about. You're able to 4-hit kill a feudal knight, 5-hit on a castle one. So Lucy, he's going to be scared away. He has got map control. Maybe he looks for relics here, because right now he's got no upside economically. Like, this feels like an all-in.
It is, especially with the +2 range defense now from Luciferon. You can see he's planning on taking this fight again and again and again. And he's very aware of all these units that are going to be firing at him. And we see a pretty heavy investment here into the range. So he knows that this is his last hurrah. He needs to find what he can. We do see a total of 10 workers going down there for Marine Lord. Some of them being fishing boats, but at least it did some damage. The problem is just, it's not enough. He knows it.
Yep, Marine Lord game number 2 reminds you why he is Lord of this Marine, and does it against one of the most prolifically successful players on Holy Island.
Now, Luciferon, we can see that English play working on this map against any lesser player, but Marine Lord, he knew exactly what the level of aggression is that he needed to keep up, instead of just letting his opponent take control of any form of land. But those villagers, KP, I'm so impressed with how well the villagers stacked up against the king. The 5 hits you mentioned, they really showed, because the villagers got a few extra hits in on that bad boy.
Yeah, it's actually infuriating. Like, if you have a scout, you can actually make it 4 hits, but because otherwise they're sitting at 1 HP after the 4th hit. But easier said than done on those type of dives, especially if your opponent's microing away the injured. Like, it's the consistency of trickle damage that's hard to come by. And, you know, consistency was key here. Marine Lord, always the stalwart defender, never really gave over too much with these demo dives. Lucifron, it's like fool me once, fool me twice, fool me 3 times. We've seen him. Usually it only takes 2 attempts to kill the best players in the world with this double down of 10 plus. But Marine Lord, what impressed me the most is he thought about using galleys and he went, those kind of suck, right? Because like you think galleys is an answer to demos. The problem is, you know where I'm going with this, Warman. The counter to demo galley play is just go sideways, right?
Exactly.
Galleys are terrible at tracking targets, so Marine Lord didn't want to trust them.
And with enough spring ult shots, you usually get to trade against a smaller number. But with that huge amount, he was just able to spread them out evenly to ensure that one little demo is not going to be able to kill what they need to get. So, beautiful play here by Marine Lord. He knew the limits of his fleet, and he knew exactly where the weaknesses lie, and he was ready to fight with that. Now, Lucifron here, I would say he doubles down on the water, and he's like, all right, let me just show you what I can actually do. And with him playing Aeobids, he's probably pretty happy with that pick, but at the same time, you're picking Aeobids against Zhu Shi, and Zhu Shi, there's a reason it's banned every single time.
Yeah, Aeobids is an interesting pick for a map like Archipelago. They do have some intriguing tempo to them. It's why they were designed on maps like Holy Island. If you remember the Canadian, they brought that in last year with the King of the Rockies, where they discovered that industry wing strategy where you just jump them. You can't do that here. You're stuck on the wrong island to do that here. There is some interesting optimizations I've seen around rushing your Golden Age by chaining your House of Wisdom near the dock to get that bit of efficiency. But you're right, Shushi's a beast for reasons, right? You'll get a little bit of efficiency, 10%, but they're going to get 20% more in drop-off. They're going to be able to pump out boats quicker. This is a scary Civ, always has been. In fact, when Archipelago, the old version, was used regularly in tournaments, this was the pick. It was even better than China, English, HRE, all of them. This was the one that felt like it won early game, mid game, and I don't even want to start talking about this battle once for late.
Now, my question to you, because I think this is a map that you may have more experience with, is it just because of that eco wing they get to go into feudal and just get that little bit of a boost? Or what is the usual play here? Just getting wood, extra docking? What do we usually see out of Aeobids?
So because you're a timing Civ, I'd say on average on this Archipelago, advancement's probably going to be your best friend to try and get the boat out sooner. But he might change his mind because of the Civ he's up against. We all know that Shushi are the quickest attack on this map, right? They build quicker, they get it cheaper. It's hard to beat them to the punchline. So it might be better just to have the extra 3 villages. It could also be that it's worth considering something like the industry, just so you can get your first boat out quicker once your economy set up there. But, you know, if Lucifron plays this like Vortex, I'm pretty sure I've seen Vortex on this map do this before, where they try to set up the House of Wisdom between the first 2 docks and then chain it eventually back into their base. So they get that Golden Age timing. So it's a small nitpicky detail at first until you remember that that's a 10% gathering rate buff. That's pretty damn.
And it kind of makes up for the fact that you have supervision and all your villages on the opponent's side. So I can see how it evens out. But yeah, that's the beauty of Aeobids. And I think a lot of people might say, but yeah, usually when you play a civilization, you go for this landmark or you go for that wing. But Aeobids, they've got a lot of answers. And even into the late game, these can get a little bit spicier when you do get a sneaky advancement up if you save that bad boy for castle and try to make some real plays happen. Now, see, this is just what I love about AoE, and especially at this level, because Marine Lord is not someone you see play in smaller tournaments. He knows he needs to show his gameplay in these S-tier events to ensure that we don't always see what the GOAT is cooking. Now, Lucifer, on the other hand, I think we get to see him play a little bit more. So his playstyle a little bit more standard, but at the same time, Marine Lord knows how to respond to anything that might come his way. Now, what we have been seeing on Archipelago is very, very short games, KP. The shortest of all the water in the world. People have snowballed way too quickly. I think we've seen a few 7-minute games here where it's just over so quickly. And especially with those stealth forests or stealth kelps on the water.
Yeah, we haven't decided on a name for those still. Like Stealth Sea? Stealth Kelp? Stealth Fog? Like, no, that... I don't know, man. Like, someone just needs... No, we're not calling them kelp, okay? Like, because the problem with kelp is if kelp comes back into competitive, it's going to get confusing. Kelp in the kelp, right? Stealth water? Is that acceptable? I don't know.
Stealth water. Well, we'll get some mist to hide those ships as we're about to roll into Archipelago, ladies and gentlemen. It's time for Zushi to finally see the light of day on a map and not being first banned. Lovely.
I don't know if it's lovely. I mean, sure they get through one, but it's because certain other things are more broken on water, like Knights Templar. Won't be seen this time around, but what we might see is Marine Lord once again proving why his name matches up to these type of maps. Archipelago, a strong and potent place for the Shushi. Lucifron with this Ibid pick, I really am curious to see what kind of opening we're targeting. What is the difference? Because Ibid, similar on land, with water, they are a tempo sieve. They need to be in control of the game around these tech timings. Otherwise, if we're being totally frank, you might as well have picked Abbasids.
And the thing is, I usually want to ask myself who sets the pace of the game. Because with usual civilizations, you usually get a guy who's in the driving seat, and there's a guy who responds. And I feel like with Zushi, they're usually the ones in the driving seat on water, but Lucifron now with this Aeobit pick, he gets to be the one driving. And we've seen the Spaniards in F1 and MotoGP. These guys are the best of the best. The French, I don't see them all the way up there. So finally, Marine Lord giving the driver advantage over to Mr. Lucy here.
Whoa, well, they're busy like riding bikes and sipping wine and taking like midday breaks. I mean, yeah, in fairness to Marine Lord, it is very impressive just how good he is on water for a country that just like gave up on the sea historically.
Yes, yeah, but that's what they're famous for. He needs to rectify history.
Yeah, he's done a good job of it here. I mean, being a Lucifron on Holy Island, definitely a good start. And, you know, you mentioned it earlier about Marine Lord. It doesn't really show the strategies up to. I believe there was a certain Belarusian that gave us some insights as to why he thinks that is. Something about not many strategies. He doesn't have many different things to throw out there. So we'll have to see if Marine Lord can get crafty and different, or if it's just going to be all the same. Because the weird thing about calling something a meta, Armin, is when you win everything, it may seem like you're just playing the boring meta, because you are the meta.
So everyone's following what you're doing.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
So you seem like a normie who has no ideas of your own. Like, no, this is a meta. I got the little spice in there, a little bit of salt. We added in the paprika, and it is perfect. But it just seems like he's made the most basic, like, you know, sorbet infused, I don't even know, paprika potato stew you've ever seen. Yet he's got the spice levels, the perfect point. That's what makes him so good.
Now, JP, we do see the double dock here for Aeobits. And now for you guys who will be like, oh, he's investing on a double dock. Remember, these guys are 50% off. So for Aeobits, they are a little bit cheaper, easier to get that second dock out here for Mr. Lucifron. But Marine Lord, at the same time, he's going to be able to get aged up, I would say, a little bit quicker if we don't see an advancement here for Lucifron, because we're already seeing him getting quite close to that. And it does take quite a while for Mr. Lucifron to age up himself. Now, the map is big enough where your ship does take about a millennia to hit, as he does need to go and scout out to see exactly where he needs to strike with that first ship. But we do see a landmark being placed down, Meditation Garden. Let's go take a look at the juicy. I mean.
No. So here's the thing: you want to be like in the inside. You're feeling anxious right now, but it's a meditation garden, Warman. You just need to
calm, peace, prosperity.
Because sometimes you just accept this happened, right? Like then you know, Marine Lord will understand. This is how it balances out. On land, we talk about Marine Lord spawns. Here, it's not a good one. Admittedly, it's never a good one on Archipelago. I don't think I've ever seen like a jackpot one. But the interesting thing for Lucifer is I wonder if he prefers this House of Wisdom placement like this. He had a choice. I don't know if he scouted straight away, but I've seen this played by Vortex when the tree line was where the docks went, which kind of sounds a bit nicer for chaining in the House of Wisdom, because like you're going to lean lumber camps deeper, so you in theory could build the house further away from the town center.
Now, with that placement, the Golden Age is going to take a while. So it's not something that he gets quickly. And that's the problem with this map, right? Because we talked about this is something that has very short games. And the question is Lucifron going to be able to live until the Golden Age comes in or actually matters here? Marine Lord, he does get his first ship out, and Lucifron still edging up now. And really glad to see him clicking up with that advancement wing. With him double producing here from 2 docks for a while, it did take a little bit more investment, but you see, he's ready for that age up. He's got the wood in the bank. He wants to make every ship he can double producing because he needs to find an answer to this. Marine Lord now getting his second ship out soon as well, and that second dock now placed down. So this is going to start getting scarier and scarier as 15 is now on wood for Marine Lord, and we know they've got that little bit of a bonus.
Yeah, I mean, I like the way you kind of summarize it, the golden age, and whoa, it's great if you can get there. It made me chuckle a bit because it does sometimes feel like with these openings with Ibis and Abassids, it's like having invested in Blockbuster in the early 2000s and seeing it plummet. Like it'll come back. Like, but when it does, I'm gonna be powerful. Like it's great once the 10% is online. It can be scary beforehand, but props to Lucifron. He already has it activated. He's buffered away the aggression. Fishing boat count is an advantage for him as well. Marine Lord is choosing to be the attacker, at least initially here, which is quite intriguing considering how willing he was in the first game to sit back and defend.
Now, with that boat instantly making its way home, I want you to notice that there's not another one in queue just yet. And this begs the question, what is... Oh, never mind. Marine Lord's now like, I just need it. I just need a little bit more wood, actually. No,
we're pumping.
Yeah, definitely not something that gets cut off too soon. Both of these guys getting double broadaxe, knowing the importance of just boosting every bit of villager that you can. And the Golden Age, we do see 0 out of 10 right now, but we'll get a little visual on that guy soon, as we need to understand exactly when Lucifron's bonus is going to hit. He's just constantly making more springles, though. And
like
maybe...
this.
Yeah?
So Teak Mask is such an underrated ability. Think military wing from Abassids on water. Right, like that kind of sounds crazy. That's pretty dope, right? It means that these demo ships that you're expecting don't put you one hit from death. So, really nice idea by Lucifron. I feel like some people just forget this ability when they see Abassids and Iabids.
Now, these guys are going to be able to get a good shot off, but we've seen Marine Lord pull back and wait for the right moment to strike, and we've seen him on the defense. He doesn't mind pulling the ships back and just fighting it on his turf. Lucifron, though, he had a little bit of experience with those demos, and he wants to redeem their name, as they did not find the ability to land too well just yet. Now, these guys are focused on a fishing ship, and he takes it down. Interesting choice here, but he knows that is what's actually going to be killing and doing damage. He's not just going to be doing damage and healing back up.
Yeah, another thing to keep in mind is those demo ships also get a little bit extra health for the Teak Masts. So, it's not crazy. I think it shouldn't change the metrics. Someone correctly still get killed the same amount of shots. It should be 40. Actually, it might be one more. They're left with like a sliver of health. So it does actually help in the early phase like this.
Now, he's not using the stealth kelp to hide that ship, but it does look like the ship is stuck. Oh,
look at that magnificent ship. Guys, if you get a piece of paper out right now, you have enough time that you could start sketching it. Okay. And then you can go buy little pieces of wood and you can start to craft it. And also, this is important because now we really can decide if this is stealth kelp or something else. Because it looks a bit too deep to be kelp, Like I played a lot of Subnautica. That's going all the way down. There's some weird alien species waiting for me down there.
Now, with this ship, I'm grabbing my iPad right now to get the picture just right. But it does look like it's having a little bit of a scenic time here, as it's just watching. Beautiful. Looking. Oh,
wow. Oh my God. We are Star Trek now. Was that a supersonic jump from the ship? And it multiplied? The powers. This is what I mean about Shushi Waman. They are broken Civ. No other Civ could teleport and just immediately duplicate like this. Outrageous.
Now, with the numbers that we're seeing here, KP,
what happened?
Outrageous might just be the word here. It does look like the client. So, guys, for those of you wondering, I think we don't have sound at the moment, but it is what it is. We're on the water. So these guys now, I think this is a secondary observer that we're looking at right now to just ensure that we get the gameplay just right. Yes. But with the amount of spring-old ships here, this does feel scary, but there was a sneaky connect there at the back, not finding the damage he needs, but 2 fishing ships down total already. Now, this is not the thing that we're usually scared of, but it does make sure that Marine Lord isn't just fishing for free. He actually has to do some actions. Now, with the amount of ships that we see out here, this does still feel like Marine Lord's pretty comfortably going to be sitting back here.
Yeah, and for good reason. Like Shushi just scales really nicely here, and if there's ever an attack opportunity, he can just get there much quicker. Apologies, folk. We should be able to get our production back online with the audio quality. But if you think about it, actually, it's just a really thoughtful thing from the production. There's bound to be a lot of explosions, and I'm pretty sure most of you haven't got your protective ear pieces in. So we're just being mindful of the more ear sensitive people amongst our community.
Now, the ear-sensitive people would have been in shambles right now, as those demo ships are going to be looking for a connection. We do see some from the stealth kelp at the bottom. They could be making some sneaky plays from the top as well. 8 total now. And finally, some of these ships are taking a very slow motion fight, but it does look like they're teleporting.
Oh my god, they're teleporting! The demo's in slow-mo to appreciate it. That is a heavy hit! Is it going to be enough, though? I feel like we've been here before. If you look, Sprint count is now even between the two. It's a great start, but Lucifron needs to keep that momentum going. And the health bars, I mean, they look half HP, but remember, the 10% extra makes them a lot more chunky. The question mark is whether you can afford to now dive into this choke point, where you're going to be facing off against the risk of backstab demo ships.
Now, what's interesting to me here is Lucifron feels confident. Like you said, with the extra HP, it does... They are a little bit different, as they do take an extra shot to take down, but he still looks quite confident to move out here, even though he has invested quite a bit more into those demos compared to what Marine Lord has sacrificed into the Springles. But KP, Marine Lord is getting to that point that Zushi gets to, where they're not really just thinking about, oh, I need to produce ships. They just have so many extra resources that they can't spend it all. And I don't know if you're smelling that, KP, but it smells like a castle pretty soon. And then these fights are going to be a lot harder if Lucifron allows that all the way through.
It's a powerful wasp because it's Sushi Castle on the way. And Lucifron, he could try to mirror it, but he already used advancement. He'd be so slow. So nothing but an emphatic victory in water before tech up really makes sense here. You can see he's now up to 11 demo ships. Difference in game from last time. If you remember last time, Marine Lord didn't overvalue the archer ships to defend, but he understands he needs that extra firepower, because if you do look at the demos, you'll see just the extra sliver of health is really annoying for these archer ships. The amount of times I've seen them against Bastards or Ibids get a demo down to just one hit, like 10% HP, and they just can't get the kill, and it makes the difference. But let's see if it does here. Demos, they're going to start it off, and Marine Lord just headbutts them away so easily.
Now, that is actually quite an interesting play here from Marine Lord, because now he's like, okay, I see what you're doing. I'm going to counter that because I know that my micro might just be able to outdo yours. The demos go down without getting any connections, but now Marine Lord, he's sneaking right in, and it's a mystery. We will now have to wait. Twitch chat
predictions
right now in the chat. 1 for Marine Lord hit, 2 for Lucifron snipe. Is this demo going to be hitting its target, or are we just absolutely witnessing history right now?
Marine Lord, don't be that guy that likes in worms, like, well, I'm going to win by using my worm to take out your worm. No, go straight for the core of it. Deep dive that back line, because they're close enough for it. It's a full HP demo ship, and Lucifron, the archer ships, if they shoot now and he just keeps drifting east. Actually, no, I think there's going to be one volley hitting, right? So half HP demo. But then they're on a reload, I believe. He can connect with this if Lucifron does an insta-turn around.
Oh, I like where it froze as well, because this is literally the moment that could determine the game. So I would like you guys to take a moment, close your eyes. You're playing water. The ship is a little bit stuck.
Sorry, I had to...
Now, honestly, guys, for the fact that we now have a moment, I would like just to take a second, guys. Imagine now, yes, there are 2 ships about to collide, but look at this draft we have here. Both of these players still going for that KT insta-ban. Last week, we had a few people say, oh, I could probably handle a little KT. And the answer was they could not, unless they were very sneaky. But the priority pick from each person here, China and House of Lancaster, definitely telling us what people are still feeling is powerful enough. Because with a Mali and Byzantine's follow-up, I'm starting to see a little bit of a different color here, but I do hear explosion.
Wait, but where did it go? What happened to it? It didn't hit. Wait, it didn't sit. This is the moment, right? Oh, here we go. Demo. It gets denied. Okay, the push continues. Lucifron. I love that. Marine Lord, he sacks one of the ships just to absorb the blow. So the demo wave, I don't feel like he's done enough here.
Definitely not. And Marine Lord, he still has ships that don't need to explode to do damage. So he's got a lot more on his side. It does feel a little bit iffy, but there's still a demo who can make a connection. And another one about to follow up, but the sniping is just too good from Marine Lord.
It looked like a prematurely detonated. I don't know if that's a target detonation. Sometimes when boats are moving away and you click on them, it's weird. Demos don't always do what they're meant to. And now the counter-offensive here with the man the sails to get in range. Remember, Lucifron, although the numbers looked even, he's been the one taking a beating here. Meanwhile, Marine Lord has just been soaking it up, enjoying that premium healthcare that the Shushi get when they defend like this via the repair on their boats.
Now, this is an interesting position, though, because we see both of these players are edging towards castle. Lucifron did not take the trades he needed to do this. But for him, he's going to need to find a pretty good answer here as those wood lines are thinning out. And this is usually that point of the map where people start to go into a different island. So Lucifron now going for the industry wing. This is going to allow him to have that little bit of boost in the wood department to ensure that he can actually take this for a little bit longer before he has to start to migrate. Now, Mount Lu Academy coming on out from Marine Lord as well. He is going to hit up castle significantly earlier, but nothing too crazy coming out of that, because with the ships that he does have there at the back, quite far away, it does give Lucifron some time to keep making ships and be ready for a fight that could happen pretty soon. He also pulled his ships back to heal them up so they don't die instantly when they get into the next fight.
Probably a good idea. And, you know, this is the point where you have to start discussing sushi in China and water and where they look outrageous. You know, 20% more of a limited resource. Just think about that. This starting island you just discussed and him having to vacate, he'll have to vacate later than Lucifron is going to be forced to, because he will have 20% more wood via supervision. That's crazy in these type of situations. So wouldn't be surprised if Marine Lord waits for Lucifron to have to make that jump first. But bold moves from Marine Lord. He's got armored hulls. He's pushing in, but Lucifron has got a demo wave prepping for this.
Now the demo wave has not landed like it did before, but we did see the times it did have success was when Marine Lord was forced to push out. But Marine Lord, he looks confident. He feels like he can take this. First demo coming from the front, and it doesn't look like any of the other demos are close enough to really do the damage. We see one by one just getting picked up, but now the south side attack also not feeling too committal with only 3.
It's awkward as well because the archer ships can just camp that. You're going to be going straight towards them. And now the spread of the line, you have to keep moving forward with Lucifron to cover fire and get your demos through. Connection trying to come through. A decent hit there. But the armored hulls is coming in clutch here. Most of those boats would already be dead if it wasn't for that extra HP.
Now, with the castle edge through, he's got the extra wood, but does he have the time? Marine Lord's already here, and he is looking to heavily push. We now see him fighting up against these docks, because we know this is the moment where your opponent goes for a few upgrades for them ships to be able to sustain these fights. But Marine Lord knows exactly that, so he chooses a dock, ensuring that that production is slowed down, and also an upgrade or 2 cancelled.
The problem here, though, is when Spiral Cruise comes in, it gives you so much more DPS to burn through docks like this. The increased attack speed, also the range, means that demo ships can't just sneak out and catch you off guard. So we are at risk of Lucifron just having an inability to exist comfortably on the water at this rate. Fishing boats get idled out as he moves away. The Spiral count is double what Lucifron has, and he's still so far behind these techs.
Now, there is a little bit of time given here for Lucifron, but the supply does not lie, as we see that Marine Lord is on double military value here. So this man does not mind taking a fight. The demo ships looking for a bit of a connection, but they realize this is not the moment for them to land.
Hold on a sec. The demo's the other way? What a backstab! That one demo holds the whole fleet hostage!
And just like that, Lucifron gets schooled on exactly how to land a demo by the great Marine Lord, the French waterman. He looks confident in his play. Absolutely wonderful, though.
I
Beautiful
am
play here.
I am jaw dropped by that. I mean, that was 2 free demos maximum. Like, that's all it took to bring that down. What a phenomenal play there by Marine Lord. You know, it's going to be demoralizing. Like, if you're Lucifron, after a game like that, you know, game 2, he pumped so many of these demos just trying to actually get those kills. If you guys remember back on Holy Island, you know, we had the 10 demo, the 10 demo, the 12 demo, and it didn't work. This game, we had the 10 demo, the 10 demo, didn't work. And then Marine Lord, so trivially, so easily, just ends the game with 3 demo ships around the back, putting Lucifron in quite the bind. But folks, you know, I know not everyone's the craziest fan of water. At least the boys got it out of the way early, because the only remaining possibility for water would be... Actually, we've done them all. We've done Coastal Cliffs, Archipelago, Holland, and sorry, this Calauga. That was a joke about Coastal. The water play, now out of the way, the closer you can get is Calauga, which is more of a hybrid and land-focused map. But we will take a break from that, as next up we'll be heading on to Gorge. But a statement made here. And you can see by the way that Lucifron made his picks, it really was about this idea that he would get his edge off of playing water maps. 2 water maps, 2 games lost. What do you do now?
This does feel pretty tough because Lucifron's happy plays would have been that water, but Marine Lord's happy plays. Clearly, every part of every map he is pretty confident in. As we are now going into Gorge, though, and looking at this matchup, I feel like Delhi and China both have their strengths here. Delhi is pretty good at denying those pro scouts we see from people, but again, Delhi has not been too successful on the tournament sphere at the moment either. So, does Marine Lord have enough Marine Lord inside of him to make that Delhi as heavily oppressive as we've seen them able to be? Or does China's prowess on every single type of map just show us exactly what we need to do?
I think it's the Delhi success rate is like deceptive. To say that like they're not doing well, we have to remember that if you pull up the stats of this tournament, would you like to guess China's win rate, Marvin?
Tell me. Like 43.
8%.
Okay.
Right? So we should buff China then. Like, wait. Hold on a second, right? This is the thing. Like, House of Lancaster, 53% win rate. Now, hold on. Like, we're hearing pros say that like that's ban-worthy on the level of China. So, you know, even like I think Japan is the interesting one. They actually do incredibly well. They're the best performing Civ. But the point I'm getting to here is, especially in the earlier rounds when these type of picks get let through, there's a fair point to be made that like the lower quality players, especially if they play against the high quality players, deceive the numbers. It's not the stats lie, people lie. So for me, you know, China definitely not weak. Right, I've had my opinions on China long enough, but Delhi, if they can find their way into Castle 8 and Zoo Tycoon gets installed on your PC, I will be ranting, molding harder than Crackety.
And getting to the level of Crackety, that's harder than getting to the level of Marine Lord in Age of Empires. Damn, KP. Big words here. Now, with Marine Lord here on the Delhi, we see, I would like to take a look at a second to just take a look at the spawns to see where we could see that level of oppression from these guys. Now, Lucifron, Marine Lord here, he's got a forward gold, but usually Delhi is not the one getting their gold pressured. It is usually the other civilization who has those issues. But China here, with a very nice position to get raided by Ghazi raiders from the front, quick in and out, without needing to take too much damage. This does feel like a pretty far forward gold, if I've ever seen one.
You know, like I was just thinking about this. This matchup, you know, for the Dark Age Rush, like we're in a Dark Age meta. These two civs never do it. It reminds me of when I watch a game between Byzantines and Malians. It's like, no one's gonna get Dark Age Rush. They just get their greed. So like, you have to focus beyond the age. The interesting part has been the motives that have been trying to Dark Age Rush Delhi with mixed results recently. But obviously Pro Scout's the priority here. This is one of the matchups which still keeps the residual effect of like Delhi sucking. If you remember when Pro Scouts was at its peak, Delhi started to lose a lot of value because Pro Scouts was too fast for them. This is one of those matchups that still has that element to it. So I am curious to see what Marine Lord sees as a solution, because Gorge has historically been a kind map to Delhi.
The thing is, like you said, with China, they just have Pro Scouts so quickly. But at the same time, they can produce horsemen so quickly with such a strong economy. So this does feel like a little bit of give or take. Marine Lord is going to need to do a lot of pressure. But with that, again, looking at the deer position, that is usually where you get your bit of information. Because with the deer spawns here on Gorge, we see that both the deer packs are on the same side. So once you do get control of that deer position, we saw what happened in the Rus game. It's very easy to snowball from there if you have a pretty heavy investment on that. At the same time, I feel like China, and especially a Chinese with 18 sheep, that is not going to be a China that's going to struggle for resources to be making units.
Yeah, and this is the versatility. Like, both these cities are great at this. Delhi have that double production with garrisoning scholars, and China just has the omni flexibility with the Imperial officials. I mean, the Imperial officials, you know what it's like? It's like gaffer tape. You know, just it fixes anything. Like, oh no, oh well, I've overgathered food. Let me just switch my Imperial official over, move over to wood, fix that in a second. Oh no, I need an army in 2 minutes. Imperial officials got me covered. They really do everything, and you know, it's crazy to think a long time ago, about a year and a half ago now, one of the devs was like, China should get those Imperial officials cheaper if they build the academy.
Because they really struggled. It's like the HRE with the Black Riders. At some point, people were just like, yes, this civilization, it doesn't have too much going for it. We should give it another little bit of an edge. But there's always a good reason for it. And I'm sure they had tested these especially well. But now, Mr. Lucifron here, he's getting enough of them wood to build a stable pretty soon. And same with Marine Lord now. We're going to be seeing, hopefully, some Ghazi on horseman action, as he does need to be slowed down. But Lucifron, he knows that Delhi has this ability to just produce units so fast. So he might just decide to be a little bit more conservative on these timings and rather invest in getting those early units to deal with the Ghazi raiders.
Yeah, and this is the thing, Ghazi, the beautiful thing, like, you know, I just described economically the omni wrench that is the Imperial official. It feels like for Delhi, the Ghazi is that. You know, we see these guys snipe out spearmen, we see them harass economy, we see them win main battles. It's the extra health, the extra damage. It just gives them a lot more flexibility and capability to survive. And I have to be real, we're in like a meta where, I don't want to say it's a horseman meta, but I feel like we're getting there. Ever since Knights of Cross and Rose came out and they improved the attack animation of ponies, you've seen a lot more horseman play than we ever have in the history of AoE.
And Lucifron, he knows this, of course, because we're playing against Delhi that make horsemen so quickly. Ghazi variety, of course. He realizes he's going to be oppressed for a long time. So it does look like he he invests into these scouts pretty early on, because he might realize that this is the only deer he's going to be able to get before he produces enough to handle these Ghazis. We see the Ghazi raider number already increasing quite a lot as Marine Lord is queuing up more. But at least from this, there should be about 3 deer that do make it back to the base, which is already quite a bit of a boost, because that's quite a bit of food that you're adding to your economy, ensuring that you can still make units non-stop. But for scouts, that usually doesn't bode too well if they're all stuck just looking at one side. Now, the spearmen, they're added here, but one of the scouts do go down.
Yeah, it's a little bit awkward there, losing one that early. An interesting thing, Marine Lord understood the importance of this Pro Scout timing for him as well. Like, if you check the mills, I believe he queued up in the Pro Scouts on the primary mill, even though he done that Delhi double mill opening. So, you know, sometimes you see it the other way around, where you just want the Eco Tech on your average gathering because your opponent isn't Pro Scouting. You'll just get it eventually, and it's an advantage. But here, it's just like China. If you don't have it as quickly as possible, you'll blink and all the deer will be gone.
And already picking up a scout kill like that with the spears, it looks like Marine Lord lost focus for a second. He's taking quite a bit of damage here on the Ghazis, losing another one. So one of the spears did pay the price, but that's definitely a worthy trade here for Lucifron, because now every single Ghazi he killed there just opens up his ability to go get the rest of those deer out there, because now there's going to be a lot less pressure. Losing those high-value units at this point, it feels pretty tough here for Marine Lord, and he knows this. But now with the archers, he's going to be able to push back these spears. He does need to be careful, though, because 3 horsemen on the field already. They are going to need their Ghazis. The Ghazis are going to need to be there for the archers if they dare step out. But you can see already denying those sacred sites. Lucifron knows the tempo, and he's ready for it.
Yeah, and the thing I'm keeping an eye out for here is blacksmith decks. So Marine Lord hasn't started a blacksmith yet, which is getting a little bit concerning now. China has this habit of just catching you off guard. And he did just see the first archers. That's like your warning bell, right? Like once that count goes up to 9, 10, China will have archery upgrade in 24 seconds. Whereas you got to take still over a minute, even with scholar scaling. So like I am keeping an eye on that because, if you ever want to improve on understanding tech timings, blacksmith timings in Age of Empires 4, these are probably the two best civs to play against at the highest level to understand when and how you should prioritize techs.
And I mean, with Delhi, you don't really have the same ability to change your mind as quickly, but at the same time, you get the double blacksmith, and you can get them at a decent time, though. But Lucifron, he's investing into the +1 range defense now because he saw that huge amount of archers. He knows how important this is going to be, especially with the horseman stacking that he's doing. Now, keep in mind, Marine Lord does have the ability to go heal up those Ghazis when they do take a bit of damage. So the horsemen here from Lucifron, when they go for a kill, they need to kill. They cannot just take a little trade because it's not going to work out for them that well.
And like still direct follow-up, and what makes it even more insane isn't just the rate at which they research these abilities, it's the fact that after he completed Undermesh, he got a third of what he needs to get the next tech, right? He got 64 resources back on 175 resource tech. That's what makes this such a fluid move. Steel Dagger about to kick in here, so Marine Lord needs to clear as many as he can. If that DPS increase kicks through, the horsemen are trying to target fight down, but great micro. Marine Lord just kind of stutter step covering it, moving one at a time to stop those horsemen getting on too many archers. Pushes them away, maintains sacred site control, and is soon to capture the third.
Now, it does look like Marine Lord finally added in that blacksmith himself, realizing he's going to need to do a little bit more than just numbers to fight against these. More horsemen in the queue, and we see Lucifron getting a lot more spears. With Marine Lord just investing in the Ghazis, the spears do feel like a pretty good answer. But again, you're playing against Marine Lord. Marine Lord is a man who is going to micro down as much as he needs to make those trades efficient. The thing is just with the numbers, we've seen what Lucifron can do in a normal old fight. And now with these sacred sites ticking, it does feel like Marine Lord has the choice of if he wants to transition into something a little different. And with the resources that he's floating now from the sacred site, he's got the gold in the bank. He doesn't even need to think about getting any more. He can keep producing scholars without investing any villager idle time doing so. I say idle time, but it's just worker time. Now they can just be invested elsewhere.
Yeah, and the organic thing is you get a lot of flexibility of what Marine Lord's doing. Once he has these sacred sites, it's not about just fast teching. It's not just about spamming scholars. Trade. You trade your way into more Ghazi. And so if your opponent tries to hold you in a headlock in feudal age, if you think about it, China's biggest edge, I think, when they play long feudal is actually bulking archers. They do it phenomenally well. You don't want to do that against Ghazi. Right? That's pure nightmare fuel. So Lucifron definitely has the right idea. It looks like he's trying to get ready for castle. He was definitely holding reserves for it. I mean, if this was an all-in, he would commit and even be trading the gold for food at this point.
Now, the slowdown here that we would see from someone usually going for castle does not seem to exist, as Lucifron is just producing so many units, and Marine Lord, he keeps producing those scholars as well. Now, with the scholar number increase already at 10 now, he is going to have a pretty good time here in fights, but the horsemen, they are getting a pretty cheap shot, and the spearmen are not in position, instantly getting picked off with this slowdown of units, as we now see Lucifron floating so many resources, but taking this fight pretty okay. The problem is just, I think he sacrificed too much here.
He sacrificed a lot, and to make matters worse, I think 6 archers were attacking scholars the entire time, which does nothing. This is actually what makes winning against early feudal so hard. It's not just the Ghazi, it's the scholars have 130 HP and take no bonus damage. So unless you're playing a French Cav, Civ, Rus with their Cav and second age heavy Cav, you don't have a way of reliably killing scholars. That's what made that look so clean. And tech up complete. Marine Lord does have to do some catching up. I wonder if he's just going to try to starve the map first here, though. If he wants to do that, he's probably going to have to add in spears, because as soon as China ages up, they're thinking about heavy Cav.
Now, what I love about this Marine Lord, it feels like he spent that gold elsewhere to get some other resources, as it doesn't seem to all have been invested on scholars. He did have all that extra gold from the sacred sites, but now with the Lancers out on the field, this is going to start to get a bit harder, but Ghazi Raiders deal pretty well with Lancers, especially in these numbers. Marine Lord, he realizes this. He doesn't mind taking a good old feudal deli fight against Castle China, especially once he knows that he shut down the pro scouting already. Pro scouting definitely delivered, but the amount of food he's now sacrificed in that last fight just means that these fights are going to be not too difficult for Marine Lord to take.
And we have got the classic Marine Lord macro if you have a look at the top. In a game where you want that gold, he's got that huge abundance here with... You know, I kind of love this about Marine Lord, though. Like, he does this all the time. And he makes it work. And I think that's kind of inspiring for a lot of people that are worried that they're just over-gathering wood. Because if you think about it, of all the resources you could just put more workers on, like queue workers onto and forget about, the tree line is the one, right? So... we'll see the reallocation. I think he just added in a farm cluster to try and pad himself. It's not a bad point in the game to do it, but my question mark is, like, what are we doing about Lancers? Like, is Ghazi going to be good enough to beat them? If he gets surrounds like this...
Yes. Especially with the numbers that he has here. But it does feel like the Ghazis are just trading up more effectively, which makes sense. These are Castle Age units. The problem is just they're running out of firepower. There's not enough of them to handle these Ghazi Raiders. And you can see they're just a move. They're not actually trying to target fire to do maximal damage. It feels like Lucifron here just losing a little bit of that momentum. Marine Lord building those farms, just like AP said, trying to get that food reallocated and the Ghazi Raider numbers up even more. Now, Marine Lord is nowhere close to Castle, but with that last fight he just took, he probably feels pretty confident staying in Feudal a little bit longer against those knights.
It goes back to another game where you talked with water, right? The idea that whoever techs up first loses. Or the other thing is if someone techs up ahead of you, don't just tech up. You're behind if you do that. Marine Lord read that perfectly, and Lucifron, I think he thought that he'd forced a rush tech in response, which is why he was rushing out into the field. Because if he had been in that situation, Marine Lord, it would look pretty grim right now. You know, he wouldn't have as many guards, as many archers. But just a great read. I think without getting recontrol on the sacred sites, rushing in Castle just didn't make sense for him. Now, after a fight like that, he can do whatever the hell he wants.
And with the amount of units he has on the field, we can already see the army value difference. It speaks for itself, but the destruction value, Marine Lord, like we'd say, is a destruction. He's just great at ensuring he takes those favorable fights, but these are hitting the spot right at the back. The Ghazi Raiders are trying to clean up the front lines here, but the Lancers are doing amazing work right now. It does look like this could be the one fight that Lucifron takes.
The numbers that even Stevens on the cavalry, this is not a good fight for the Ghazi anymore. A lot of them are already heavily injured. Lucifron, the fact that he's got high base damage units means you can't even tank with the scholars like you could have earlier when it was just horsemen. So Bale on the engagement sacks the scholars in the process. Lucifron says, I'm not done yet.
Problem is, there's a transition at the back, and that transition has just arrived. A few spearmen now here joining the fight. The question is just, did Marine Lord sacrifice too much that fight, losing all those Ghazi Raiders to these Lancers? Now 14 spears, part of this army, and Marine Lord being on farms, these do not feel as expensive, but at the same time, you're stuck in Feudal with your opponent already, I was going to say, sucking up the relics on the map, but not too aggressively.
He's trying, you know, he's got to take his time with it. You know, like, because the thing is, like, you know, if you suck them all up too quick, if you have that Hoover that's like, wow, look at this, has like 15,000 suck power. It just rips the carpet, you know. You gotta take your time with this, and it's same with the way you balance your economy. Like if he rushed out 4 monks, he wouldn't have the lancers to have pushed that back initially. I think Marine Lord was trying to originally hide the spears, by the way. I think he was trying to bait Lucifron to just commit only lancers and then reveal 30 spearmen and GG him. But Lucy forced the fight at the right time so he can learn and build into archers before it would be too much.
The problem is just those archers are going to take a while to get there, and one of the lancers to get picked up, it feels painful, but you have to ask yourself, does Lucifron have enough food to sustain this? While Marine Lord is slowly still stuck in Feudal, but for how long? That's the question. Because now getting another Sacred Site back, huge army, yet again. And now not an army that Lucifron has an answer for, because 4 archers are just not going to be able to clean up much, especially with the Ghazis also being there in the mix. Now the Spearman numbers from Lucifron has significantly decreased. He hasn't reinvested in these. And Marine Lord is still making Ghazi Raiders. So Ghazi Raiders, they are going to do a pretty good job at getting on top of those archers. And Lucifron is starting to become a little bit of a desperate man here, as we do see him out here on the berries. These villagers now idly running back to base, and he may not be able to pick up a kill here, but this does spell for some troubling times ahead.
Yeah, it's just the out of time. It's just really painful here. Marine Lord, especially considering securing Sacred Sites, that could be the opening he needs to go to the next stage. Continues to scale in the Ghazi at least. Dives coming in. The Spearman mass, a bit too big. Lucifron with just 13 archers, not feeling that threatening, but the 1 or 2 lances leaking in is going to extend the lead. In a situation where Marine Lord had already skipped workers, going to get worse for him. But Lucifron, just look at the running here. There's barely any wood to gather. The food isn't safe. The only thing that Lucifron actually has actively gathering optimally right now is that ball, which Marine Lord's now heading towards.
Now that army may be heading that way, but does he realize? It looks like he doesn't. Oh, never mind. He sees it in the fog of war. He sees
why would you say this so loudly?
No, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Lucifron. This one's on me, brother. Now, he does realize that there might be some sneaky villagers out here, but Lucifron at the same time trying to put a little bit of pressure down on the other side of the map. He picks up a few villages, got some from the wood line, but Marine Lord's about to make up for that.
Outpost is going to protect. That lance is going to go down. This one on the back farms eyes out a bit, but will die. And in the corner, was he trying to wall? He was against Archer.
Now, just getting a little bit of the focus fire there from the boys. He does get a little bit of these units who are just stranded at the back with the Ghazi Raiders now running elsewhere. We do see that Archer mass looking pretty strong here. And all of a sudden, Marine Lord still stuck in feudal. He's probably going to ask himself, how do I get to castle? What am I going to do? How am I going to answer against all these archers? Because the Ghazi Raiders that he has, again, very, very expensive. But we do see these lances extending a little bit too far. They do need to be careful because Lucifron, he's the man who's suffering for food. 29 food per minute now. He's a hungry boy.
I'm still baffled by that. Lucifron, the decision to try and wall in the corner, I think he panicked a little. Remember, against archers, that's kind of redundant. But the crazy thing is that if you look at the kill count and look at the worker count, you could say that all that difference is just taxman. It's not. Like, Marine Lord is definitely skimped on workers. So, I think that's important to highlight here sometimes. Not to be like, oh, Marine Lord has not played a perfect game. We know he can. It's the fact he hasn't been able to because the way that Lucifron's also been playing into it, right? That speaks volumes to the level of skill. Because sometimes it's easy to just look at a game like this as a spectator and just go, well, he didn't play perfectly. But you have to understand why. And Lucifron is one of the best players at keeping the pressure on, even when you think you've got him down.
Now, this does feel like Lucifron can quickly make a mistake here if he overcommits. And those Lancers are trying to be the front line, but Marine Lord just baited him out all the way back to the base. The Archers are getting surrounded by the Ghazis every step of the way, and they need to desperately focus down those Spearmen. The Lancers do not want to front line against the Spears. The Archer numbers are getting so thinned out.
It's not looking good.
But it does... Lancers, they take so much damage, KP.
I think he just has to leave the archers at this point, right? Like, losing the Lancers is way too expensive. And then the body blocks Marine Lord. He gets the trap! Pins him against the cav. That was the moment he was waiting for. And it's sunken cost fallacy. Lucifron didn't want to give over the last 6 archers. Ends up costing him, what, 3 extra Lancers? 4 extra Lancers? Definitely not worth it.
Now, Lucifron getting a few relics extra here as well. The archer reinforcements are here at the back of the base, and they are ready to do a bit of damage. But now, all of a sudden, Marine Lord's not asking himself the question we asked earlier. He doesn't need to get to castle. He's just making more Ghazis. He's going to do this a lot better now. And Lucifron, he's not making spears against these because he just knows that there's a huge archer mass that doesn't fear much.
Once upon a time in Age of Empires 4, the thought of playing feudal into castle this long. Well, there's a word for that. And Twitch chat likes to throw it around a lot. It was throwing. But nowadays, people have gotten so good at understanding this time, is understand the nuance that is a food transition. That they understand. You can win with mass. Marine Lord sends it into the main. Lucifron holding on by a thread at this point. Barely any food to access as the boar on the north side should run out soon. The Lancer line is holding firm for the moment. There are no spearmen here. It's the best possible fight that Lucifron could have got. And it's going to be enough to push Marine Lord away for the quintillionth time.
And now the Spearman numbers already just completely gone. Lucifron getting that little bit of food that he had now able to produce a few more Lancers to keep this going. But Keep in mind, Lucifron doesn't realize that Marine Lord may have skimmed out on a few villages during this game. So for him, this could still be a surprise when he gets to this point. But the Lancers now, they have to A-move. They can't just
no, not again.
right-click.
Not again. This keeps happening. This has been the entire game. If you had to choose one thing to summarize this game, it's been Ghazi strangleholding Lancers. That's the third time we've seen it occur. Lucifron resets. And I'm just going to say one thing, Warman. 20% extra. Any other Civ at this point would have ran out of food. That 20% extra is the thread that's been allowing Lucifron to keep getting Lancers.
And the taxes as well. Just the fact that you're able to pick those up when your gold is still available by this point and you've been actively mining it at 23 minutes. That's how you know the tax man, it's working. He doesn't fear much. The taxman is just a happy man. But now the Lancers are trying to find some eco damage because, again, like we said, the fact that Marine Lord has skimmed on the villagers is not a known fact to Lucifron. He knows he needs to do eco damage because he realizes in a normal game he might be a bit behind. And you can now see those units are desperately running back to base and he needs to get farms ASAP. He's got a few. But how long are they going to be enough against this Marine Lord army that he's now facing? Now enough spears to take those fights a lot better than we saw before. Because now 13 Lancers, they're still not going to do that great against 23 spears that we see here. But 5 relics in the bank of Lucifron.
Oh, yeah.
He's going to be pretty happy with that.
Yeah, another thought is like Lucifron's getting to the army size where if the Spearman wave gets too big, you can just add in 2 or 3 Springolds. Sounds kind of crazy against Ghazi until you realize just how many Lancers he still has. And I think, is he setting up farms himself? I think Lucifron's now adding in farms. They're not going to be pretty ones because he doesn't have granary access. Yeah, it's normie farms.
At least it's a little bit of food, KP. He just needs to feed the village a little bit. Now, the problem with that wood line as well is all of a sudden you're actually losing access to what could be farms. And all of a sudden, you're going to need to expand to parts of the map that you definitely do not want to be on. And Marine Lord, he's got the food in the bank. We can see the food income pretty stable, and most of it just from farms.
Is this a sandwich? And if so, what's the filling? Marine Lord, it looked like he was trying to invite Lucifron in there. Ballsy maneuver. Lancers, they discover it early. Marine Lord, he tries to plow past him. Good reactions out the Spaniard. The problem is the same as we saw in this area last time. The archers are too slow. They bog down the retreat. They force him to stand his ground with the Lancers, and it allows Marine Lord to once again catch up, reset it, and continue to build a bigger military lead.
The difference now is he's got the gold in the bank to actually go feud off to go castle if he so preferred. Those Lancers taking okay trades as far as running into spearmen are concerned, but the spearmen numbers are still there. And Lucifron is now desperately trying to make archers at 300 food per minute. He doesn't want to be making these. He wants to be farm transitioning, but every bit of wood he's got is also going into those. Now the archers being picked off too. The Lancers desperately trying to get back, and he constantly making these types of mistakes is what is going to ensure Marine Lord stays in this.
Deja vu. I've been in this place, but no one else want to go there. I don't know why. I just got the instinct to start singing out Initial D after that one because I feel like we are just watching the same thing play over again and again. And you keep thinking there has to be an end in sight. But the weird part is like both of them have continued this farm transition. It hasn't been a clear one-up. Marine Lord undoubtedly with the eco lead in that department, though. You got to start favoring him. You know, Lucifron, it's crazy to say that we've got 11 Lancers, but look at those health bars. These boys ain't pretty.
Now, there are some healing available at the back of the map, but it feels like he's just putting these so far out, they're never going to see the light of a bit of healing. These Lancers now getting on top of the archers as the spearmen have been thinned out, and Marine Lord hasn't remade those spears. He's just making more Ghazis and more archers. It feels like there's this constant switch in Marine Lord's composition that keeps Lucifron on his toes too, but he realizes, I just need to keep making archers to make this work. But 280 food per minute doesn't make that pretty.
Well, like, the problem here is, right, do I go Spearman? Well, your opponent has archers. Difficult. It's the same flaw as, like, Lancers can be tricky to your opponent can build spears, but at least you have really good archers, so he doesn't want to do that. So what does that leave? Palace Guard? I know some people are going to throw that one out. I've watched Palace Guard against Ghazi. It's actually kind of depressing. Ghazi do surprisingly well. And the other problem is it doesn't alleviate your concern. Lucifron has a food issue, not a gold issue. You go Palace Guard when you have a gold issue because it's cheap, 25. When you've got all the gold in the world, which he does with 5 relics, you do Lancers because it's closer to 50% food, 50% gold.
And he can finally make a play for these sacred sites as well, which is kind of good because you're also denying your opponent that little bit of gold trickle that he's had as well. We can see that Lancer getting healed up, the fight of the horses, and the Lancer will prevail as he does have a little bit of healing available to him. But the archer number from Lucifron now, keep in mind, these are Castle Age archers. They do okay against these Ghazis. And yes, they got surrounded, but now we're getting to the point of 34 archers where all of a sudden a Ghazi surround doesn't feel as scary. Sure, you're still going to clean them up, but you're going to need a lot of Ghazis to make this work. We see those Ghazis melting quite a bit here. Now he's still target firing those spears as much as he can. Ooh, I say that as he's just focused on the Ghazis too. He knows the power of these, and he is doing a great job at killing this. It doesn't look like Marine Lord has shut down Lucifron just yet.
No, I was doing like my singing exercises, getting ready to sing Deja Vu at people again because that was close to being a repeat. But Lucifron, he didn't take the bait. He didn't commit the Lancers too soon, considering it was mostly spears. Marine Lord, though, the amount of farms is getting out of control. He just walled this area. I think his farm count must be... Is he have like 40 farms now as Delhi? That's kind of crazy for feudal age Delhi. Lucifron is going to mirror him here. So 46 farms for Delhi in feudal age. You don't say that often.
The problem is, with those farms, he's getting a healthy set of income, but the units he's making, they're not going to be able to fight against these Castle Age units from Lucifron forever. And you see those archers just absolutely destroying as well. The problem is still, Marine Lord may have baited him quite a bit further. The Ghazi numbers, they are decreasing significantly, though. And it does feel like a pretty heavy fight. Lancers not connecting. Like you said, they are just pulling back. But every little cheap shot they get is expensive because, again, the food eco is just not all there for Lucifron just yet. But it seems like food eco he has, it's enough.
For now, that was a bit worrisome for a second. You know, he's A-clicking down the Ghazi, which isn't a bad idea with veteran archers with +2 damage, but min the spears just kept the Lancers out of the affair the entire time. So it looks like he has finned the Horde. Lancers can commit in now. Maybe a bit prematurely, though. There's still a decent amount of spearmen here. Lucifron will be able to stand his ground here. It's not a full forced retreat necessarily with so few Ghazi. I guess he's hesitant because you never know how many Cav are coming behind this. His food income is still substantially worse off than Marine Lords.
Now, I absolutely love this whole archer play, but at the same time, Lucifron just adding one Lancer in here and there because of their price. But you can see the food is stabilizing at around 1,000 now, and this is okay for China. This is not an awful position. We see those normal farms.
We don't want to look at those. Those are legal. All right, like and there's a Chinese player in chat right now that's probably vomiting at that. When do you ever see China build mills for anything other than pro scouts and berries? It's crazy to think this happened in this game, but you know, Lucifron, dare I say, he's cracked the egg. Like, has he achieved it? It's wild to think we could be in this position. I mean, Marine Lord does have a slight eco lead, but the relic gold makes up for that. And now 60 archers at this stage. The Ghazi are just trickling into their death. It's now ironically the Chinese with this sacred site timer ticking down to try and boot Delhi out of this game.
And Delhi, 31 minutes into the game, is still in feudal, is not something I had on my bingo card today. But these Lancers, the numbers are constantly thinning. We can see them going down, and Marine Lord, he realizes these Ghazis are just not hitting the way they did before. The problem is now all of his food also being on one side. These guys are going to start getting raided, and these fights are going to get worse and worse for him. Now, another Lancer in queue. Lucifron's army is getting scarier and scarier, and he's still pretty fine in every part of the income. He's living a good life, and those Lancers are now going to be disrupting the food economy here from Marine Lord.
Just think about how scary this game must be from Lucifron's POV when you're building mass archers like this. Like, if Marine Lord had been teching at any stage, if just one War Elephant comes out, the whole plan gets reset. The balls, the cojones on this man to just full device send it with archers only, essentially. Those archers are going to get cut off, though. This wall kind of griefing him. Lucifron may have overextended somewhat into this area. But Marine Lord, there's weird problems emerging. Did you notice what just happened to his food income? Down from almost 2k to 1,000 a minute.
And the problem is the archer trickle is not slowing down. We see he's killing a lot, but there's still so many on their way. And the trickle is different for Lucifron because his are Castle Age ones. And there's a Lancer in the mix every now and again, just slowing him down more and more. Marine Lord desperately trying to use his gold to stay in this too, as we see that gold just decreasing every single time. And it's not because of scholar spend. It's because he's actually reusing that gold and repurposing it, most likely as food, as that food income is now under 1k and Lucifron has finally taken over. A total of 2 Lancers soon to be on the field, which is actually pretty wild. Woo! We've got horse!
I mean, this feels like horse in the 21st century. There's not many of them. We've done too many wars with them, and well, you see why there's not many of them when they die like this. The Ghazi, I think we just reached that point. Marine Lord's stuck in a bind, just trickling Ghazi that insta-die. They don't absorb more than 1 volley of arrows, compared to the Lancers that at this stage can easily take 3, 4, more in fact, considering they're only taking 1 damage from each one of these feudal archers. Marine Lord stands his ground for what looks like it could easily be the last time in this game. Lucifron on the verge. He does it. He evens us up. It is not a fluke. That game 1 beginning, he loses water twice, but he's starting to prove that he may be the Lord of Land.
Now, having a game like this feels pretty tough for Marine Lord, because Marine Lord baited so many mistakes out of Lucifron, and I absolutely love that. I love seeing that at this top level, players can force one another to make mistakes. Marine Lord showed exactly that, but Lucifron, he did the same back, giving Marine Lord that false sense of confidence, pulling him back into his base, and then just turning it around, realizing exactly what he needed to actually take those fights even into a group of Ghazis. We see that military value lead. It was in the hands of Marine Lord, up and down, until he overcommitted just that slight bit. And after that, it's just downhill.
Yeah, Marine Lord, I mean, I think I've noticed in the past, he's a very big fan of just like sticking to Delhi feudal long term. I don't know if you noticed that as well. Like, he's a very big fan of just trying to edge it out in the second age. It makes sense. It's a snowball sieve for age 2. But props to Lucifron. It really looked like several different points in that game he was going to be starved out of this one.
Now we are going to take a look at some of these best moments. That little Lancer trying to raid around. You can see those Lancers, they caused a bit of idle time, but they didn't get a lot of kills. Marine Lord here killing a bunch more villagers in this stage of the game. Now the question is just, was it worth it for him to forego some of these villagers that he was making to just keep getting that military going? And at what point did it cost him the game? Because that eco from Lucifron just keeping up with this, it feels like this was the differentiating factor as well.
Yeah, you know, he was on the verge of breaking Lucifron multiple times, it felt like. It reminds me of when people play Phrygian Marshes and you do a full feudal dive against a castle up. And you kill like 15 of the workers, but then you start losing all your army and you're like, okay, did I kill him? Have I won the game? And then you feel a need to recommit. And it's one of those things, you know, it's like getting in debt. And you get, you know, like not the memes, but like the depressing situation where like someone's using a credit card to pay for the credit card to pay for the credit card. It's that type of feeling to it when you miss that hit in the feudal age. And I wonder, looking back, Marine Lord thought that there was like a moment where he could attack on land from the flanks, right? Just like go in and actually hit the economy instead of trying to win these direct fights.
Because at some point, those feudal age units are just not going to be hitting the same way. Now, guys, honestly, what I'm really excited for as all these units are falling like flies in front of us, and we see that overcommitment here from Marine Lord into the Lancers under the TC and the Archers being the next target, we see a Byzantines versus Mongols coming up. And honestly, this is one of my favorite matchups, and I love that it's an all-time because I've been playing this on ladder all the time, and I'm loving it because I feel like there are so many things that Mongols gets to do, and Byzantines, they have to react properly to this. I feel like this early game is such a skill differentiating question for most of us, but I guess we'll see with the pros what the right answer is going to be, and if that tower rush is going to land, if it is even the choice of weapon here from a Mongol player.
I'm glad you clarified it was the matchup and not the map. So I was like, uh-oh. Wildman's back full in English swing for a second there. If it's all about the hype for Altai. I don't know if I like where this one is going, but guys, you just got to take a moment to appreciate this. Marine Lord now in one series has lost infinitely more games than he has up to this point. 2 games dropped. It looked grim on the water, but Lucifron has finally been able to turn that Lucifron upside down. I'm excited for this because with how he's been playing on land, there is only land maps left, Woman. So, in theory, the realms where Marine Lord has been favored have now passed.
Well, you say favored, but I feel like both of these players, they're just showing us the top level Age of Empires. And honestly, I am so proud of Lucifron because after he failed to qualify for the Masters of Steel LAN, it was an end of an era for us. But he says, I'm back. Guys, watch me. And this is the type of gameplay you expect from someone who missed the top 8 and now getting up here, already qualified into top 3 minimum. This man is brought his A game, and I'm so excited to see what this looks like. And I see there in chat, people are asking, what is the favorite matchup in this? Honestly, guys, I would say this depends on the spawn, because if you get a spawn where 2 of your critical resources are next to each other, it feels like the Byzantines need to commit just a little bit harder to get those to safety. And the thing is, Mongols can deny that just that little bit quicker because of the double spearman production in Dark Age. And the question is just, do we just go on different resources? How do we allow this to snowball? We'll see what they say, because honestly, I know you guys are all Conk 3 in Twitch chat and YouTube chat. You guys are around Conk 1, right? So you might know the answer, but they have a different answer all the way up there in Conk 7. So we'll see what the boys tell us to do. But KP, you cast these types of games all the time. Do you ever get to see Mongols versus Byzantines?
Sorry, it's just when you said you cast these games all the time, I thought about all the Altais recently, and it kind of broke me. Yeah, we see a lot, not so much Mongol versus Biz anymore. It used to be a classic one where Mongol players got baited into thinking they just won because Biz they would overcommit into like guarding. And that was true. The Limitane meta of Solution was bad for Byzantines because they ran out of food. So like Mongols would just drain them. But nowadays it's different. We've got new builds, we've got Hippodrome to consider. We head into Altai. Mongols for Lucifron up against Byzantines for Marine Lord. And you know what excites me about this map, Woman? It's not like Altai used to be. You know, you have to think about the Mongol rush, but you also have to think about the feudal follow-up, because this map does feature a way of getting extra stone for a civ that uses it for aggression.
Now, the other thing I want you to notice, KP, is that food spawn, because you mentioned something about starving people out and ensuring that you just produce more and shut them down, but you spawn with a deer pack. And usually that makes things a little bit harder. The problem is, Marine Lord, he may have gotten a Marine Lord spawn here with the berries and the gold to the back. He did not get one with the deer. So the deer is definitely not going to be his infinite food source that he needs. And we'll see the sheep count pretty soon on this as well with Marine Lord to see if he's going to be able to outproduce this in the early stages. As we see that barracks finally coming down. And this is going to be an aggressive Lucifron moving on out to be a nuisance.
It's a Hippodrome game. So, this was the classic solution for Biz players. Oh no, my berries. But if I eat them, I mean, you can still get some value though, because if you drop an outpost on the back, you block berries deer, and then you aggro front. The other cool thing that I was alluding to with this map is there are point of interest in the corner of Altai that generate stone. So opening spears but not getting your Dark Age rush you're looking for isn't the end of the world. Lucifron could turn that into a nice little extra economy if he comes back to his side afterwards and just captures the stone generator.
That feels like a healthy amount of sheep, though. And as a Mongol player, when I have my TC on top of the deer, and now I have 8 sheep just trailing to the back, I don't feel the need to go home. I don't need to go home. I've got all the food in the world right there in my base, and those villagers finally getting pulled off of wood, finally going for a little bit of food, and we see spearman production is underway. 2 for now, another one being added. So he's going to keep this going, but the Hippodrome is already on the way. And this is just going to mean that he's going to look for some aggression on the other side. The question is just, where's he going to find that aggression? Because he's got pretty safe gold. He's got pretty safe food. The only thing he's going to be able to target is an uwu and some woodline.
Yeah, I mean, the uvu's really far up, though. It's a kind of a depressing spawn. Like, you say only the woodline, only the uvu. Think about how you make the world go round in Feudal Age. It is wood. Lucifer made a pretty ballsy choice here to choose the gold and the deer. In fairness, like, he didn't have a good option, actually. Like, his spawn is kind of subtly bad, if you think about it. It's like, you get food and gold, and that sounds really good. But your tree line's unguarded, your stone is unguarded, and your backup wood lines are really, really far off. So, like, with the Hippodrome build, if Marine Lord just opens, say, archers here, I think he's in a really good place.
Question is just if he is going to be able to do anything with archers, if they are able to arrive in time to shut this down, because Lucifer just needs a little bit of wood to be able to make a stable. And then he already has all the answers he needs to make a Keshik or two and shut down anything, because even with the Hippodrome, you do not want to trade those horsemen into Keshiks. I've learned that the hard way. I thought to myself, oh, I could take this. No, no, you cannot. Do not have that false sense of confidence. It is pretty tough. And we already see him pulling over those villagers to wood because he realizes this is not going to be an infinite resource. This is going to be very limited edition. But now we've got our little house, or our little Byzantine mercenary house coming on in, and we'll see what the choice of weapon here is. KP, do we get some Keshiks, or are we going to play it safe?
You'd be surprised by Keshiks. It doesn't often feel good to build the unit against the Civ that can build more of them. You know, that's like the extreme. That's like playing Counter-Strike, and you being like, you know, Silver. You're like, I'm gonna just ego peek Stewie 2K. Which is a pro level player. It's like, no. It's like queuing in the Beastie is like, well, I'm clearly just gonna like play the late game against him, or like Doom is another example. I'm just gonna go to late game against them. You probably want to lean to some cheese instead. So I'd expect it to probably be, you can do lombos on a map this linear, and boom, there you go. Yeah, queues it up. The thing that is interesting, like we talked about him opening arches. Now with the lombo there, you don't do it. What you do here actually is I think you maybe just neglect the Hippodrome and go Limitane Lombo. Because if the wood is a problem for Lucifron, he can't solve Limitane at all.
Yes. That's true, because he's going to need to make units that cost any amount of wood. The problem is just when you do have Keshiks, you have an answer to most of what your opponent is going to be doing. We did see him spend a significant amount of resources there, but I did not see any unit coming on in or an upgrade. So I'm really excited. Oh, we do see it coming from the stable. It's not showing up in the UI, but something is being made for. Oh, there we go. The Keshik boys.
Yeah,
the
so double production doesn't show. Okay, that's interesting. Whoops. I just heard cow break song in the background.
Custom UIs, they're great, but they need to be tweaked to anything, and those double Keshiks are going to be making a big difference.
I mean, don't you just make them drink a vodka shot every time they discover one of these? By the end of the day, you're just like you ever played GTA and you go get drunk in the bar and you have like the swirly effect? Like that'll be the camera work at the end of the day after the shots challenge. But interesting, Lucifron, was he out here to capture this for the stone timing? I think he was. We'll get away just the nick of time, but Marine Lord, he's not going to make it that easy.
The fact that Marine Lord was this fast with the reaction, he knew his limits and he instantly pulled back. Absolutely love this, but that's a lot of horsemen. I say this, and then I just curse the horseman. I'm sorry, guys. It happened again. I will not say this again. Marine Lord, he's not perfect. He loses one horseman. Finally, the first mistake of his pro career. And I might have just jinxed it yet again.
The first ever mistake of Marine Lord's career. He has never dropped the series in an unfortunate fashion. He's never failed before, right? You know, because to be real with you, it would take something magical to beat Marine Lord.
Something like a Keshik raid on top of longbows. Just pretty good surround here, but the Keshiks do look like they have a right-clicked and do not take the trades as favorably. But keep in mind, guys, he's got the Hippodrome. He's healing up those horses. But the Keshiks, they also heal for every hit they do. So he does lose one, but the trade looks to be even on paper. But in reality, He's got one longbow left, and that is a limited edition unit from his side. So,
Limited edition,
not an
is it
even
like-
trade. Limited edition, because he needs oil. We don't have unlimited of those bad boys. We need to produce them with oil.
But if you look on his underside, underneath his shirt, if it says 1 of slash and he's hollow, you can make a lot of money off of him. So just stick him in a case at home. Yeah, I think that was really well played by Lucifer. He understood correctly that, you know, the thing that's going to kill him at the tail end of the fight isn't the horseman. He can run away from that. When he's got heavily injured Keshiks, it's the Lombos that are going to give him the kick to the jugular. So erasing them is just smart. On top of that, as you said, you can't rescale it quickly if you're Marine Lord. But like, I'm still surprised we haven't seen spears at all. You know, Marine Lord, it does feel like an ego chow to just try and do raw ponies into Keshiks, but it has forced Lucifer to add in a lot of spearmen. Spearmen that are right now choosing poor fights.
The spearmen, though, baiting out the Hippodrome activation, it does feel like you did get some a little bit of extra value in all of this, but the villager
Wait.
does not
He
get
killed the
spotted.
scout. Was that intentional? He killed the scout, so that doesn't get seen. That's kind of sick, actually. And by the way, like the Hippodrome, the interesting thing is like it was only 4 seconds, so he kills 4 spearmen. He gets like the duration back somewhat. It's not the worst thing, but what is a bit depressing for him is the fact that this guy, I mean, he has no right to be alive.
This guy worked hard. He deserves it, KP. If you survive an onslaught with all those horses hiding away in your little stealth forest afterwards, this man has worked for his life. The problem is now, this is a heavy horseman army. And I'm seeing 10 Keshiks. Now, guys, if you are an armored horse, you do not mind taking a fight against a normal old horse. And you can see those fights are not going well. Marine Lord right now, he's getting another set of longbows next, but again, limited edition ones. And they do not do too well against the Keshiks, especially with those Keshiks now getting +1 ranged armor. They're going to be taking some very heavy fights very confidently.
Oh, Lucicon, could he do it? Could he take the lead from behind? March ahead in this one. I mean, the position looks good in this. The deer being gathered is never a good look for Byzantines, especially when the horseman count is not that big. And I still just go back to wondering, like, why does Marine Lord not want Limitane? Now it probably makes sense. Like, at this point, if you switch Limitane, Lucifer has enough map control to gather wood. But earlier on, I think maybe Marine Lord, like, we've seen him win deep in tournaments, crucial games with Triumph. Did he overvalue it? Did he think it would make him triumphant here?
Well, if you're going up against double counter of your units, triumphant abilities do not result in the triumph themselves. But now, Marine Lord is not even thinking about the usual feudal fights, as we see that he's floating a lot of resources, and he's thinking about some other spicy place, but the horses are getting a decent connect here. They need to try and push this back, because now 5 villages are about to be the next target. Longbows trying to fight down these spearmen, but the Keshiks are doing so well at cleaning up this tower, and those villagers need to be so careful, because if he loses that amount, he's pretty much cooked.
He needs to find a moment, just tap repair. This is getting low, but he's maximizing damage at the moment, and it is working for a moment at least. The triumph. The Keshik line is being thinned. The spearmen are all but dead. The villagers are actually going to run away in that moment. Marine Lord skirts it to get out. Few Keshik spearmen left alive, and we're going to have to check that system, because I think he might have had Presidium on. Hence why the outpost lasted that long. It was on. What a sick play out, Marine Lord, to minimize the lost timing on that outpost, to keep himself alive for a potential age up at the end of this dive.
Now, the problem is with these Keshiks, they're armored. They don't mind a little bit of TC fire, and there's more coming. So the spearmen, they may have been cleaned up. These villagers are trying to fight back, but they're doing so much damage against them.
It's so much idle time. It's so much idle time right now. It's a bit of a panic. Like, you can see Marine Lord is reluctant to add in more units with the way he's holding his macro. But he has to. You just can't. You can't greed this anymore, right? Lucifron, he's even moved the Deerstone up to get the new troops in quicker.
And you know, a Mongol feels confident when he moves those landmarks up all the way.
Oh,
now,
yeah.
Getting that bonus out of the normal old base, you feel pretty good getting your military units there to run around and do the damage they need. Villagers now also taking more damage. Those Keshiks healing up with every hit. And now from 2 sides, that TC is fully stacked, and nobody else is getting in.
Yeah, you've gone from all-in to raid again if you think about the way the Keshish is playing. And you know what the crazy thing about Luceron is? That's where he's best. I wouldn't say he's the best all-in player. You give that crown to his bro out of the two of them. But raiding is where Luceron has been king. The question mark is whether he can now find a way to follow suit into the next stage. He got some eco damage done, but we all know those sippy cups, those cisterns, make up for a 6 villager deficit easily.
Now, the 6 villager deficit might also just be a little bit of a mental thing here as those Keshiks keep on charging in. Because once you've lost 7 vills, it feels pretty hard to keep this momentum going. He sees this age up though, and he knows that this is a good moment to attack, getting to the backline again and getting rid of those limited edition longbows and ensuring he cleans this up. This is important for him. And you see those Keshiks being split like that. He's got a few on the longbows and the rest of them on the horses because he knows if I get these guys down, my spearmen are going to be able to take fights a little bit longer. Now, the Golden Horn Tower finishing up. It's going to start producing longbows, but it's going to need a lot of time to do so.
Yeah, but a level 4 system, not as much time as you'd think. About 1 minute 45 for 5 longbows is pretty crazy. The villager loss is the bigger problem. Marine Lord, there's nowhere safe to go here. This greedy mother ducker did not get wheelbarrow. Lucifron is now 1 game away from providing the upset after upset to be the first through to grand finals.
Finally, getting someone to show Marine Lord he's not all that every single time. The only 3 games he's lost this tournament to Lucifron, showing him exactly what early game aggression is supposed to look like.
At least he can say if the Spanish bros he might end up losing to is the one that sounded French, but I'm getting worried for Marine Lord, man. Lucifron just seems to have him kind of checkmated on these early tempo timings. I think that's been the difference here, is that Marine Lord has really staked his claim on being a player that takes a slight lead and then is calculated about it. We hear it in interviews all the time. If I'm just like 2% ahead, I can turn it into a bigger advantage. You know, like, he isn't getting that 2%, Marika. He got it on water. He hasn't had it once on land. Lucifron is so good with his first 15 minutes and controlling the game. It's an iron vice grip.
Now, with a map like Frisian Marshes, we're going to need to see that grip hold on tightly, because it's one of those where you easily overinvest into one thing and it can snowball so quickly. But just like we saw on this map now, with all these trades, Lucifron knew when to commit, he knew when to pull back, and I think that's just what these two players have been showing us in every single game we've watched. Every single time, a little bit of an overstep is a force from your opponent to just ensure that you make a small bit of a mistake. And Marine Lord, by this point, not having a barracks out, I feel like this could have been a little bit of a turning point for him. Getting a few limited Nayandir, ensuring the Keshiks are not just free to roam and to kill. That triumph ability is not going to substitute a good old spearman into the horseback.
Yeah, like, I think thinking back on that one, for me, it was... We said it very early, like, why not just Limitane this spawn? You know, if you have Spearman out of the gate, I'm not even sure the Lucifron gets to dictate terms, but it's almost like the tunnel vision of, yo, this tech is really good, this Hippodrome Triumph is really strong. It can bait you sometimes, even the best players in the game. It sounds insane. You know, you're taking a 9 damage unit and increasing its damage by almost 50% with +4 and healing, and you chase better. What's not to love, but Lucifron, man, he peeled it back like a monkey would a banana. It looks so simple for him. But will he be able to ape the HRE out of this is really the question. I mean, Ottomans have been growing in popularity in this map. It looks so good, and I'm sure you've seen it, Warman. These new meta builds with the Imam Aura on top. Ottomans isn't about late game anymore. It's about that first 20 units.
And what I absolutely love about Ottomans is they just have so many cards that they can pull in this matchup. If they stay long enough in Feudal, they just get to get another Vizier point. That's the great thing about the Civ. So now you pull out your Imams to ensure you can heal up your army. But the question is, can they do this against HRE? Because HRE is the Civ that has men-at-arms in Feudal. And now... usually, I'm sure everyone has experienced this. You play against HRE and all of a sudden there's 20 men-at-arms. The thing is just, Ottomans doesn't allow that because they will cut off your gold. Especially with the golds being so far out, you're not going to get a safe one. If they are active and present on the map, it snowballs pretty quickly, and you're not going to be able to just produce the units that are so hard to kill. And what I love about Ottomans as well with the Mechters, once your HRE opponent just invests in archers, the Mechters are just like, hey guys, listen to my song, you have +2 range defense, and hello, did you see my Sipahis yet? And all of a sudden, you have a lot more problems. So we'll see what the HRE man can do here, but I have a feeling we're going to be seeing a lot of action. And both these civilizations have some Dark Age potential.
To quote an always enjoyable man from Dota 2 called Lacoste, bang your drums, bang them up. And the meta really feels like it is screwing you over that hard in the feudal age. It's the versatility. You know, if you feel a little bit outnumbered by mass melee armor +2 melee is crazy in H2. Even the ranged armor +1 doesn't sound like a lot, but against a 5 damage unit, it's a world. And if you're snowballing a win, attack speed from Chase Town. I mean, it's just phenomenal, the tools that the Ottomans have in their arsenal. In some ways, they can feel linear at times, but that linearity doesn't matter when it's as powerful as this Imam opening has become.
That Imam, for those of you, I love to over-explain stuff. So, guys, give a second for the wham explanation. With the
you
Imams,
got to do the history of Imams, like founded back in the 12th century, and that's the next step. But go.
Oh yeah. I need to get there. I need to get on Bella level of knowledge to be able to reach that. But for now, with the Imams, you're just forcing your opponent to take trades that they don't want to take, because getting that many units out in the early game, it is expensive. And those Imams healing up your army in feudal age, that means if you do not kill a unit, they're going to come back and haunt you at full HP. But Lucifron opening here, not with a barracks, but with a military school. Good old Ottomans from the day they were released. Wonderful. What a wonderful day to be alive.
Oh, yes. And what an interesting situation we have here. Upper bracket finals, game number 6. And the score does not lie. Lucifron, after taking a 9-month break away from Age of Empires 4, is in the upper bracket finals, 1 game away from grand finals. And what a way to do it would be to beat Marine Lord in the process. And Ottomans, it's kind of funny thinking about these two civs, Warman. HRE one side, Ottomans the other. If you think about these two civs a year ago, polar opposites. HRE, OP, Ottomans, why would you pick it? Nowadays, I wouldn't be surprised to see the majority of pro players putting Ottomans above HRE in their tier lists.
HRE had a place in the meta where they just had too many things that they could fall back on. But Ottomans, it just has more answers to that of HRE. So I think HRE in most meta, or in most matchups, they're still doing pretty well. But players know what to pick into it. Players know how to shut a little bit of the HRE prowess down. So I think the more players get to this high level and are competitive in that top 8 spot sphere, we're going to be seeing HRE just not be that dominant anymore. Because you still see HRE being in a pretty good spot in every other scenario. When you do have the top 16 or the top 30 compete, HRE is still a very, very strong civilization. But when you get to these top level games, there are answers to these. And these guys have perfected them. Marine Lord now getting the Arcane Chapel. So no, we will not be seeing any Minework shenanigans, Twitch chat. I know you guys were rooting for this, but he's playing it safe. He needs that eco boost. Yeah.
I feel like I can count on one hand when I've seen him do it. Like if this was B or Anatan, one of the players we'll be playing later today, you see Minework more than Arcane. But Marine Lord still trusts in this landmark. And it's interesting, you've got to focus on economy here. You know, a lot of people look at this and go, well, doesn't HRE just win because they have more resources? The deceptive part is those imams we'll be seeing coming down the line. And, you know, a man once said, feudal healing is OP. Do you know who said that?
Ooh.
Me.
Oh.
It's broken. It's like, if you think about it, for the history of AoE4, there's always been this leak through. At launch, it was the chivalry French knights people hated. We had the herbal medicine from the Delhi, if you remember. More recent times, it's been the Ottomans as well as the dervish play from the Ayyubids that's given them a lot more leeway than other civs would get.
Now, this is an interesting spot to be in because a lot of people would say that, hey, it's not that big of a deal if my opponent does have the healing. But the difference comes in when you stay in a prolonged feudal fight. If you're able to stop your opponent from going to Fast Castle or getting to a point where they can take down those units. And I think that was maybe the differentiating factor. Because for a long time, those feudal healing civs, they didn't have the pushing ability to shut down fast castle civilizations. And fast castle just means that your feudal healing does not mean as much when the units hits twice as hard. But all the players now understanding, hey, I need to be aggressive in feudal. I can't just let my opponent get there. It's already changing that meta into something that is a little bit more manageable. Now, Twin Minaret Madriz coming on in as well. And this just ensures that he's going to be able to sustain a lot more of that food eco than most, especially with this map being so difficult to get food out of if you don't have the full control. But we see that first archery range coming in, and we've seen this from HRE. HRE archers, absolutely disgusting.
Yeah, they just snowball it so well, especially with Arkan. It's funny, actually. I think Arkan is obvious for archers, but I think Mine Work is also underrated because of the timing. Getting Steel Down and Undermesh just so fast snowballs a lead, but you know, it comes back to what we talked about Marine Lord. I think Mine Work is for people that like to try and exacerbate their lead in the early game. You know, I win one fight, let's win the next one even bigger. Marine Lord is the calculated, methodical man of Age of Empires 4. I win small, and then in 50 minutes, I would have won big because of it. So Arkan makes more sense for him because of it.
Now, Marine Lord also going for this dock play, it's a little bit risky, of course, because now you've invested 150 resources into something that doesn't instantly pay off. It's going to need a little while, especially with Lucifer now going for a Sabahi, most likely just from that military school, but we see a lot of them on wood. So he will most likely be able to produce a lot of things soon as the stable now comes out too. And slowly but surely, that Sabahi mass is going to make quick work of a few archers. So Marine Lord, he needs to think about what he is producing next. Are we going to see some horses or just good old spearmen?
I mean, horses is how it all went wrong before, right? I don't think we want to do that again to ourselves. Infantry definitely makes a lot of sense for HRE, where they get a lot of lean advantage. Obviously, it makes you a bit slower to the point that your opponent could be setting up docks. A little bit surprised Lucifer didn't try to creep that, by the way. I thought he might just go to the back corner and do some docks himself, but we saw in game one, if you think about it, when Marine Lord took an economical approach, Lucifer went all in. And with the Vizier point just ticking, we get confirmation of it happening again. Imams just entered the field.
Now, the double dock here from Marine Lord is also a pretty hefty investment. Now, it is going to allow him to get food from both ponds. But the question is just, is he going to actually get anything from this once that push starts? Because with that double imam, you usually see the heavy push follow right after. And this is still a pretty heavy investment on just archers. Now, Sabahi's being produced constantly, and we don't see that second military school just yet. And it doesn't look like Lucifer is going to be heading towards that either, as he's not putting anything on stone. He's going to be producing units, just good old units from original buildings.
Whoa. Could you imagine that? Good old units, original build. Wouldn't be me passive producing into Sabahi plays every day of the week. Such a nice comp to scale. And, you know, if you think about you mentioned earlier, HRE has like the Men at Arms get out of jail free card in some matchups. This is not one of them. Sabahi would erase you without the meta because they can kite you so easily. But if you do go too hard into ranged or melee here, it makes it much harder to beat against Ottomans, which is why you're seeing Marine Lord bounce a perfect 50-50 composition.
Yeah, instantly being able to get that extra ranged armor changes this so much. We see that Mechter now coming on in as well. And that's what you need. You're about to push. You might need those drums to just change the stats a little bit. So we do see those green dots getting ready to move on out as they are pretty close, just circling with the Sapahis, because we know those bad boys can run away when they need to. But the problem is Marine Lord is getting value from those docks every second this ticks. The green docks are starting to multiply as well, and this does feel pretty good for Lucifer here. So he either had to do damage to Marine Lord on the water, or he could just double down and get double the economy on water. And that's exactly what he does, because his docks are just that much cheaper.
Yeah, most definitely. And he has snuck them so far away that with this infantry comp, Marine Lord shouldn't see it. I think, is that 4 docks already from Lucifer? I think it is. He's stacked up here. Good lord.
This man is he's a hungry man. He just needs to ensure that the food is there for that Sipahi production, because now yet another one coming on in. But you can see with these fishing boats, they are getting their value. The thing is just there's not enough to compete with Lucifron as the time goes on, because now he's on 9. And yes, also a limited edition, because those are just 4 shoreline fish. That is still going to produce a lot of Sipahis that Marine Lord needs to find an answer to. You see, he's only got...
I was going to say, he can definitely afford to buy sushi in real life to kind of make up for what he's trying to get in game here if he wins this one. Because reminder, folks, like just winning this game will guarantee increase Lucifron's earnings by another $1,100 from this event. Not bad. To think the way that this could happen, I mean, have you considered that tomorrow it could be the quickest grand final of the history of AoE4 if this happens? Because Marine Lord would then be at risk of running into Vortex, who might be him. And we all know what happens when Vortex and Lucifron meet in elimination matches. Average game length of 9 minutes.
Those two, they are so used to one another's style. They know exactly when the other one has enough of a need for it just not to be worth it anymore. But I want you guys to notice, there's nothing in the production queue of Marine Lord right now. And yes, you could just say it's a little bit of idle for now. A few archers being added in as he's getting 4 on the goal. The man might be thinking of something that could be very dangerous to think about with the Sipahis we see on the field. But the archers now from Lucifron, a significant chunk of them, and there's +1 coming. But there's a tower on the gold. And guys, I hope you're ready. Are you ready for a good old Castle Age HRE? Because Lucifron, he's not.
Oh, man, no hesitation to be had here. You know, maybe he doesn't want to get married in real life, but it can't be commitment issues in this game. If he's going castle, you can't half-arse it. Not against Sipahi wave. You're either all in on the defense or all in on the greed. He's stepping up very aggressively, but I kind of like this. It's feigning aggro to keep Lucifron away from the base, to keep the Sipahi out of a position where they could dive in.
Now, the Sipahis realize their advantage. Counting the amount of legs on those guys, they are going to be able to outrun an army. But keep in mind, HRE army, these guys run a little bit faster than the others. So now he does push out just to make sure that Lucifron keeps making units. He doesn't feel confident going into castle himself. And now we're getting dangerously close. The thing is, at this point, you also have to ask yourself, is he going to have enough food to constantly keep producing? Because, of course, he's only got the 2 docks, but he's got the gold in the bank to get every upgrade he's going to need, especially with 10 on gold. While he ages up, this is going to give every bit he needs to get every unit on this field very, very chunky. He gets to make men-at-arms the moment this hits too, and all of a sudden, that huge mass is going to be quite hard to handle. Another barracks coming down too. So I'm foreseeing quite a bit of armored units in this composition pretty quickly.
Yeah, and you know, I mean, he hasn't got that many farms, right? I'm thinking whether Burgrave could be your get out of the problem zone here. Because if you tech with Regnants, like, you're very, very exposed. So he's going to keep up the men-at-arms now. I get, like, if you can get the count up to 15 and then age up with Regnants, like, there's a safety net there, right? Easier said than done, especially when you consider that he may have towered this gold, but the secondary gold is pretty far away, and he could end up burning through quite a lot of capital here.
But he realizes this is a risky move, and just like that, he makes men-at-arms. He's like, okay, I can probably not do this right now without dying. And this is something I talk to my stream about quite a lot as well. When do you go castle? When you know you're not going to die instantly. And Marine Lord realized, I might die the moment I hit castle. So, very smart move from here now, just ensuring that he gets a little bit of, extra bit of units there on the field, because men-at-arms, you get to make those guys in feudal, and you want to have them if you're planning to get upgrades for them too, but with the amount of archers we see here, this does feel like he's going to be able to withstand a little bit of a push. The problem is this is not a little bit of a push, this is a massive one.
No, this is at the crescendo of the birth. Just one more big push, we're almost there, Sally. The Sipahi count, another 5 queued up. Marine Lord struggling to find that age up opportunity, recommits it all, but now is sitting there with 900 gold doing nothing. Sipahi charging in. It's a clash, a race to see if Sipahi or spears get wiped first. The Imam snipe comes in though. Lucifron, he overextended with the healers. The second one also could be in trouble here if Marine Lord just targets it. That's gone. There's no healing now for Lucy.
And this is when Lucifron commits. You can see the Sapahis felt very aggressive in that moment. But Marine Lord gets the confidence he needs to keep fighting back and forth with this. Now at 1,000 gold, he's got everything in the bank he could ever need. But Lucifron realizes, I just lost my edge. I need to make this work. I need to do a significant amount of damage because my opponent, he's got a lot of firepower. And just having a few men-at-arms in there, once they start pushing out, this is going to become a lot harder to just micro through. Zapai is feeling very confident now. We do have a few spears there at the front lines, but Lucifron doing an amazing job at target firing those down. You can look at the amount of units he has, and every single time there's a push that happens, you see the spearman number falling because Lucifron is just target firing those guys so quickly because he knows those Sapahis is what he needs to actually take him down. Now keep in mind, again, we're still on 2 docks for Marine Lord, but we've got a farm transition happening at the back too, and this is a pretty good spot to be in, I would say, for Marine Lord. If you have that farm transition online, the problem is just it needs to be online for at least 2 or 3 minutes before you really see the benefits of it.
Yeah, well, Ahan speeds it up a little bit, so it's not as tragic. And it has been gradually a few farms added in. So Marine Lord, it's not going to be like when you watch China try and switch granaries and it's a bit of a panic. But Lucifron, you can see he's on the apex of hitting the point he needs to. Do you notice what Marine Lord done in that last attack? He just stood his ground at the choke point. If he gets pushed into that choke point, his spearmen are disadvantaged against Sapahi because of the Sapahi having the extra range where multiples can attack. So Marine Lord has been doing everything he can to keep the spread wide so that the DPS of his spears doesn't get decreased. He does a good job of holding here, but how about this for a twist? Lucifron will be the first person into age 3.
And that was something that Lucifron forced Marine Lord into. That type of aggression we saw from Lucifron. Marine Lord knew if he was going to go for Castle himself in that moment, he'd be dead. But now, with Lucifron just keeping that push going, he was able to force Marine Lord to keep making units. Only for a short while, as we see Marine Lord also taking this opportunity to get that cathedral out now. And he is going to be making good plays
the classic.
Lucifron.
Against infantry, right? Like against infantry, you kind of know you can get away with this without it being insanely greedy.
Now,
what a play as well.
Lucifron feeling quite confident getting out on the map for the rest of these ponds. This is going to ensure that his production is going to be quite scary to handle. Marine Lord, seeing that age up, he pulls back for a second though. He realizes, I just need to not lose my units. I need to get my upgrades, and I will have a shot at taking this fight. The problem is just lances coming in from Lucifron too. With the spearmen we have from Marine Lord, that's pretty great to have already. But is this going to be enough to handle those lancer raids that will very quickly go on those wood lines if he looks away, or just on the farms with no safe refuge?
What I'd love to see from Lucifron is actually just a moss drop. You have full map control right now, and the key objective for HRE is relics. So rushing them down, because the thing is, normally after doing this from Ottomans, you just have 2 imams to pick up relics straight away. It doesn't have that, so there's still some time for Marine Lord to work with. Comes down to how he handles this defense. Just queued his veterancies. They're about to kick in for Lucifron. He can have a 30-second window here to get damage done, but it's not an easy dive.
Archers are just target firing everything they want. Oh, Mechter's paying the price. The tower focus firing back as well. And now that buff that the Mechter was going to give, it's not there.
No, but he's chasing. I think he's activating Fortitude as well for the better attack speed. Marine Lord hesitant because the Archer upgrade kicked in and he knows they can beat everything here. He's biding time for the veterancy, but Marine Lord, is the farms now idled up. The eco lead is still holding strong for Lucifron, and if you can shutter these farms, there shouldn't be a second wave. Spearmen get baited forward. Archers standing their ground now. Even without the meta, they've got the advantage. They've even got damage 2 on the way. Marine Lord, can he get the clash? The spears? A good hit in. Supply count down to about 8. And the Archer wave is finning. Marine Lord will not die that easily.
Now, Lucifron, even though he loses a significant portion of this army, he does have quite a bit of an advantage when it comes to the villager count, because we can see with those fishing ships, it is just adding so much. The thing is, did he overcommit too much here? Because as I say that, he just lost so much more.
It's like if the farms weren't there and your opponent didn't already have veterancy for Spearman, this is good for Lucifron because he has Lancer Pump coming. But Marine Lord, is it 2 racks? 3 racks? I think it's 2, right? If it's at least 2, I think he's safe. He's got 3.
Racks,
so
yeah.
with farms back online, he should have the time to build up the spears. And Lucifron is wholly committed to Lancer production. We're not seeing a switch into more archers. We're not seeing like a mass Springles strat come. Springles would actually be sick here to queue up instead of the Mangonels.
The thing is, Lucifron needs to hit a little bit of an attack here. He needs to find a bit of damage, just a little bit more idle time, so that this can pay off for him. That sacrifice that we just saw was immense. We see the destroyed value on the side of Marine Lord. He had killed so much, and those villagers are living their best lives on those farms. Soon enough, they will have reinforced towers all around them, safety for the ages, but he doesn't invest too much here. Only got 2 prelates on the map, and that's the beauty of having the imams. You usually get to deny the relics, but he lost those, and just because of that, Marine Lord just has that little bit of an extra edge. Now the Lance is trying to get a connection on these archers, but the spearmen are standing at the ready at the back. It doesn't look like Lucifron is able to take these spearmen out quick enough before they do significant damage, as those horses are made into kebabs so quickly.
More like shish kebabs with those spearmen seemingly going through to the other side. And, well, the numbers are ahead for Marine Lord. And the interesting part is now the crossbow switch up. The Lancers aren't going to get much of a window here to jump through. They're going to try in the time being, but gravitation around the back maybe can catch off the first few crossbowmen before they get too big. The problem is the spearman wave is still too good. Marine Lord clears him up, and after a loss like that, Lucifron is scaling archers, not just because it's against spears, but because if we check the ponds back at home, he can't have much life left in some of those.
Now,
Yeah, not even working. Big time, actually.
He does have a bit of food left on the other ponds that he later went into, but for how long? Marine Lord now having all the safe food in the world. We know that with Ottomans, you do get passive units. The problem is, 1 out of 4 military schools, this is not the usual Ottoman snowball that we see. And losing a Mangonel here could be massive. He tries to get 1 good shot off before it goes down. The archer's there, standing at the back. Oh, but the Mangonel, he's a little bit stuck here. Units a little bit too close for him to hit a land, but does get 1 rocket shot off, and a few archers do take a hit. But now Springles are going to be next. The archers do pretty good work of cleaning them up, and 1 will quickly take a lot of damage, but the villagers are a juicier target for them.
Easy worker kills, almost gets the spring as well. Reveals that it's a transition to Springles, which means Marine Lord says, okay, I'm not going to hardcore Spearman then. I'm going to just go more ranged, really, or like archers plus crossbows. Does give an opening for Lucifron to go back into Sapahi if he realizes it, though. Like, actually, Sapahi would be Lucifron's best friend here.
I am so amazed at seeing that Lucifron chooses not to go for the military schools, because we see so many top players swear by it. Swear by the fact that with those passive units, you just overtake your opponent. I say that and I see a little mining camp placed there at the north, but Palace of Swabia is coming in for Marine Lord. And he's playing that disgusting part of HRE that we all fear. The HRE that just doesn't want to die and will have infinite amount of villagers.
Yeah, Love Hotel is still ridiculous from HRE. You know, we don't see it as often because they understand the nuances of how it can kill your game. But, you know, Lucifron, he's on timer here. He's lost some of the momentum for a push easily. Archer Mass is not really going to do anything too permanent into stat defenses. And well, there are going to be a lot of those stat defenses. Marine Lord looking to anchor on the 4K. It's going to be a triple outpost drop. Lucifron, I wonder if when he hears the tech up, does he just mirror an age up? Because he's at least shrunk the Regnitz threat. It's a 3-2 split on relics.
Usually with the Ottomans going into Imperial, you get quite a bit of an advantage when you have all those military schools online. And I feel like the strength in Ottomans doesn't just come from their instant age up, but with HRE, you want to do damage when they have invested so many resources into the age up. I just don't know if Lucifron is going to be able to find that damage, I say, with that massive army heading straight towards the base. But Marine Lord's army has been pulled to the north, and this could be a little bit of an opening. But Lucifron pulls back.
I think he knows. It's past the Swabia. By the time you get there, your opponent's already added in God knows how many workers, an extra 5. You have to kill workers so fast to justify it. So instead, it is going to be an imp-off. Lucifron backs up and just looks the next stage.
And the question is now, what does he get from this? Yes, we have access to faster free siege. We've got great bombards. But what is our answer to actually keeping up with the Palace of Swabia? Palace of Swabia produces villagers for so cheaply, and ensuring your opponent doesn't have 3 relics is great, but we're still on a 2 relic HRE that is very happily getting double the gold value. So it does still feel like a ticking time bomb, even though it's HRE. The thing is, Ottomans, they always feel like a ticking time bomb themselves.
Yeah, that eco chart is depressing, though. This is the point where he's deleting the fishing boats, and it coincided with the Swabia coming out. So you're seeing this crash course between the two on the chart. But Dive's coming in. Lancers are going to delay the farms a little bit. Lucifron needs to buy a little bit more time, and he'll have it. Green Lord is just pinned in his own base. He's just hunkering down for the late game economy. And once you do have that passive production line with Ottomans, it is wild what Istanbul will do. We never really say Seagate Castle because screw the trade. I'm still a little bit bummed that we aren't at the point where we have enough Vizier point options that feel good, that we get the alternate Castle Age landmark. It's still always the Mehmed.
The Mehmed just giving you that free siege, especially in the late game, feels so strong. I can just imagine what they would need to put into those Vizier points to actually make them the viable choice. KP, I don't think AoE is ready for the type of stuff they need to put in those bonuses for anyone to choose another landmark.
Like, you needed like an extra tier in there that doesn't exist right now. Spawn 5 great bombards. And you just call it 10-pin Ottoman bowling, you know?
And now that is the type of point system that will make people make Reddit posts. So don't give them any crazy ideas.
I mean, you know, if there's anything Dota taught me over the years is make everything broken and then everyone has fun and also hates the game simultaneously. But they keep playing. They keep playing.
Now, Lucifron able to get that 5th military school pretty soon as well. And now, with those military schools all online with the Istanbul Observatory, they are going to be ticking pretty well. They just need to stay alive for a little bit longer because keep in mind, those units are free. At some point, Marine Lord is going to stop making villages. The problem is just some point might still be a very far way off. He is tech switching, I would say, though, because he's floating quite a bit of resources. He's not pop capped, and I have a feeling we're going to be getting some knights, because if you're not making anything from those barracks and you're getting all of these, oh no, never mind. He goes to the men-at-arms now. Elite army
He's getting
tactics as
foot
well.
knights. There we go. Foot knights. We'll call them foot knights there. They move quick enough to be it. They hit pretty hard. But our mass men-at-arms here into Springolds is going to be a little bit rough, no?
Problem is, he's still got a lot of archers here, and these archers can focus fire what they need to pretty quickly. I'm just going to say it, that army from Marine Lord is on a very questionable side of the map. And
okay. Wait. Are you saying that the pink is not aligned with green?
Yes. No, I don't think the pink is supposed to be over there. And they could...
But fashionably, they work together, right? Like, I can wear those. Okay.
I don't know if I would say fashionably, but it could definitely be a statement. And maybe Marine Lord is doing exactly that. He's giving us a statement. Zapahis are trying to pick off a few reinforcements, but they do need to be careful. Luckily, they've got the legs on their side, so they do run a little bit faster into doing a little bit more damage. But those ranged units, they could be sitting ducks if those Zapahis find them running out alone. Problem is, there's a lot of Zapahis, so Marine Lord needs to be careful here. If he makes one misstep, he's not going to be able to replace that whole eco of his, or his whole army at least.
I'd really like to see Marine Lord get silk bowstrings here, actually. With Elite Army Tactics complete, it just makes a lot of sense once you see these springs. Because then you can just snipe them easy peasy. The Great Bombards are now being queued up. Lucifron is happy at 8 Springolds. Kind of crazy you just kept producing for that time being. And one Janissary. I hope that's a misclick. There's literally no reason really to produce Janissary until his archers are gone.
Now, the archers were taking a few shots there. As we see now, Marine Lord with the Swabia, he's got a great economy, right? But the problem is he's got nothing else. You don't get army from this, and Lucifron knows what kills villagers, and that's army. So that's exactly...
Not that, dude. Like, was it 17 food, and you can get 75 HP on them, and they do damage? I don't know I think you're looking at this wrong, Mariko. We just need more Schwabias, and then it's the Peasant Rebellion.
Peasant Rebellion, get +3 attack on all of those guys as well, ensuring those fights turn your way. But this army is looking spicy, KP, and it looks like those elite Sipahis, they want to get on top of those archers.
The best light cavalry in the game, without a doubt, especially when you scale into the late game. Now, the army's slow to arrive, it's Springolds, but he's anchoring, he sees all the Raxes, he's got probably a smile on his face at this point. The archers just can't even get near that siege, and these choke points can choke you out. This is so difficult right now. His own buildings could kill him.
Those Springolds are just target firing in the most amazing spots. Oh, as we see the lines of units just taking damage. Archers are trying to get a little bit of damage on them.
Oh my god. It's a broadside shot. He just lined up for it. It's a knockout punch. Marine Lord now doubled up on military. Lucifron with the maximum penetration is about to send Marine Lord down to the lower bracket.
Someone finally taking down the chimp, and it being Lucifron here. After having a pretty tough year, he's showing us he's back. Those Springolds is getting everything that is ground united. And so the base of the HRE goes down. I'm sure nobody has ever seen an Imperial Age HRE losing. So congratulations, guys. We got to experience it. All here, all now, and it being Marine Lord at that. Lucifron, absolutely phenomenal performance, showing us that there is a way that we can take down the GOAT.
People questioned the Springold change originally. They said, what do I do about Siege now? Oh, no, I missed that. Are you kidding me? Seeing Springolds win games like this will always be more epic than what we had in the past. And what a way to do it. In Imperial Age, when everyone's like, Great Bombards, just get Great Bombards. Lucifron knew, just get the Springs up. Your opponent can't build archers and Sipahi. He's going to have to get some sort of front line, and he was there to wipe it. Talk about allowing your opponent to build the foundations of an empire to crumble him under. Lucifron, now the first player through to the EGC Masters Fall Grand Finals. And Warman, out of all the players on finals weekend to talk about at the start of this tournament, this was not the one that people would have said was in grand finals. That's incredible.
And I absolutely love that we get to see this because, guys, this means we have a competitive top 8 scene, and it is spicy because Wham and Puppy Paw both looking so dominating. Anatan also being up there. Lucifron? He's aggressive. Where's Louis? Where's CSO? Actually, let's move that down. Top 10 competitive at the top. All of a sudden, now it is anyone's tournament. It's not the same experience we've had back then. Now anyone can take these. And I'm excited to see if Vortex might have something to say about meeting his brother all the way up there.
Oh, yes. Looking forward to him. I think we should have him on the line in a second for an interview. And I mean, you hyped up for a moment there, and then I realized what you just basically said, Wam, is like, wow, Europe's winning the tournaments again. That's such a shock for the history of Age of Empires 4. I mean, we never had that in the history of Age of Empires 4. Oh, God. It's, I think it's like, you know, the interesting thing is like NA is just nibbling at the heels. But yeah, definitely I think that the big question mark for a lot of people is China and whether they can get back on board, or Asia in general, because I'm always a fan of round the globe. You know, it's lame when one region is dominating because it just means others can't cheer. Like, you know, starting in Dota 2, we were infamously bad on the comp scene when I cast it from a UK standpoint. So what would happen is if you had an event in the UK, it's not like you have an event in France and everyone's cheering Marine Lord. There was an event where the locals adopted a South American team. That's where we're at. We didn't have our own horse in the race. So I think it's important to have that healthy composition. And I'm sure we'll see that because remember, folks, still got one major tournament at the end of the year, of course, the EGC Masters Finals, where you'll see a lot of these familiar faces. But it is time to get the man on the line himself. I'm sure emotions are high. Let's go talk to Lucifron. Do you want a moment longer, mate? Because that was incredible. First of all, congratulations, Lucifron, on a phenomenal victory. Last week, we had you on an interview, and you said you didn't feel in form. Surely, after a win like this, there can be no questions that you're back.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, like, really, for me, I've noticed a massive improvement in the last 2 weeks. Like, just the week between the group stage and the round of 8 playoff matchup. I just figured out, because I don't think my issue was like speed or anything like that. It's just that I wasn't understanding properly what to do at each moment in the matchups. So I really took a couple of days to really think, like, how should I approach this different? Why am I so bad at the moment, right? And yeah, that combined with the practice with Vortex and Marino, who are my two practice partners, I eventually got back to my level just in time, I guess.
So, you've been practicing Marine Lord as well as Vortex. In the practice, did you clearly feel this? Was like, I mean, I guess I'm going to get to the were you holding back sort of thing to not reveal at all? Or was it actually really close already between you and him?
Oh, so we were practicing in the earlier stages of the tournament, so obviously not this last week, right? Because we were playing against each other. Back then, I wasn't really in such a good shape. So, like, for me, practice the first month was in a way a nightmare in the sense that I kept getting farmed by both of them, like Vortex and Marino. Like, I had maybe a 20% map win ratio or something really bad against both of them. So yeah, it was just again a perfect timing for me to play properly just when it mattered the most in the playoff, right? Like after making it through the group stage and so on. But yeah, my win rate has been really bad up until like last couple of weeks or something.
I think the most important point in the set that we have to talk about is game 3 to game 4. I can see what you're going for. You picked water map after water map. It's something you're known for, a signature for you and your brother in particular. Taking the hit, taking the knee twice in a row there, that must have been weighing heavily on you. Like, where were you at mentally at that point in the series, and how did you bounce back so well?
It was annoying. Like the Archipelago map, well, I mean, it was Sushi against Ayubit, so I knew, like, I went into it thinking I was in a disadvantage, but I thought against most players, I think I can still win that one, but no, not against Marine Lord. It was maybe quite a one-sided game. The Holy Island game, on the other hand, I felt like there was one moment where I could swear I just didn't kill his demo ship. Like, he sent one demo ship and it exploded on like my 6, like in my entire Navi. And up until that point, that game, I thought maybe it was not necessarily like won, but I felt like the game was what I wanted it to be. But I've been competing for a few years already, so as soon as a game finishes, you forget about it, think what you have to do in order to win the next one, and just don't. I mean, like, the worst thing you can do is playing a game and thinking, that demo ship in the previous game, because then you are going to lose the series. So yeah, how I did to come back, just simply ignore what happened, and it's a reset every game in a way.
Now, Grand Finals is no new experience to you, right? You've got the experience, you've been there over years, but you kind of said it yourself, week to week, the improvement has kind of been taking you by shock and storm. Going into this, there's probably that element of underdog, no pressure, just play your game. How do you now deal with the fact that you're starting to look like the favorite to take this whole tournament?
I mean, I try to not think so much in those terms. Like, I just I know who the 3 remaining players are, like Marine, Lorano, and Vortex, how they play, and how should I approach my games against them, and just focus on that, right? Yeah, I don't think it's a good idea to keep thinking on whether you're the favorite or something like that. Like, in general, I just try to not think too much about those things during the tournament. The only thing that can do to you is distract you a bit and make you play worse. So yeah, I don't know. I'm not thinking so much in those terms, and I don't feel the pressure when people consider me the favorite or when they don't. I just don't care.
Calm and cool. I respect that. I'm sorry I even said it. Like, now it's on the mind. Now, just go back to being innocently humble. I love you that way. Lucifron, big congratulations. You're our first Grand Finalist for EGC Masters Fall. We look forward to seeing you play tomorrow. I'm going to let you get some rest. I'm sure you're going to be cheering on your bro, who will be playing up next against Anavan.
Sure. Thank you. Goodbye.
Oh, I feel like I've jinxed him now, Warman. Like, I mentioned that he's favorite, and now he's like, whoa, no. Wait, don't say those words.
If that happens, KP, then at least I won't feel so bad about sacrificing all those horsemen earlier with my voice. Now, I'm really excited to see what Anatan and Vortex have in store for us, because I think that Anatan is someone who can take down most players, but every now and again, he sometimes loses his cool in some games. While Vortex, he's quite consistent in all of these. I think Anatan at his A game could take down Vortex, but if Vortex plays what he knows, Anatan still has to make sure he doesn't make any mistakes, because Vortex, he knows how to exploit any little mistake. So guys, that's coming up next. Best of 5, though. So the maps are not going to be as versatile, and we might see a little bit less water on the draft. I know you guys are excited.
Yeah, you guys want Archipelago, right? Holy Island, we'll get Calagra in there, all the things. I'm sure Anno won't ban those away from a Master of Water. He's become one himself, though. All that to come after a short break. When we return, Vortex versus Anatan, Marine Lord then shaking in his boots. Will he get a chance to not be slayed twice by Spanish people? Or is it on its way to a full Vamos Finals? See you after the break. Find out. Whoa, we should make the replays longer so people get the recap, because if you weren't paying attention, you just missed something epic. Marine Lord, after going all the way through this tournament without dropping a game, falls victim 4-2 to Luciferon. We are now back for the lower bracket. This is where it matters, woman.
KP,
Yeah.
do you see the thing we did, the problem we just caused? So stop making calls, stop making predictions, because look at the draft. Twitch chat, you see this draft? Do you see what KP did? Me and KP.
Whoa.
So that's why I got you off.
Put yourself back on the execution block, okay? Don't throw me under. You started this.
Sorry, guys. I'm cursed. We are here to bring you Archipelago and Holy Island because, guys, we know you love water. So that's why we put them in this tournament. We made sure to tell these players we need more water maps. And Twitch chat, you will love them. Because these guys, they know how to play them well and aggressive, and their games are very short on these guys, so they know how to close out things when they get a little bit too actionable. But, KP, we're starting it off with a little bit of a hairline situation on Baldland. Byzantines versus Zushi. Are you ready?
I mean, Vortex is the master of the board. You should surely have this in the bag. We'll have to see, though. Anatsand, always a crafty demon. We head into Elimination Series here. Vortex, Le Spaniard, as the Byzantines up against Anachad. Anatsand himself on the Shushi. And, this is going to be a fun one. You know, we promised them no water, and we may break that promise. But actually, in fairness, Warman, it's a best of 5. There's 3 maps that are land. We could still be true to our word.
Maybe. But Byzantines already giving us a little bit of a taster of where this series is going to go. It's going a little spicy because I don't know if you noticed this, KP, but this is not a standard build out of Byzantines. And Twitch chat, 5 points if you know exactly what I'm talking about. We'll give you guys a second there. But Vortex is already spicing things up just a little bit. But yes. If we get a 3-0, then maybe we won't see the Day of Water just yet.
I think, I don't mind if we go to a Holy Island. The Archipelago is, I think, the one where people have mixed opinions. It's interesting, though, because, the last time I watched Vortex and Anatsand on Archipelago, it delivered one of the most epic showdowns of demo spam I've ever seen, so wouldn't write them off. But opening-wise, it is going to be the priority build towards max system level, which has become insanely popular for Byzantines. I know Vortex in particular, the day they made that change, I just saw him on the ladder constantly testing out 2, 3, 4 on stone to see which felt best.
And he's giving us that answer. 3 on stone it is. But with 3 on stone, you're already putting yourself into a pretty strange position when it comes to trying to shut down Zushi, especially when they're so happy with pro scouting on this map. So we see Zushi with a lot of playing cards, right? So Zushi is a civ that can easily go for a fast castle, easily just snack all the deer on the map. And Byzantines delaying themselves that bit, they get a huge eco boost, but it takes a while to kick in. And Zushi is so good at denying any civ who tries to be a little bit greedy.
And Meditation Garden, not going to be too crazy here. Yeah, we won't talk about that. There was a good food one at the back, but if you're going to do pro scouts, the food isn't as important. The sad part is you could have got gold, wood, and the rest. It just would have been better. But the thing is, when you play this map, you don't tend to scout your back corner first. And that's led to all kinds of awkward problems I've seen in the past. Where, if you're scouting the back last, sometimes on this map, you get double gold forward. And if you're against an aggressive civ and you don't realize you don't have a retreat gold, you put yourself in a really dangerous position. So, in this game, it won't be that type of Dark Age rush. You're never going to get that. I mean, Byzantines is probably one of the chiller civs in the Dark Age. I think the only one that might be chiller is Malians.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, those two do not want to play Age 1 at all.
Yeah, the more time you give them, the better they feel. Grand Winery coming on out with 4 villages, so we're getting a pretty normal age-up timing. But Vortex is already on level 3 system, and I think as a Byzantines player, this feels good. 4th system coming down now, already connected. Guys, this is the best Wi-Fi connection any civilization can ask for. And we can see it all the way out here on the berries itself. But my big question is going to be, what is Anatan going to do with this feudal? We see him still having 5 on gold, though. And 5 is a very dangerous number to leave on gold. Now getting pro scouts, but 5 is not being removed, I say. Maybe forced drop off, but 5 still on gold for Anatan. And this is a pretty scary number to have out there, especially if you're a civilization who plans to stay in feudal and use your very strong Wi-Fi.
I mean, well, this is so he needs an extra imperficial soon, which boom just came in, and then some other techniques. Wheelbarrow is still pretty nice to get a lot of the time, even though like the weird thing is a lot of people just rush wheelbarrow, and if you think about it, it contradicts the point of pro scouts. Because you know, there's a famous Greek once said, if you're walking, you're not working. If you're working, you're not walking. So like, if you go pro scouts, the benefit is you shouldn't have to walk because the food comes to you. But most of the time, we just see people say to hell with it and get both. So stables drop on the way. For Vortex, I'm curious if he's even going to try to posture aggressively. Like, it makes sense to guard the center tier location, but this is probably the hardest pro, or top 3 hardest pro scout maps to stop pro scouting on because the deer are so spread.
Yeah, in previous games, we saw that when the deer spawns on the same side, you get control. But that's just not an option here. And now already getting 3 scouts out, but we do see Anatan pulling away from gold. He's not going to be going for the fast castle shenanigans. He's going to play the feudal with a lot of food, at least for a while. But 10 on food? That's still a pretty hefty amount. Definitely, if you're going to be going into a little bit of horsemen as well to get that type of control on the map. With the barracks follow-up, he's going to be adding some spears in the mix too, to shut down this Wi-Fi connection that's just getting everywhere.
Wait, yeah, I was about to say, well, if this is just PG, that would explain his gold. Yeah, so we've got Palace Guard Feudal, which
my
is...
goodness.
I feel like Palace Guard Feudal is probably one of the most polarizing units in Age of Empires 4. It's either OP in your brain or it sucks. And we've seen a lot of pro players pivot back and forth on those feelings. It's like in their minds, like, this is a great strategy. And then it just takes one game. You're like, this was the worst idea I've ever had in all my years playing.
Now, of course, it depends on whether Vortex is going to have the answer to killing any Palace Guards, because him just making Limit an A, it just doesn't feel this. It doesn't hit as hard against those bad boys with all of them swinging. And they're going to be heading out and revealing themselves pretty quickly, though. And I think this is maybe an issue because this gives Vortex an opportunity to react to it. So Palace Guards now showing themselves. He knows what's coming, but more Limit an A on the way. And longbows, the weapon of choice. But now, what else do you make to be able to handle the Palace Guards? Because, of course, most people would just go into a heavy archer composition, which is not something Byzantines is too happy with doing.
Longbows is really all you need. You know, the important thing, though, is the Palace Guard play is very hard to now intercept pro scouts. But for Vortex, as often is the case with Byzantines, your goal is just try and keep longbows alive, get the count up to like 15, and then you just go castle. You know, because with the level 5 system build, the Castle Age Rush feels kind of broken. Getting longbows for free every 1.5 minutes is a huge inflation to your economy.
And then you might actually have an answer to armored units in feudal that do feel quite hard to handle.
Yeah, weirdly enough, like as you scale into castle, because Palace Guard have less armor, longbows vetted do fare better than normal archers. And you just then add in a few Cataphract or even just Limitane. Like the Limitane are surprisingly tanky, right? Because of the extra 10 HP, they don't just flop dead as quickly as Spearman would against Palace Guard.
And that does give the longbows a little bit of an opportunity. But as I say opportunity, both of these players are putting their split pretty significantly onto something that could be a fast castle if they just stop producing. So Anatan now constantly making those Palace Guards, but if he decided to change his mind, even just for a moment, it would be so fast of a transition. So with Vortex now edging that way himself, this begs the question, if Anatan sees this, is he just going to say, okay, I'll see you in castle, good luck, have fun, or I'm going to flood you in fuel, good luck, have fun?
Now, that's the thing, Palace Guard can't really dive a TC in feudal. Not normally anyway, it's very difficult. And especially considering Vortex prioritized Steeled Arrow. Like, without Steeled Arrow and him having Underbest, you could kind of believe. But 13 Palace Guard, if they go underneath an outpost in a town center, I don't think any of them are coming back.
Now, there is a outpost being rushed up, but those Palace Guards are going to be in position. He is trying to stop this, and he does have the ability to. But like you said, with this map, you don't have the usual worries of most people. you have a backwards gold that you can fall back on. So Vortex, he does have option B and C as well, but he gets yet another upgrade. And instead of just going straight for the castle, he realizes the importance of just getting these upgrades in the early game and staying up to date on this one.
Yeah, and it does mean that Anatan's going to trigger the Castle Age first. Mount the Academy just got queued, and that's where this does get a little bit scary for Vortex. You know, if he just looms on the edge of the base, Anatan will be able to upgrade Palace Guard and dive. He can even supervise rush ranged armor 2 to make it feel like these Lombos shoot plastic.
Now, him seeing all those villagers out on gold, he knew that the Castle Age was coming, and we got our answer, KP. He says, I'll cancel the few Palace Guards in queue and go to Castle, and we'll see how that fight goes. So,
wait,
yeah?
What? Vortex stepping up like this, though, I don't think you can hit anything.
Especially not with that speed.
No, that's the thing. Lombos, I always used to call them old men with walking sticks. They kind of look like it with the Lombo animation, sometimes the way they like have it at their side. They are so slow that you don't have a chance to do damage here. And now Vortex, out in the open? I guess he's staying close enough to the base that it's not too threatening right now.
But Palace Guards, they will now have +2 ranged upgrade too. And all of a sudden, those longbows are not going to be doing the same amount of damage as you would expect in that feudal age we were talking about. Golden Horn Tower coming on up with 16 villagers. Now, usually when you build your landmark with 16, it's a sign that you need this and you need it now. And that's exactly what Vortex realizes he needs to do. So pulls back the villagers here on the gold. He knows that they're sitting ducks if they just stay around, getting that tower reinforced, at least with a little arrow or two. But it's not going to be hitting hard enough against those Palace Guards that are now +2 range defense. Very happy. But Eco is about to be completely idle, KP.
Vortex has just enough to get veterancy for Lombos. He won't be able to get Steel 2. That's the problem here now. Palace Guard going to chase across. Limitane are the waster. Not really worth engaging with as a Lombos you want to be looking for. But do you notice what Vortex done there? He pulled his entire eco away. He's left the TC available to bail him out and shift side to side if need be, which I think is why Anatad isn't trying to dive the Lombos.
He's actually just trying to clean up the front line, because once that front line is cleaned up, we already see what Anatand is doing next. Absolutely nothing different. He is just making more of these. And he knows...
I thought you could just say absolutely nothing.
Nothing else. This man sees his plan is working. He's going to get some idle time on these villagers. And you can see Vortex, he's got a little bit of eco idle time. Those longbows that he's getting for free, they just don't hit the same when half your eco is in shambles.
Still, Vortex didn't lose Lombos. That is really important. You know, it's all about scaling towards critical mass, and that's bad news for Anatan because he's adding in crossbowmen as well, which he has to. Either Byzantines are considering Cataphract or Varangian. That's a problem for you. But the bigger problem is because you didn't kill the Lombo account, you're not going to get free access on these fights. What is good for Anno is if you look at the berry spawns, Vortex didn't hit the jackpot here. He got 1 berry patch back, 2 forward. So there's no safety net. He'll have to come forward into a more exposed area if he wants to keep getting all of them.
And now with almost 22 Palace Guards, he's going to have a pretty good time at raiding these resources that are so far out. Now, he is getting a few crossbows himself, making those just if there are cataphracts or any Varangian guards coming from the side of Vortex. But Vortex, he's going for cataphracts. And cataphracts, they usually don't come to a front fight. They go and do some eco damage. So we'll see if Vortex is going to be able to do exactly that, because we see some red dots moving out all around. Cataphracts trying to go straight forward to try and get something, because Byzantines, they're happy with sitting in their base and letting the eco do the talking. But they're not that happy when there's 6 villagers down.
It's 6 villagers down, but you're 26% eco buff compared to 20% subvision. So it's still tight. Obviously, the trade-off there is like you're going to run out of resources quicker by gathering faster. Is always the negative to think about there. But like to me, the cataphracts, I think they've got a fairly chill time here. My worry is if Anatan doesn't keep Stranglehold on the base, they just become raiders. And he doesn't have an answer to that right now. Like normally you'd expect to see Lancer mass against Cataphract mass. I feel like recently people have been having really bad experiences trying to counter Cataphract with heavy cav.
Now, getting Lancers is going to open this up for Anatan to be the raider himself. And that's exactly what Vortex wants to do with these cataphracts, but that's the beauty of Lancers, being able to harass the economy moving outside the base, which is exactly what Vortex is doing here. And soon enough, because this is Baldland, he's going to need to do that on the woodlines too. But I say that, and Anatan has exactly the same problem. Those deer will not last forever, especially with Vortex being out on the map. We see red dots on every deer pack. He's trying to ensure that this is not free food for all. So the scouts do come in and they try to get deer, but now we have palace guards moving out on these exposed resources. Longbow's doing an amazing job at cleaning up these palace guards. Palace guards, they've got one thing on their mind though, and that's getting rid of these resources outside.
Yoy, look at the bodies hitting the floor. This is what he's worried about, that longbow ball. Once it reaches 25-30, it starts to erase your melee push. You saw Anatad, like, he's just looming with crossbows. He knew if he stood anywhere near this fight, they just die. So great trade for Vortex. Got to be a bit calm here, not overextend too much, right? Because there is a little bit of tempo and momentum here. Instead, though, no chill. What did I expect from the Spanish Bull? Cataphracts trample straight in. The body block was sick there, actually. It stopped Anatan from retreating as quickly. Leads to another 6. Make it 7 kills.
Now, we do see some villagers going down in the back, now 9 total. The problem is just with this longbow mass, there's nothing Anatan is doing right now to answer to this. We do see the palace guards taking a few more hits to actually take down, but the raids don't stop.
Yeah, that chip damage is pretty big, though. I think Vortex needs to be careful because, like, this does impact the next wave of cataphracts as it was the gold being outed up. But still, for the time being, push looks good. I think he just needs to kind of, like, temper it a little. What he's trying to do is just erase the cataphracts counter. Once the crossbow count goes to 0, there's no cat answer, you know? It's like, they're the cats and you're the mouse.
Now, the longbows are still in hefty amounts, doing pretty well with that, but both of these players are going to start running out of food now. We see the berries getting depleted, the deer running out as well. And this is going to be one of those positions where Anatan needs to either try and get control of the deer again, or he's going to just run out of food and have to farm transition. But it feels like he's just focused on getting forward and pushing forward. With these palace guards trying to do a little bit of raiding, we do see the relics being scooped up here by Vortex. And looking at the resources per minute, Anatan still looks like he's in a pretty good spot, especially with food. But this is, again, very limited. He is going to run out of food pretty soon. Oh, I say that. I jinx it again,
There's
baby.
always more deer. There's always more deer. There's 36 deer on this map. You don't run out quickly, especially when you're up against Byzantines that... Can you guess, like, on average, how much, like, deer in competitive Byzantines eat?
0?
1.
Oh.
Probably 1. Because like, there's probably one guy who's done it, like, on Altai, you know? It's low. It's very, very low.
Yeah.
And, like, it makes sense. It's a country that loves the pig, the beef, the chicken. Don't ever hear them talking about eating deer.
Okay, that makes a lot of sense. I mean, I didn't connect the dots, but now it all makes sense. Maybe that palace guard, he's running so fast and he's just slicing villages in half. Now 10 villages down, but like you said, 25% boost. It was a 25, 26. This feels like a pretty heavy amount to lose along the way, though.
It's a lot of out of time. The walk is weird, and you know it's chip damage. There we go. I was about to say you need return fire. Vortex clubs a few downs. Anything you can do, I can do kind of equally. You know, I'm not gonna say better right now. If they fight directly, this is spooky, right, for Anatan? But pretty cool switch coming up. The Cataphract's issue is that there's just so few of them for how good they are. So Anatan is looking to flood Horsemen to erase that Lombo wave.
And that's exactly what I've been wanting to see from Anatan. A little bit of a transition here. He sees, okay, my composition is not ideal against all of this. What am I supposed to do? So this Horseman transition of his, I don't know if Vortex is aware of this because he's just doubling down on the longbows, getting a few Varangians in the mix now. So it would make a little bit of sense here. But the question is just, is his army going to be able to handle this? You can see those horsemen are hidden all the way to the back. He does not want Vortex to react.
In fairness, you always just build longbows here. You know, and unless you can get out to a trade post maybe and there's a neutral option, you're just going to longbow spam. It's always the way. But the Varangian is pretty cool. You know, he feels like the crossbows are answered, and Varangian, they're very good in melee mosh pit against horsemen. You know, a unit that sacrifices 15 HP to get 1 more melee armor and melee damage. Perfect against ponies. Only negative is, really, Limitane would be your best friend, and did Vortex? Wait, did he see it? because he's just started producing Limitane out of nowhere.
Finding that piece of information is going to be absolutely critical, but he doesn't see the horses just yet. No, what I absolutely love about this is something that a lot of players just miss sometimes. Oh, no, never mind. We cannot talk about that right now.
no.
There's about to be a horseman flanking. KP, they're going right for the kill.
He's overextended, and he knows it. His counterfracts, they try to steer around to body block as best they can. Lombos, they now jump in towards the crossbowman to get the best clear on offer to Vortex, but it feels inevitable that this should be a fight that does not favor him. He uses the tree line, hugs it closely to minimize the exposure point, but the flood is too big. Breeding season is active, and the ponies are going wild.
That is not an army he could replenish at any point. It's going to require so much olive oil, and there are no farms to subsidize any of that production. Now, Anatan getting pop-capped there for just a little second before this fight as he lost that village, but that is the beauty of this. He very quickly just cleaned up every semblance of an army. And Vortex, like we said earlier, he needs to go out on the map. This man is going to be a sitting duck and quickly losing quite a few units here. But keep in mind, he's still got that eco boost. So this is not all cooked for him. It's just going to be a very bumpy ride forward, especially with all those Vil losses.
I mean, this is the problem when you step up that aggressive Lombos. You need to make damn well sure you've got control of the game. If that had been a fight on his side of the map, very different affair we're talking about, sure. But no, like when you step up like that and you're reinforcing with Varangian, Spearman, whatever it may be, those are infantry. They don't arrive quickly. So Vortex does ultimately get punished. Anatan now a perfect time having raiding cav. And you can see how spread Vortex is. He has to guard for the Fort Gold. That's not a winnable fight. There's a raiding towards his farms. Nothing is going his way in this game.
And Byzantines being one of the strongest civilizations right now, Zushi is up there, and we know it. We've seen Zushi time and time again just get permabanned, but Vortex feeling pretty comfortable on the Byzantines. They're so easy to just misstep, and we can see that with all these longbows just absolutely going down to these horse raids, and another one from the back there. The Mitanay now being drawn forward so the other ones can collapse on this mass, but luckily it does get pushed backwards, and Vortex will survive yet another fight. Let's see if Anatan does another switch.
A Palace Scout and shoot a new switch is not what I would have expected at this point. Intriguing idea. So he's slowing down his army entirely. Vortex has snuck out the east side berries. The horseman wave, I think, Anno, if we check, I think he's running low on deer. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if he runs out for the boar soon. So that would explain why he's getting off of horseman. It's difficult to keep doing this when you don't have farm set up, and Shushi aren't exactly a civ known for the gradual farm transition. Meanwhile, the negative for Anatan, despite the fact he's 13 workers ahead, is Vortex is already doing that farm transition.
Yeah, and getting just a little bit of a farming eco going, we're slowly going to see those longbow numbers also making a bit of a comeback. Now,
wait, are we really doing this against a kata?
Mm-hmm.
He's a big boy.
He's a big boy, but he will go down eventually. We'll take a few victims with him, 2 to be precise. No, definitely not a third. That villager, he'll be there for the next cataphract to come raid.
Yeah, and the farm count, like, it's looking decent. It's not crazy for Vortex. There's a lot of houses. I love how he really cares about the civil rights of his villagers. Like, there's a house for every farm, it feels like, you know. At the end of the day, you know, you've worked manual labor for 12 hours. We're not going to make you walk far to get back to your house.
And that is the human thing to do in this case. The horses now, though, they're looking for a little bit of a raid, but I feel like with the amount of villagers he's got here, he could potentially fight. No, never mind. He doesn't want these guys to be damaged at all. He's got the limited name position, and he is going to put these boys back to work. Maybe get them a little house so they can rest as well, KP.
Mm-hmm. I mean, it wouldn't be a bad idea for Vision further up if we went for that tech, but you have the outpost anyway. Maybe just secondary outpost, but I don't think he wants to stay there much longer. In the center, I don't know, like, he's returned to Horseman. So is it a bait and switch into 2 crossbows? The wave is pretty big, but I guess Limiton is kind of a mixed bag. Yes, repeated crossbows are good, but also that shield armor, super impactful against this comp. It feels like Ado doesn't quite have enough melee?
No. Anatan, he's got his attention split though, and he's forcing that on Vortex as well. So these Yuganu, they do end up cleaning up a bit of these, but the Horseman Raid at the back doing phenomenal work. We saw even here at the front line, Anatan is ensuring that he kills villagers along the way. But the question is usually, is this the right way, or do you just go for the military? But the number of villagers that have died, I can honestly say I think this has been worth it for Anatan. He is in a really good spot.
It looked really obtuse, Anatan's approach there. Like, this doesn't seem like a favorable trade. It's even worse if your opponent is maybe building a Mangonel tower. You never know with these bad boys. But you're right. Like, it's the trickled raid. Ano isn't doing the all-in. He understands how that can just go grimly against mass Lombos. He's killing him death by 1,000 cuts. I mean, it's a crazy lead economically to have at this stage. And you know, go back a few minutes ago, we started to worry, okay, farm transitions might be where Anatan loses momentum. With this type of worker lead, that now doesn't kill you. You have the option of starting to think about late game and granaries.
We say this, and at the same time, losing Horsemen here is actually so much more impactful from doing that in the early game when he had access to unlimited food. But now you guys are about to see that food go down significantly, even 500 per minute. It feels pretty tough. Anatan knows that he's on a timer, going for the boar now, trying to get every bit of meat on this map. And this is where you start to lose the momentum. And this is the opening that Byzantines has, especially because he's got his farm transition already. He's got a pretty solid flow of oil as well. We can already see that's a longbow pack every minute. So it does feel pretty decent, but at the same time, he needs to make the plays happen. And Anatan is not letting him by just ensuring he's active on the map at all times.
Amazing how much harder it is to wall these days. The change they made to the time to build just really made people reassess the waste of going to do it. And, you know, for Vortex, in a position where he needs walls, being down by this much economy on a map like this, where the best way I've heard it described is Borderland is designed, and this is from the map designer himself, he said, Borderland is designed to be easy to defend your corner, but ultimately a wasted effort. And what he meant by that is that there's just not much resource there. So you have to come out. It's a very weird dynamic when you think about it that way. It's like you could sit here, but your time is incredibly limited. And in Vortex, at some point, you have to start thinking about those bigger tree lines, as we always do. And you can already see that Ano has set up for that on the gold, on the ball. Like, he's going to have great wood control if this game does go long.
It's absolutely wild to see exactly how much food is available on this map. It allows you to keep that momentum going for so much longer than the others. But
Yeah.
the wood lines, KP, the wood lines. It's a tough spot. The wood! But wood do you have enough?
The weird wood lines as well. One of them's just full, and the other one's just like a patchwork sploshing, you know? Like sometimes you get maps like this, and is it the Rorschach test or whatever it's called? the ink lots. What do you see?
What do you see? We see
if
death and cataphract destruction, KP.
Yeah, if I'm Byzantine, I see destitution. But that army is fat. 41 Limitane, 33 Lombos, and Ano in mid-castle is just mass repeater bows.
Now, these raids are still causing all that go idle time as well. And we did see the army pulling back. And at a point there, that's where you ask yourself, is the Jugunu actually just going to be good enough to take down this army? Because Jugunu, they usually trade against most things pretty well. But the longbows, they make this a lot harder. The problem is just you need a lot of micro to control those. And the Horseman army is not there to clean out the back. Now Anatan's army going down significantly, and Vortex looking like he's got a pretty heavy push here. And with the food per minute, Vortex is looking pretty decent at the moment. This is actually such a tough spot for Anatan. He's got no food in the bank. He's spending every little thing he has, and Vortex is just letting the olive oil and the food do the talking.
Vortex, what an insane cleanup. I mean, for a moment you wanted to believe for Anatan that this was it. This is the moment, repeated crossbows, but you know, as much as I want to sit here and say repeated crossbows OP, hate that unit, they do look so underwhelming in these situations. And you see why. When Shushi first came out, one of the classic answers, if you remember, was English. Lombo massing. Because Chug, Palace Guard, these options just didn't stand a chance against a Lombo push. And it's looking like Ano might not stand a chance here. The Cataphracts, they find the walkout. And his army, he can't step up to this. It's a complete outnumber and outgun. The only upside right now for Anno is he spread his economy. But everything else is looking full Spaniard favored.
Honestly, with this amount of longbows, there's so few things that can answer to this, and the thing that can is just very expensive. It looked like Anatan was going to be in charge of this. With that villager leader, we saw that it was looking good, but Vortex had one opening, he took it, and there was no answer after that.
Absolutely phenomenal out of Vortex, playing defender for 30 minutes. And if you know anything about him, it's that he doesn't defend. He attacks. He's renowned for it. It's his signature play, but it shows you how much Vortex has continued to evolve into a player that can take champs easily when he plays like this. Anatan, at multiple points, looked like he was getting the chip damage to bend Vortex over the barrel. The Spaniard comes through strong and reminds us why Byzantines is so often sought as a first pick or second ban in these drafts.
Byzantines, it looked for a second like there was no point of return, and I'm honestly shocked at how many units they were out on the map after that. Now, Anatan, this is such an interesting choice for me. Again, we saw this from Marine Lord against Lucifron, and now we're seeing it from Anatan against Vortex. He willingly decides to go in Archipelago against Vortex. Now, Vortex, we've had a few interviews with him on EGC here. He was born next to the water. Water runs through his blood, and he feels confident on it. Now, I'm not going to say that puts him in the lead, because I might just curse him like I've cursed so many players before this, but he feels confident on Archipelago. And Anatan is giving him that choice.
Yeah, rumor has it he was actually a water buff, and it shows in the way he plays. But, you know, the more interesting thing that I'd be curious to know Anatan's thought process on is that think about what he picked on this map, and think about what map he picked. Shushi Archipelago sounds very good. English, I get on a water map, we've seen it, but he still has Holy Island as well to concern himself with. So an intriguing pick for him to end up one game down, and now the second one not having the Shushi equipped. But I'm not surprised at all the Spaniards going with Ibids here. You know, it didn't work out well for Lucifron earlier when we saw him try the IE pick, but I think you might see a bit of a better comeuppance for them here up against English, as they do have some comparative upsides on water.
Now, with English, we've seen it on Holy Island, and I don't just mean on this one game. This has been a pick that some people pull out and they feel pretty confident against anything, Lancaster as well. But against what do you get the moment you age up on Archipelago? You get a king, and it usually feels like a bit of a waste if your unit is just standing there idle. So I'm kind of expecting a little bit of a transport play to force his opponent to just not take things as favorably as he wants, but that gives you the opening of absolutely being destroyed when that water fight hits. So with English, you have that element of surprise, but just like last time with Aeobits, we'll see what the age up choice is going to be, but we saw how quick that advancement came out and how handy it was. The thing is, it was against a civ that ages up pretty fast, so we'll see if that's going to be the choice yet again. Advancement just giving you so much of an even ground, I would say, to get that timing, to get a military ship out, because your age up is just so slow otherwise.
If he can deal with the slow age up, though, I really like military wing here. So you get the Desert Raider, which contests the king when he comes across. And then it seems like that's a waste after that, but then you're just building up a land army over time. Then on a delay, you get your own transport ship, and you go and hit him. So it's pretty annoying, actually. For anyone who's experienced this playing English 2TC, you send your king out, and the Ibis can just contest you with a single Desert Raider. It's pretty demoralizing.
But it feels like a risky move, though, because when you get into that position, your investment is already so heavy that you now get nothing other than that Desert Raider every few minutes. And if you get 3 or 4 longbows on the side of English, you usually have an answer to any amount of Desert Raiders that come your way, right?
Yeah, but the logic there is you have to build archery ranges, like and then you have to spend on the units, whereas like desert rays are free. So, like, that's always been the advantage of the king originally. Is like, oh, hey, I like think about when we talked about earlier on Honey Island is now you have to build a rack, so you have to build units out of that racks to counter me. Whereas I've just got this guy for free. But like that's usually the thought process. We'll see if he leans to it. You know, you could get away with it. Yes, it's risky to not have advancement wing, but that's the beauty of the cheaper docks is that you just build additional docks and build more fishing boats. And you play the classic where I can't use all this resource yet, but then you're like the guy holding all of the apples, like, I've just got all this money to spend when I get them.
Now, the big question for the opponent is always, what is my opponent doing? And usually can get those answers with a good old scout, but on Archipelago, you're left in the dark. And ladies and gentlemen, we're loading into English versus Aerobids. And Vortex being on home ground, just loving his good old water maps.
Is it ground? Home
Home
water. Like, yeah, home water.
Yes.
Home paddle. Yes,
Paddle.
Archipelago Tournament Edition here. Vortex. Don't be deceived, folks. It's actually going to be him on the Aerobids and Anatand on Le Anglais. So, should get that switched around in a second, right? Oh, wait, did I read the draft wrong? I'm an idiot.
Now,
Yes, I'm an idiot. All right, there we go. I read the draft wrong. We're talking the wrong way around. So Anatan with Ayu here. You know, we're talking about like this theoretical opening into military wing. I think even more so with it being like Anno on Aerobids. I wouldn't be surprised if he does this. It's intriguing because it doesn't take much to get transport ship in. The risk of trying to play Desert Raiders here, of course, is English villages. Like you could never approach a tree line because there's like 20 workers in there with short bows. But he's got a pretty good spawn for Golden Age here. Do you notice that?
yeah,
Really good.
this is a pretty good spot for getting that influence as large as possible because you could potentially get that gold camp in there alongside it. It feels pretty busted here. The dock, probably not going to reach the first dock too quickly, but the second one that will surely follow is going to make that a lot easier as well. So now I can definitely see the value in all of this. I said second dock, but at the same time, we're already going for our gold. So this is going to give him a few more options with the age up, because I think a lot of players, they just invest a bit more into that second dock early on, and then their age up is so significantly delayed. Anatand is not willing to take a delayed age up, which means, like you said, he could go for a different wing. He has more options, KP. And is it going to be military? We're about to find out.
Yeah, I mean, the likelihood is it's advancement wing on a map like this, but the military wing idea is pretty crafty. It just, the fact that he's not building extra docks leans me back towards advancement. Like, if you were going to do the military wing build, you'd want 2 docks, maybe even 3. Because the whole idea is it's just, think of it as an outpost. It's a 75 wood outpost for your ships to keep safe, right? He is, however, keeping the villager out here like that with the sheep drop-off. He even started shoving in some deer. He's gathering it right now in the TC, so he's doing this to get an actively faster tech timing.
Now, we see both of these players, 6 villages on the wood, just to ensure that they can constantly make these fishing boats, not over-investing in that second dock just yet. Both of them wanting a pretty normal age-up timing. And honestly, I am just so excited to see what Vortex is going to be doing with that king. Because the king, just, you have so many expectations from it, and advancement ring has been clicked up. It just makes sense when you are on this map, because you need to get that military ship out as quickly as possible.
No, most definitely. Like, in this situation, like I said, with 1 dock, you're just not going to do anything but this. There's no greed involved. So he's leaning on the idea of that first boat timing to give him an advantage. Vortex age up should be starting shortly. Normally, you see players pulling towards the shoreline to build the Abbey of Kings. But that obviously is going to sacrifice your timing a bit. There's a lot of walk involved in that, and he doesn't have wheelbarrow.
A wheelbarrow being a pretty expensive investment here for most civilizations. It doesn't feel as necessary, especially when you are on water and you're not expecting to be raided in your base anytime soon. Your villagers can easily just put another drop-off building to make sure they do not need to run too far. But now with the Abbey of Kings out here, I guess it also heals the ships up a lot faster, right?
Yes. Yeah, and you know, this is the advantage on certain maps. There used to be a version of, not Archipelago, the other one, where you could get a perfect like convex, so that you could essentially just drop your Abbey of Kings on a small peninsula, and it would heal like 280 degrees of the full, which is really, really powerful. Then you had the polar opposite. I remember Marine Lord, who's a big believer in English and Baltic. And Baltic is a concave. That's terrible, right? Because you only have about 30 or 40% arc that you, 50, 60% arc you can use. Yes, it is very good. And it means that you can play more actively towards Admiralty, because if you play Defender here and chill, you get the space, because you should, in theory, be more efficient on trades.
Now, with the age up, oof.
That's early.
Transport ship. That was not that. Did not expect that at all, KP. Getting a transport ship out this early just means that you do not have an answer. And he's going to spot it instantly.
Yeah. I kind of love that, actually. It's a scouting boat. It lets him know, because he immediately queues up a Springald, because it could have been Springald, Archer, probably not Demo. So this is funny, because transport ships don't take bonus damage from anything on sea. So, like, demos, it takes 5 demos to kill a transport ship. So this just gives you a really easy way of seeing what your opponent's doing.
Especially when he gets to pull back and gets healed up at the speed of light here. Now, these fishing boats do need to be careful, because you do not want to lose any bit of aggression. Oh, yeah, early on. But look at that demo ship about to connect. Losing his
second one?
boat.
He wasn't expecting it. He didn't expect 2.
Anatan just completely making Vortex look like he's the man who was actually born next to the water. Belarusian Chad just dictating the pace of the game, instantly queuing up more units. But now a horseman as well. In this time, he dropped his stable. He's going to need to find an answer for that king, but he's got an answer. The king now joining the land, but
yeah, that village is dead, right? Yeah, he doesn't even pull away. Whoops. So -1. And Anatan's reaction is intriguing, actually. He goes horseman instead of desert raider.
Now, horseman, it feels decent against most, but with the movement speed, you're definitely going to be able to get the king and do the damage before he starts healing up. Another villager might just be going down. It looks like that king got a very healthy connect. Villager survives, though. But with a horseman, you're forcing the king to constantly be on the run. And like I said, he's not going to start healing. So that horseman is going to be the key to actually taking down the king on land here.
The interesting thing, though, is like a desert raider kind of gives you the same by peppering and Varus as you go. Yeah, double horseman should work. He's going to try to pick up, but the Springald shot, nicely played. Anatan gets the denial. Vortex, the plan is looking shaky.
And where do you go from here? Because with English, this was one of your major plays, and it needed to get some value. One villager is good value, but you lost 4 fishing ships, so it just does not get the same. These demos trying to get us around.
Oh my god, galleys are so horrible like this. It's ring a rosies, but does he get? He gets the blocker, loses the galley. That's going to now be a man the sails to try and escape. The Springald connects, which hinders him. It disables the faster movement speed. So demo connect. What? I sometimes these goddamn things. Okay, I would be breaking my keyboard right now and throwing it out the PC out of the window if I was Anno.
It gets the full shot. That one was pretty clean, KP. The other one, he missed by a hairline. Poor guy. But
yeah, it's like awkward. I think it's to do with diagonal angles and horizontals when you pull away. It's like you can bait demo ships into detonating when they're actually not close enough. There's a delay on them activating.
Now, he has 2 Springald ships here. Vortex floating quite a bit of wood here. He just wants to keep making ships every time he can. And he's remade the king. So with the king now, the problem is he's still going to be dropping on land, and there's still 2 horsemen there. And Anatan already having the production building, he's going to be able to make another unit. He's going to be able to make a desert raider if needed. So Vortex cannot send that king out without being slightly accompanied, at least.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see Vortex start to think about this transport ship as a tank in the fights. Because it is. It takes a lot of hits to die. So you can just kind of use it to absorb shots, body block into demos, maybe draw fire from arrow ships. I don't know. Has he got teak masts? I don't know if I saw him get that earlier.
Now,
no. Interesting build order then. Teak masts, the Spaniards at least, they highly value at the start of the age.
Now, the connection here could be quite brutal. We see the demo ship making its way through, but the galley is target firing. Problem is just, it's not going to be able to connect that hard. The galley from the back as well, sniping it. Beautiful play here by Vortex. Vortex now transitioning into a bit more of a standard water battle game. Initially, the sneaky shenanigans paid off for Anatan, but Vortex realizes if you just place this the way he knows how to play it, Anatan might struggle.
Vortex does have eco issues, though. Anno up by 5 is not a good look for the Spaniard. And, well, you talked about it. The king, congrats. You just got coronated. Let's take you out on the streets, the back streets, where we can mug you and kill you.
Now, he gets one of the horsemen pretty low, but knowing what the Aeobids holds, and in this case more horses, that is not going to be a horseman that's low for long. Now, another horseman has been the investment. They've already got one king killed. This man might survive, made his way back. This time the ships are not in position to take half his HP, so he will be able to make it safe to back to base safely and heal up.
The classic English strategy: when you start losing the war, get on your boats and go back to your island. It's worked well for us over the years.
The French can take a hint or two from there, right? So Vortex, he's now with these Spriggold ships trying to get a little bit of a poke off. And Anatan's ship army is still looking pretty scary, but he does only have 5 demos, I say, ironically. Because Vortex also has 4 demos. Yeah, no. These boys like the surprise explosions. We'll just see if they use the kelp correctly.
See if they can lie in wait until the right moment. The interesting one is actually this closest stealth water between the two sides. And that's why it's usually valuable to have fishing boats leaning here. But Vortex is actually blind around that area. So it's an advantage for Anatan to leverage because his fishing boats are in range of it.
Now Vortex is trying to get every bit of poke he can. And Anatan, he realizes the element of surprise worked before. This is what the Spanish brothers do. I'm going to get more demos. And Vortex was watching his brother play earlier. He's going to know what to do when this connection does hit. But I know Anatan and Marine Lord play together a fair bit. So these two, they might play quite similarly. And we've already seen a little bit of that. But now it looks like Anatan is moving out himself. We've got a galley firing back, but... Oh, another galley being queued up from Vortex as well. He wants to be ready for demos, but you know, this can get quite hairy. The 3 demos... Trying to make their way through to the back.
Wait, what? Oh, he's distracted. Okay, so he gets the detonation on the fishing boats there. A little bit of trade out. But Anatan, he's still got a second wave lurking in the wings here. And Vortex, does he think that was it?
Oh, KP, look at the resources. Twitch chat, are you ready? Anatan, he's banking up a little bit. Making sure he gets every boat he can afford. But he's going down to defense. This is going to be important here. Needs to make sure those ships are healed up, especially when the demos connect. They know this is a demo against demo game. So Anatan ready to click up to that castle any moment now. And Vortex is nowhere close. So the problem is just, is this Vortex's moment where he will then attack?
Yeah, Vortex played the defense so well. When those 3 demos got by the first archer ship, that's like disaster zone. You have to have a second archer ship there. Because if you're driving yourself away from an archer ship, it won't hit you. So that could have been an absolute disaster from there. But great maintainment of his composure there. Vortex able to shove this away. The surround didn't work. Anatan was coming from about 4 different angles, sort of, with the demos. Vortex has just been on point with his galley allocation. He still has 3, and he's been spreading them out instead of just doing the classic, let's bring them together and everyone shoot in one direction.
Now we can see the Springald ships are looking for a little bit of poke here. Anatan has been denied of his castle age initially because he's so focused on ensuring he can keep this water fight going. But he overextends a little bit here, and the demos might be able to find a pretty decent connection. It does look like it breaks through, but the one will absorb the fight.
And second detonation coming in. Will connect on the backside. Meanwhile, the counter demo play. It brings a Hulk low, but that's just going to be a trade out 1-to-1. Great fight there for Vortex, and you got to be asked the question, where was the galley? Look at it. Anatan, his little Dow was all the way over on the wrong side of the affair. So the demo now able to brute force him, hold him hostage. The archer ship is perfectly positioned to intercept. The demos try and come around the back, but Vortex denies him again. The front stab to push him away, but Vortex says no.
And Anatan is trying his best at letting these demo ships connect. He realizes, I have just invested so much on water here. Stop my castle. This is something I need to win, but Vortex, he knows his strength. He knows how to play the water, and he's just playing his game.
This is ridiculous. I feel like I'm not watching Age of Empires 4 anymore. It's like, you know, one of those little .io games where you want the dots and you have to eat the smaller dots to get... They're just randomly going around. We've just got demo flotillas dancing in the middle of our screen here. But truly, the Mastodon and the master dancer has to be Vortex. What an elegant execution to come through the other side with a dominant lead. 7 Springolds to Anatan's 1.
Now, Vortex is still doubling down on these demos. He knows this has been working. Anatan is forced to keep making them as well. And the investment on all of those demos, they just have not paid off as much as they needed to. He got those villager kills or ship kills early on in the game, but it definitely was not enough to shut down Vortex. Now, again, we're getting to that point of the game where the wood lines are thinning out quite a bit, but the demo ships are coming from behind. Anatan trying to get a good connection, and he gets a decent one, but I think it's a little bit late for him, as Vortex is just getting better ones.
Yeah, he only needs to trade evenly from here. He's shuttering the economy is the idea. And, you know, this is risky. Like, Vortex, it shows you how good his position is that he's been able to drift all the way to the east side of Anatan's base. That's not easy to do. That's risky from these type of positions. Vortex, now we'll just start backing off again. Remember, he has got the king. He didn't think about transport shipping in again when Anno's distracted here. Would be a good play.
Now, Admiralty definitely paying off for English here with that range. They are just hiding. Doing amazing. But Anatan getting a few good connections here. Just enough to push Vortex back for a little while. But Anatan, he's going to need to keep making ships. And Vortex, he's got a lot of food in the bank. See, this is an interesting position because now there's that time where he needs to migrate. And he has the wood to sustain him through all of that. Anatan might face a very different problem soon. The demo ship going to be taking out that Springald at the bottom there as well. And we just see constant water action. A Springald ship barely surviving and running towards safety. But both of these guys need to keep the ship economy going. And Vortex just got idle villagers, so that means that wood line is about depleted.
I just feel like if we interviewed Anatan right now to ask him his strategy for all these demo ships, we're like, so here's the idea, guys. I'm going to let them hit me in the face. Okay? And then what? And then I'm going to let them hit me in the face again. That doesn't sound like a strategy. But I'll keep getting hit in the face, but I won't die. It's ridiculous. Like, look at the destroyed value.
Absolutely disgusting. Vortex just hitting everything with double the value, double the fun. But now, wood slowing down a bit. We see the demo ships making its way through as people are focused on different directions. One Springald ship paying the price. Galleys perfectly sniping down. We can see Anatan trying to get rid of these galleys here at the back. Trying to get a good connection there too. And it's definitely okay.
That was the roughest piece of micro from Vortex I've seen so far. Like, his galleys were just standing still, and the back demo was kiting. You almost got connected on like 3 spring ships, which would have changed everything. So, like, Anatan, although it looked a bit weird of a fight, like, actually, he done pretty well there. He was on the verge of resetting water.
Now, I do see a dock going out there on the far right of Anatan's base, and that could signal our... Oh, no, it's just some fishing ships minding their own business. They're just thinking about work. They've worked hard enough for some battle.
It's just an extravagant mill when you think about it. 75 wood, not much. You can just set one up if you want to. But Vortex. The interesting thing is actually how much we've seen English play mass demos. You saw from this one as well. Usually English on water isn't about demo ship play. It's just about mass Springolds.
That was a pretty big hit as well. Anatan, now 9 workers idle. Now all of a sudden that worker lead he had for a while is just not looking the same, as Vortex also most likely started making more fishing boats here. Now, we do see that this military mass is still growing at this point, where you would be expecting them to slow down. Both of these guys know whoever slows down first, you're cooked.
Yeah, and they are cooking with fire. Demo ship spam from both of them. Vortex just queued up another 5. This is the GG juggler kick he's looking for. The demo wave 1 comes in. Archer ship skirted by. Catches the enemy demos as well. So that's a detonation on detonation. A few make their way through onto the bagglers. to shut them down. And Vortex going in with a Falcon Punch, detonates the fleet, takes out one of the docks, he blocks the back, and he's now 1 game away from booking a second Spanish-French date this weekend.
No, Anatan, he absolutely looked fantastic on water there. He looked confident, but Vortex, he's Vortex. He knew the strength of his civilization. He realized those early game shenanigans may not have paid off. He just needed to play his game on the water like he always does, and eventually it will pay off. But Anatan definitely looking quite scary. I think he might even scare a few people away from his water play after that performance.
It's exactly what we've come to expect from him. I mean, Anatan, though, he has been leveling up his water game. I think I felt it in this one, and you got to give him a lot of credit. It's not easy to beat the Spaniards, and I think some people say, well, why would you go to this map? It was your map selection. Think about it this way: there's 2 water maps. That's a big chunk of the draft, and you already lost game 1. So you need to win a water map anyway. You might as well get it out of the way while you feel like you still have robustness to your draft.
Especially if you feel confident in this. And the way Anatan played, he looked confident. I think this is probably one of his best performances. It's just, this is Vortex. So I can definitely see Anatan beating most top players with the way he played this water game. So fantastic showing. And I think this will make a lot of people excited about seeing Anatan picking a water map here. But guys, we have our next map. Oh, first, just watch that demo ship do absolute destruction. Disgusting.
Nothing. I mean the other one. Sorry. That final was like, I'm going to do it. I'm going to do better than my big bro. Damn it. So it might be a damn it moment here. Chinese.
And what's really interesting about the Chinese pick now is Chinese is a civ that also does pretty well on the water, but at the same time, Vortex has a lot of options. He's got HRE. Oh, never mind. That's the only option. That was it. Sorry, guys. But we also saw Anatan doing a few spicy things with House of Lancaster before. So Anatan also has Order of the Dragon, something that you can leave for Holy Island. But Front Range, I think, is the map that is the least explored by most of us. And I say this on behalf of all players who only play ladder. What is the deal with Front Range? What are we expecting in terms of map drafts? Because this is something that I think in your tournament, a lot of players have been picking. So tell me more about the drafting that we're expecting from the rest of the series, if it gets there.
Yeah, so Front Range is a very interesting map design. If anyone comes from a deeper Age of Empires background, I would compare it to Coast to Mountain from Age of Empires 2. The design of the map really is, it tries to pull you in 2 different directions. You start with very little food. There's only 9 sheep that spawn per player. You're usually 50% them, so that's 9 sheep to work with in total. Compare that to Dry Arabia, where you're like 16 or whatever. It's crazy how little you get. Then the tree lines. They're Himayama size. Very small. The gold veins. 2 of them, 1,600 gold each. Not a lot of gold. That's less than you get on a starting gold on Dry Arabia. The rest of the gold is up in the mountains. The rest of the food is down in the south. So what you normally see here is people in the early mid-game fixate around the food. They try to gather that area, and then they push out. Boar civs in particular have been popular here because there's 2 boar located between the bases. The gold comes later when you try and wall it off. So there's this interesting negotiation on the early mid-game, and what we've noticed as a pattern is that booming civs don't often thrive here. We've occasionally seen things like Malians, English occasionally get a win. The dominant picks have been Ottomans, Japan, HRE, and HRE and Minework builds, by the way. Anatan has liked Order of the Dragon, but in theory, passive civs like Lancaster can work as well. And, well, I mean, way to not line Anatan up to look like he's about to win, guys.
Anatan, this man, I feel like he's been an up-and-coming player for a while, and now taking down a lot of players. We're expecting him to reach the heights of Marine Lord eventually, and he does pop his head in there every now and again, but he's up against these veterans in RTS, and it is a pretty tough position to constantly play against. But Vortex with the 8% win rate against Anatan, that is pretty scary for any player to go up against.
It is, and I remember that 4-0 in the KPMM. It was pretty rough. Like Vortex just rolled over him. That was the week where I was like, this guy's gonna win next tier this year. So just final thoughts on Front Range. What you're probably seeing there, Anno will be either going Order of the Dragon or Lancaster. Vortex, Ottomans, or HRE, either one works, but HRE should be reserved for Holy Island, so Bruce is probably a discard. And then for Anno, Order the Dragon or Lancaster really fits into either of these remaining maps. But you said he's interesting in his Lancaster approach on this map. I'd rather probably see Order the Dragon there, and then you Lanny Boy into the final one, because the Lord's build on land right now,
It's crazy.
it's dirty. It's like, if you talk to players right now, we heard it from Lucifron last weekend, where he put Lancaster pretty much on the same tier as China.
Just because of that current build?
Yeah, it's, he played against, I think it might have been Recon, and was it Recon or Voldemort? Someone I remember, like, they told me, they asked him, how do you beat this? And Lucifron's response was, I don't know.
Oh, see, I actually coached someone pretty recently, and she asked me, what am I supposed to do against this? And I'm like, go next. Go next. It is what it is. Sometimes there's a counter. Sometimes it needs a little bit of rebalancing. And this one needs a little bit of rebalancing. But I'm sure this will come on out as all the pro players say this in unison. But guys, we have Gorge, China against Malians. Both civilizations that like a little bit of pro scouting. I say a little, but a lot of pro scouting. But Malians, they do get away with not doing so and just being aggressive. So we've been seeing some pretty spicy builds here from Vortex as well. And I'm guessing that's why Anatand also knows he does not want Vortex touching the civilization. So let's go see what he does on Malians himself.
It would be the heroic recovery. Anatand seeking his best performance, a true triumphant moment for him in S-tier tournament. But he faces elimination here. Game number 3, his biggest hurdle, to beat the Chinese in tournament play. He trusts the Malians to deliver that to him, but Vortex is no easy opponent, as we've seen in the first 2. Could he do it? Could he get that reverse sweep? Could he then go in and maybe beat Marine Lord? Or are we just destined to see Spanish dominance throughout this weekend?
Now, usually with Malians, if you give them a little bit of leeway, they're pretty good at responding to most things in Feudal Age, because we've been seeing a lot more aggression on sofas, and they've actually been showing their value. The thing about China is they very quickly get control of the food, and they don't actually have to go out on the rest of the map and be susceptible to raiding. When your goal is that far forward, it feels pretty nice to just go there and smack a few villages down with a little sofa, getting a charge in every now and again. Now, we're talking about a few more minutes from now, so definitely not something to be concerned about just yet. But looking at the deer spawns, I feel like Vortex is going to be pretty happy knowing that his deer are in 2 different directions, and he's actually going to be able to pro scout, and if Anatan gets a bit of control, he should be able to still get a few through those lines. But Anatan, he cannot lose control of that side, because the gold is there, the other gold is there, the deer are there, and all of a sudden Vortex will just snowball completely.
Still, it's actually a really good spawn to just middle finger pro scouts here for Anatand. Don't do it yourself, just play in the area. Get an outpost up, wall it up. It's nice to actually have that outpost out on the big gold vein, because you want to pit mine that anyway. So being out there for the deer, like, you just get a way of competing pro scouts from China without having to do it yourself, which equalizes the game. So yeah, like, if there was a spawn that could get Anatand into this series again, I think this is the one.
Yes. It's just if Vortex finds a way to shut this down, the problem is just he needs a little bit of time. And Malians, they just don't need that same amount of time to get that going. So yeah, no, I can definitely see this being a pretty big snowball position for him. Now, Mansa Quarried, still going to take 50 seconds, not too much of a rush. But I would like to see if Anatan goes for the Vortex build that we saw on YouTube recently. So for those of you who haven't seen what Vortex does, he goes for 3 very, very early cows. So this boosts that food economy, but the thing is, he just scouted those deer. He definitely does not need to think about, hey, am I going to have access to enough food? Or can I use this a little bit differently?
It's ironic you were talking that way, because I was wondering if Vortex was going to go for the Anno build, China, which is the opening archery. You just spam out several archers and you push in, and then you pro scouts no delay. But I just think we just got straight up pro scouts. It doesn't seem like he's interested in aggression. I mean, in fairness, trying to archer opening into Malians feels like a death sentence. You just encourage javs. But it would at least give you some momentum. Like, there's certain matchups where when China does that, you feel like you just have no answer. And I think that's a big part of why China has become the most expansive and competitive. Once upon a time, they didn't have options. Now, with the Pro Scout meta behind us, or rather, you know, the offset residual afterwards, they have so many different things they do well. You know, the early game was their weak point about a year and a half ago. No longer the case.
And Anatan now moving his way forward, going to be attacking those villages on gold. I'd love to see if that is as stable as his first building, because he's floating quite a bit of gold, and another scout is coming out. This means that that scout on the gold villages, he's there to do damage. And the second scout coming out, is this just going to be pro scouts? Because Anatan, he's floating a lot of gold all of a sudden. And he might just be feeling, let me just bring those deer a little bit closer. And then I don't need to move out on the map and take any risks.
Yeah, it's a little bit surprising, but, you know, opening scouts like this anyway, they're very good at contesting pro scouts with other civs, you know. Other civs consider spearmen. Well, this is like your spearmen on horseback, really. At least against scouts.
Now, with all of the extra bonuses those scouts have, it does feel pretty good to have them. But the spearmen now coming on out. The thing is, what I love about the Malian scouts, you can, with 2 scouts, you can kill a spearman pretty easily, and it feels nice to do so. You just need to do a little bit of micro, which, I mean, Anatan, he has a lot of APM that he can use to do so. But double broadaxe being clicked up, he realizes those deer are all in the same position. I am just going to be leveraging that instead of taking any risks and doing pro scouting myself. Use those scouts to actually be active and force you onto making other units you probably don't want to make.
Well, with the free count opening, you know, how deep do you look to go on greed here? We have got second pit mine, like we talked about, being set up. Honestly, I want to see him just anchor this area. One outpost per pit mine, and I should keep early pressure away unless Vortex does some sort of insane, you know, 12, 14 spearman build. It's possible, but the problem with doing that is that you invite Malians to do archers, which is what they want for mid-game anyway.
Now we already see the first Sofa KP. This man, he's doubling down on the horses and getting the archery range out now. He's going to make the things he feels comfortable, archers, because, like I said, in Castle, they're the unit you want against most things that come their way. So he's not even forced into making javelins, which, I mean, is a pretty expensive investment for Malians early on, but they are so effective. Archery range coming from Vortex as well. So going to be getting that horseman archer composition to be able to contest against whatever Malians throws their way. The problem is what they're throwing their way come in form of Sofa. And Sofas are so difficult because initially your spearmen are doing fine. Your archers are going to be able to do a bit, but then the numbers increase. And from there on, things just get way more difficult.
Yeah, the thing about Sofa is it's basically the go-to unit now for Malians. You know, it used to be once you reach Castle Age, but now in the Feudal Age, and that was because of a buff that came through a while ago now, actually. They got an increase in health by, I think it's 5, and then damage by 1. Doesn't sound like a lot, but it was enough to make a difference for this particular unit. For a few different reasons. Like, for raiding, Sofa are incredible now, because up at 17 damage, it gives them enough to free-hit kill workers. On top of that, people just got better at using cavalry overall in the last year. You see it with things like Sipahi becoming meta. Same with Sofa. You know, if you are on point, switched on, using these units correctly, they're incredibly advantageous, and that is incredibly dirty. Anatan lames the boar to starve Vortex out later.
And we've seen how comfortable the Spanish brothers are on going out on the map for that food source. So for those of you who don't know what just happened, Anatan just killed the boar, and him being Malians, the boar despawns at that point. And now that denies Vortex a whole chunk of boar meat. He's not going to be able to go out on the map and just snack on what he loves snacking on. But now Anatan has this very mobile army that he can use to constantly bait out Vortex, and Vortex is just going to need to take unfavorable trades non-stop.
Yeah, and that's minus 2,200 food, but actually it's so much worse than that for China, because that's minus 2,640 food because of supervision. So a huge boon you're now missing, and one that you can normally lean into quite easily with a Barbican play, dropping the Barbican build. So nicely played, and I know it's going to get asked in chat. Is that illegal? No, it's not. It's allowed. It's completely allowed, right? It's been in the game for ages. Apparently, it even got confirmed by the devs that like it's intended behavior.
I mean, it adds that extra element to the game, of course. And a lot of people, when we were doing things like pushing deer away from their pack so they despawn on the minimap, all those aspects, if they're planned, it does feel like it's that extra element that you need to make effort on reaching. Now, Vortex has been doing that spearman push you talked about earlier, and 15, that is a lot. Now, with the archers in the mix as well, it doesn't feel that easy for Anatan to just keep massing archers, but that's exactly what he's doing. He's got the sofas, now 10 sofas. This is going to be quite hard to kill, because those things, they can take quite a punch. They're not necessarily a knight, but night lights.
They're a soft knight, yeah. The thing is, it's weird. We have light cav, heavy cav. It's like the kind of medium cav. But the interesting thing is, like, what you need to do is Sofa here to win this fight. You don't take the direct fight yet. You just intercept reinforcements. There is a window here because Vortex has held back all archers, which was pretty smart, actually. So maybe Anno could pin him here.
The thing is, those red dots all around the map, we can see these others trying to get back to their friends. The problem is, if you get back to those friends into those spears, oh, the spears providing that front line. The horses do not want to take that trade. We only have 2 cows in the pens right now, and there were 3. So we did
ejected.
Yeah, he ejected one of them and now re-injected the cow. So he definitely has had to snack on some external food sources, which is quite problematic here, because that deer we talked about earlier, it's non-existent. He had the map and he didn't leverage it at all, at least on that side for now, because now that map is in the favor of Vortex, and him going Castle Age now, it's pretty scary. The thing is, he doesn't have the food for constant production right now. He's got a little bit of deer left, but it just doesn't feel like it's the moment, right?
Can we just rant about that a little bit? Like, think about the state of military, the difference between them on like army value. How did he just afford that?
Taxes, KP.
China.
Government. China.
Government.
China is just one of the strongest civilizations. Yeah, that's the problem. They have... Yeah?
They're going to be our overlords in a few years, is the thing is where you want to follow that up with, right? Like, you got to put the tinfoil hat on. This is why they're always banned. It's the only civ I so consistently just look up and see that they're teching suddenly. You know, like any other civ, you can see the flow. You're like, yeah, castle's coming. These guys, and oh, what a hit. Finds the rebuilders for the pit mine with the horseman. Halving is going to send him all the way to the afterlife.
Problem is, this is not a Malians who's ready for a castle age. This is a Malians who is about to struggle very much with food and with any level of pressure. Because with Malians, you want to have a few cows on the pen when you age up at least. Even if you're going for the Farimba, you need some level of food source. And right now, he has nothing. You see him desperately trying to get up to castle himself with 0 cows in the bank. The corral with no cows.
It's an empty Lani.
This is, you know what this is? Like, watching this cows, right? Like you said, you want to have a few cows. It's like that person that goes, look, I have a pet goldfish, and it's floating at the top. You're like, oh, honey. I don't know how to tell you this.
And
technically, it's still your pet. It's just not really going to respond anymore, and this is rough. I mean, I know he's going to have 13 Sofa, but the brutality of China is the Lancer spam now. Supervision just pumps them out so fast.
And the sad Lani is going to give him no bonus, except for the 1 cow he managed to sneak into that pen right now. Probably feeling pretty nice. Ooh, 2 of them, guys. That's some extra food. Not a lot, but some. The archers
this is
now.
like when you've got the stubborn, when you got like the stubborn mule that doesn't want to mate. It's like, come on, guys. We need a farm here. We need a farm full of cows. All right, you guys are going to make up, Bessie.
Now he's trying to get every bit of gold he can. Queues up his upgrades because he realizes this is that dive that goes against Malians the moment you hit castle. We've seen this. We felt this. The difference is usually that dive is against a fully cow-boomed civilization. And you usually have an answer to when they hit you. Right now, he's got no answer, he's got no cows, and he's got no access to gold. And all of a sudden, these villagers are just going to be getting wood, and there's only going to be more archers. To an army of lancers.
Welcome to China.
China. Yeah.
Gonna go back there again, are we? I didn't realize there was such a horse nation these days. A lot of horsepower behind them. The archer mass beating the Malian ones, not a great look for Anatand right now. I mean, the sofas is one stay safe. Problem is, trying to state your economy, you're going to get eclipsed in that department in the next 2 minutes maximum. Not a great feeling, and he did at least just get imported armors coming through, but ranged armor 2 on the way from Vortex to mirror out, and we do not have poisoned arrows for the Malians.
You can see the Sofas trying to be the front line here because they realize if these lancers get on top of the archers, they are going to be cooked. There's no better way. The cow meat is going to be a thing of the past. We have horse meat on the menu, and all of a sudden, these horsemen are trying to dive. They get quite a bit of a decent trade, but the choke point here, actually from the TC fire, could do a lot. We see the archers just target firing these at the back. Sofas trying to get a proper surround, and the spearmen just couldn't get a connection there. Perfectly target fired here by Anatand.
Vortex is like, hey, just in case you didn't know, I've got another win condition behind this if this doesn't convince you to tap out. I mean, I don't know how 135 passive food from his Fulani couldn't possibly carry him through all of this idle, but it's looking done, woman. Anatand, he talked big last weekend. He said he'd be able to slay Marine Lord, but clearly the problem was getting past Vortex. The beast has not dropped one game. Anno finishes 4th, and it will be Marine Lord's nightmare. After the Lucifron experience, he's going to have to experience another Spaniard.
And these two Spaniards playing very similarly as they do practice together quite a bit. These two have their own style, and Marine Lord, he looks confident on the water, but so do they. So there's still a lot of tricks that they can pull out here to surprise Marine Lord. And honestly, after seeing the performance from Lucifron, I don't think tricks are necessary. These guys can do it on skill. But Marine Lord, he's got his honor to defend. This man is going to be ready for it. Anatand going down to Vortex, but this is nothing to be ashamed of. Vortex played beautifully. His brother also now being in the finals, it feels pretty good for them. And Anatand, we'll see him in the next tournament, see how much he can take down in that case. But right now, I hope you guys are excited to see Vortex versus Marine Lord, because these two have a lot to fight for.
Absolutely. And, you know, I mean, it's a rough one for Anno. Nobody truly comes back from the no Lani. You know, you need a full Lani. It's a rough type of position to be in. China as the final one, I think he inevitably felt it coming after that second game. It's just a predictable pick, but he knew if he used Lancaster, at best it gets you a stay of execution. He wants to be stronger in the later part of the draft. But well played to him. Spanish boys back on top, and I think it's much needed here. You know, Green Lord, it looked like the biggest threat to his dominance was Louis MT, and after what we saw from Louis in this tournament, not being able to find his groove, a lot of people at that point probably just started muttering it's a Marine Lord victory again. And not that simple. Like, Vortex, he needed this type of clean performance of Anatand to convince us that he could have a chance now of taking down the champ of Age of Empires 4. But we'll be able to hear from him in a second, and I'm curious to pick his brain, like in particular, how he feels after watching that Lucifron.
Lucifron is not going to make this an easy one, even if it's Vortex making his way all the way there. Tomorrow is going to be the final, for those of you asking. So we do have the next series coming up after this. We'll be heading into an interview soon, going into a break, and then heading into our final series for today. So get yourselves ready. They're ready for the interview. And ladies... Oh, never mind. I called it a little bit early. Never mind.
You got baited by a behind-the-scenes meme. It's going to be an interesting one to talk to Lad and see how he's feeling off this. I mean, I know he was a mixed bag of emotions after the Poppy Paw series last weekend. You know, we heard it from him. Like, he was on the verge of elimination, and the remake, he'll say himself, was a stay of execution and then a reset that was much needed. Just unfortunate the way it happened, but you know, today was a statement like, nah, there's no flukes here, no second chances needed. Clean execution from Vortex, which is what we love to see. Just unfortunate it had to be the demise of Anatand. Big shout out to him though. You know, he may not be making the finals day, but he's getting up there consistently. But it's time. Let's go and talk to Vortex. Vortex, mate, congratulations on a clean victory over Anatan. I want to pick your brain on going into this day. Anatan last weekend, I'm sure you heard his interview. Some very big, bold words, mainly targeted at Marine Lord. How were you feeling going into this matchup, though? Thinking about Anatan as an opponent, did you have to approach this series any different than you normally would?
Well, thank you, first of all. Well, I think Anatan was just, he was just spicing things up, right? I don't think he was delusional or something. Coming into the series, I felt really comfortable. I think I tend to do well against Anatan, at least when I'm on top shape. So was kind of feeling it. But I'm also a little bit scared because it's a very tiring day, right? I'm already super tired, so a really rough series coming now, but I'm feeling really happy.
It's I think it was I will beat Vortex 3-0, and then I'll beat Marine Lord for Lucifer 4-0. So you pretty much just use his own words against him anyway, which is beautiful. But talk to me. I need to get your opinion on the Lucifer series, right? Because it fits in nicely here. You scrim with both of the remaining players excessively. Were you shocked by the outcome for your brother there? Because that was an impressive victory over the hardest player to beat right now.
Well, I have to say, though, I don't play with Marine Lord that much, at least lately. I did play with him back in the day, but now he doesn't want to practice with me anymore, so a little bit. Not surprised. Lucifron right now, his shape is tremendous. Like, I've been struggling so hard in practice against him lately. He beat me in round 2, right, in winner bracket. So at 3-1, pretty clear one, I think. Marine Lord is really good, obviously, so he can always win. But honestly, going into this series, I felt maybe 51-49 for Lucifron for the first time, right? Because I think normally you don't want to bet against Marine Lord, but coming into this one, I actually gave Lucifron a little bit of an edge.
Well, and it's going to be an interesting situation to see whether it be you or Marine Lord going up to your bro on that final day. But going back to just Anatan one more time and talking about as a player and the players in general, some have been talking about going to this tournament. It feels like the skill level has continued to increase, but it also kind of feels like the amount of players who could be on the podium is going up as well. Like, have you felt that pressure, and how has that played into your resurgence back into competitive Age of Empires?
Yeah, like right now, you always want to put Marine Lord like a step ahead because he is historically done better than anybody else. But I think after him, like, anything can happen between like the next 8 or 9 players. I think we're on a very similar level, and then I guess it comes to like spikes of level when you get like motivation and stuff. Lucifron and I kind of had it lately. Like, I think we had a good spike of motivation, and that showed in games, right? I beat Marine Lord in a Pohers. He beat him just now, right, a few hours ago. But yeah, I think it's as competitive as ever. But I wouldn't say it's so much. Like in this tournament, for example, we're missing Beastie, who's historically been one of the truest players. So I think we can do even better than this tournament. We can get even higher level for sure. But it's the level in AOE4 right now is awesome.
Absolutely, and I've got to ask the question: has Lucifron been leaking the deets? Were there some things that he told you after the Marine Lord series and anticipation? Because of course you've got that set coming up today.
Nah, I actually didn't have time to talk with him yet, so I will ask him for some tips. But I don't really need it. Like, Marine Lord is easy. He's not getting into the final. I can tell you that.
Is easy. What's the score? You beating it? Like, you give him one game maybe, like 4-1.
Yeah, 4-1 seems. Actually, nah. Let's make it 4-0. I want to go sleep soon and be fresh for tomorrow's final. I think that's what I'm aiming for.
I mean, I said to the lads, it's bold, because if we get you and your brother in a finals, because it's just the finals tomorrow, I was like, historically, you guys have very quick games.
Yeah.
Has anything changed there?
I think it depends on the matchup a little bit, but it's just this meta, right? I feel games in general are faster now. So obviously, if both of us are involved, it's even faster. But I wouldn't say so. In custom games, we've had crazy like 50-minute games, but they're not like boring games, right? It's back and forth aggression all the time, and they might have gone to like 40, 50 minutes. So maybe if I can make it, obviously, I was kidding, right? Marine Lord is super hard. But if I can make it, I think we could have a really, really nice final.
Look at that. You went humble. Like this has been the key. The Spaniards have been humble throughout the finals, and then maybe it'll serve you well, mate. You go get rested up, get yourself prepped. You got a little bit of time. Congratulations on being Anatan.
Thank you.
Good luck against Marine Lord.
That was. I'm excited. I'm excited
Right?
because I see Vortex. He's humble about the win, but at the same time, he recognizes what a tough road this has been and what it means that he's accomplished so far. Honestly, I've known these players for such a long time. I know when I met you as well at one of the first Wallalos for AoE4, it feels like I met these players and I could see them grow. It's like a bunch of little chickens. I saw my chickens grow from these chicks into these well-grown roosters. And seeing them shine like this is absolutely amazing. So I'm very proud of all the boys, all my chickens out there. But yeah, KP, thank you for a wonderful interview. Guys, it's break time.
Wait.
Yeah.
You can't send them off like that because, like,
Yeah.
when you say break, they run away. You can't go anywhere. It's still on the line, whether you're a Marine Lord lover or a hater. His tournament life is on the line. Could it happen? The chimp not there to go ape crazy on Grand Final Sunday. You're going to have to hang around because after a short break, we're going to find out if it is a Spanish reconquista of the finals day or if the French will still cheer tomorrow. See you soon. Oh my god, how does this series end? I don't know who wins, Marika.
It doesn't end. The KP, it doesn't end. We're going to be here all night. We actually have a 3-hour game on Gorge scheduled. So I know this might seem out of character, but Vortex just didn't want to die, and Marine Lord didn't want to die either. So we have a 3-hour match scheduled up first, I believe. And
then Holy Island is an hour and a half, right? And then there's that insane land recovery where like he gets free TC and booms Imp, and like your minds are blown by it. Well, they were going to be blown by it. Now it's kind of predictable. But yes, welcome back, folks. Final series of the day. Boys haven't even drafted yet. So that was just a. Well, man, this is why you can't do these, right? Like, I remember when I'd done this in Dota 2 for an Alliance series. And I wrote it in a notepad and then dragged it on screen by accident. And then game 1 played out that way, and game 2 played out, and then 3 and 4. I was like, now I've just made the entire scene look rigged. Which, of course, it is. You know, we have to keep balance here. We don't want Marine Lord to lose too much because we want him to keep his General Mate's contract. Gotta have different people win everything, you know?
But, KP, there's something wrong with this draft. I don't know if you smell it, but...
Wait.
I don't smell any water. That's not the fresh sea
fishy.
breeze that I usually get from these drafts. There's coastal cliffs, but it's all the way far down. You need a paragliding situation to go down there. Nobody has that in Age of Empires. We're in the medieval times. This is not the time for paragliding, but it is time for Gorge and a lot of land. Ladies and gentlemen, these guys have brought you the most exquisite map draft of the tournament. So welcome to Age of Land.
I don't like that draft.
Oh, why not?
Does it feel like a good trade to give Malian for Lancaster? I mean, well, he split Japan biz, right? But Lancaster's the busted Civ.
And Zushi?
This is a really good draft start for Marine Lord. I mean, Vortex is cooking. He's got to be with the Malian pick. We haven't seen what his front range pick is yet. Marine Lord has a little bit of versatility there, but there's still a lot of draft to go. Things at this point like Ibids, HRE, Ottomans are really nice. They shoe into a lot of these maps. Wouldn't even be surprised to see an English priority because there's a certain map in the pool that the other day on stream made me want to rip my hair out. The English are quite good on.
Now, with all of these in front of us, I do want to just point out, Kate. I almost called you KT. KP. No. Different letter on the keyboard. Got it. We don't have KT, and I love this because obviously there's no water map. But there's been a lot of people complaining about the fact that KT is actually viable elsewhere. And honestly, that has been on my question card because we haven't had KT used on other maps. But I would love to see if one of these players could tell us about a bit of viability of the civilization in their draft. Wouldn't be a high priority pick though, and we're finally seeing civs that don't play water. So we're finally getting a little bit of French action as well. Loving that. But the priority is quite interesting to me here because you can see I like Vortex's draft so far. I'm a big fan, but I know Marine Lord is Marine Lord, so it is what it is. He's got home serve now.
There it is. There's your Knights Templar. It's so it's interesting actually. There's 2 maps here where it can be viable. Would you like to pick those maps out?
No. I would like to be taught. Thank you very much, good sir.
Well, the more obvious one I think is Frisian, right? Like you can imagine Frisian is like, oh, there's ponds, get fish.
Okay.
Great map. The other one that's interesting actually is Front. I've only seen one player experiment with it, and that was Numadon. But the concept of pilgrimages is pretty good on that map because of the cliff lines that cuts half the map out. So the other thing that is really hilarious is, you haven't seen Front Range yet, have you? So you see on the north side of the Stealth Forest, from the TC to the Sacred Site, there's wolves everywhere. And if a wolf hits a pilgrim, he runs faster. So you get this weird efficiency of like getting out of the danger zone, and it's all stealth. So I don't know if Marine Lord is a fan of that. Like the more obvious one is definitely Frisian. But overall, like draft wise, I think Vortex has some interesting picks. Like he's definitely leaning into what you'd expect out of him. He's a tempo aggressive player. And when I see picks like Mongols, Ibids, Delhi, Ottomans, that screams tempo aggro.
Yeah, I mean, with Vortex's draft, you usually wouldn't see this on a player and be like, oh my goodness, he's got the draft, guys. You look at Marine Lords, you're like, Lancaster, HRE, Zushi? That Byzantine, obviously Byzantines because it's not banned against him, but I feel like Vortex's draft just fits him so well and what we've seen out of his gameplay. But Marine Lord, this man, he knows when to boom, he knows when to attack, and I absolutely love this for him. Him getting both JD and French, we've seen him play those civs on Frisian as well. And the fact that he's got all these civs available, I feel like he's got a lot more choices on maps compared to what Vortex may have. So when it comes to counter picking, a lot of players, they already have an idea, okay, I'm playing Gorge, only this and this civ is viable. But based off of this, Marine Lord has a lot of choices, and Vortex is the one who's going to be blind picking into a lot of these.
Yeah, but there is elements to it. Like, Marine Lord probably doesn't want to punt French and Jean out unless he's sure Irobids isn't coming out on that particular map. It's not impossible to beat Irobids, but there's this weird kind of approach where you take more of a hunker down approach rather than brute force them, because French Knights against Desert Raiders is a depressing existence, especially if you add in dervishes. But outside that, opening game, trying to think what's safest. Like, Vortex Delhi could make a lot of sense here. Like, it doesn't have insane robustness in this draft. You mainly think about it for Dry Arabia. Situationally, we've seen it sometimes on Altai and Borderland. But you definitely wouldn't run Delhi on front range. Coastal actually was a classic for it, but I feel like in recent times people don't do it as much anymore. And then I've seen one or two Frisian Delhi picks. It's very wacky and out there. The other possibilities, like, this is the nice thing about Gorge, is it's a very unpredictable map when you look at these drafts. Like, think about what Vortex could pick here. Bruce, Mali, Delhi, Irobids, Japan.
Yeah.
Marine Lord, you could imagine Lancaster, Shushi, HRE, French, John, Byzantines, right? There's not much that wouldn't work.
Now, between these two, we know that the action will definitely take place. Doesn't matter which way this goes, they're going to force mistakes out of one another, because Vortex, very aggressive. Marine Lord, I would say known as less aggressive, but when he needs to, he does it. And I saw that there are some questions about the draft, and I just want to take a quick second before we get the civs revealed to us. We both see both players ban China first. So in this draft, it works specifically that you get your first ban, then you get to pick a civ, and you get to pick an OP civ. That's usually allowing one OP civ through. Both of them saying China is the problem. I'm not playing against that. Then they get to ban one more. And this is usually where the differences come in. But from there on, you can see how that priority stacks outwards. And, the best civilizations are going to be picked at the top. And what I'm really excited about is seeing where Abbasid is being played, because it was a last pick for Vortex. And I really hope it gets to see the light of day, because I've been seeing some really creative builds with it and people still trying to rediscover where they actually fit into the meta. Japan, though, and Byzantines going over to each of them, it's a pretty good civilization on either side. And we've seen the priority on these guys too.
Yeah, and like, for me, the Abbasid pick is in particular interesting. It's not really a highly sought after pick at the moment, but there's been some, I want to call them spontaneous builds to try and solve a role for this civ. It's so situational, but you could envision it on a map like Frisian. It was a classic pick there because of the amount of boom you could get on docks. Irobids does fit that role as well, though, is my only hesitance. It's weird because what I love about this is we talked earlier in the day about Marine Lord being the meta setter. So, I don't want to say watching is boring, but it's not as wacky as watching a B Anatan series where they're going to do the stuff that might convince you that they are drunk while playing, yet somehow play so well. But Marine Lord, his draft represents that. It's all the busted picks that you've come to expect. Vortex is like the new gen and the old gen synergizing, and it's going to be the predictables on the opening. We said about Mali, Rus, or Delhi for Vortex. Marine Lord, you don't want to just punt the Lancaster out just in case it's a weird matchup. There are better places to use it, whereas Byzantines, I'd say you're probably going to pick them here or Borderland. Coastal Cliffs occasionally, but I think Coastal's a bit weaker, so it's either Borderland, Gorge, or Dry Arabia. But this matchup has been back and forth now that I think about it. The last few months, there was a time where Rus just insta-lost to Byzantines with their fast castle build because you just got burnt to death. And then in more recent times, Rus players have, I can't believe it, started playing Feudal Age.
I mean, I hate it. As a Rus player, I got to Conk 2 at some point with Rus, and I was very proud of myself, but I was just fast castling. And then people realized, oh, I can make units against us. And all of a sudden, that no longer works. Unfortunately, guys, obviously the pros figured that out too. And now we get feudal games with Rus. So Rus can't just be the greedy goose that they used to be. But I remember a Vortex Beastie game a while ago where it was Rus versus Rus on Gorge, and it was phenomenal between these two. The fact that I've seen Vortex's Rus in every shape and form, in feudal, in castle, this man, he cooks things, and you guys, you are not ready for the spiciness of these recipes. The Spaniard, he is creative, and he will make sure that Mr. Marine Lord, with his maybe 5 cistern build, is not going to be able to do this for free. And we do have our all-time head-to-head here. Marine Lord definitely being the favorite. However, there is a chance for upset here.
And he lost last time in the Opposed World Cup. It's interesting, actually, because, I mean, no what Marine Lord would say if we had him on the line right now. Not nasty, I'm not using all my best sieves. I can take them. Like, he'd go on about how like he's not going to use all these strategies because it's not worth it. It's not enough money. Because that tournament, the EWC tournament, he almost lost to Voldemar, actually. It's a 3-2 scoreline in that one as well. So, yeah, Marine Lord had a bit of a shaky time in that EWC tournament. But, you know, I'm excited for this one. We'll talk a little bit about like the Rus advantage on this map as we get into the opening. But with the performance we're seeing out of Vortex at the moment, you know, I'm standing by my statement. I believe he could easily take this entire tournament. I was convinced of that in week 4 of our weekly Keepy MMs, is that he rolled through. I don't think he dropped a single game that week, and the cleanliness, the beautiful execution is what convinced me this guy is going to thrust an S tier this year.
I'm really hoping that Vortex gets to show us a little bit of that, because I think a lot of us, we're ready to see someone else at the top, even just a bit. We just need a little bit of a Lucifron or a Vortex or a Wham or a Puppy Paw just to quickly win an S tier, so that we can just get a little bit of that good hit when it goes on to the next one. Because I feel like with Louis, I think Louis won an S tier, but there was another tournament the week after, so his reign was not long enough before Marine Lord dethroned him again. So
yeah,
we need a bit of blood here, ladies and gents.
In fairness, it's been a more balanced year. Like last year, Marine Lord won every single S tier 1v1 tournament. This year, he's currently 50% because he lost the starter against BC, the EGC Masters Winter, and then he lost Masters Summer against Louis. So, you know, it goes back to what we were hearing in the interview. You heard it from Vortex. There's like 8 players-ish that you can kind of see that could maybe step up and take Marine Lord's spot in a series, in a tournament.
I mean, we say potentially, but these guys are going to need to practice a lot. Now, guys, on Gorge, I feel like Rus has a pretty good advantage in general when it comes to being a little bit more passive. But we were talking about this with Marina. You for a second there, you looked like you were doubting what I just said here. Passive initially. And Byzantines, they like to be given a little bit of time. So we'll see if these guys are going to be fitting into that mold. That is the most greedy little hunting cabin I have seen. Both of them that I have seen in my life. Disgusting.
And you know what? You said mold in a different way. I was thinking mold when people have to deal with this civ. Rus or Vortex that used to be the S tier civ, the band, they're never functional because it couldn't be a loud civ. Always seen now, but you mentioned earlier in the day, it feels like it's losing a lot. Well, let's see if we can get Vortex off to a pristine start. Could he emulate the success of his brother and lead against Marine Lord? This is an elimination series on the final weekend of EGC Masters Fall. Whoever falls here falls eternal. Are we destined for a Spanish on Spanish showdown, or is the Frenchman back on form? Gorge, what a map to decide at Warman, to start it off at least. It feels like these first games have a lot of momentum to them, and, you know, I think Gorge is kind of shoehorned into a similar role that Dry Arabia has in terms of balance for drafts.
Now, what I would like to see here is actually trying to shut down the greediness from Rus being able to get the pro scouts, but at the same time, Byzantines, when they get greedy now, is this more valuable than a Rus getting all the deer on the map? Because when you go this 5 system build, you give your opponent a little bit of breathing room, right? So,
Yeah.
what do you pick? Are you the cistern boy, or are you the pro scout man who's just going to be living his best life, getting every deer, while you are getting all your cisterns?
Well, I think Roos has a really powerful start here, is step one to think about before we even get to the breed. So the interesting thing about Roos and why this is one of their best maps, look at the nature of the scouting on Gorge if you check between the two. The way that sheep spawns gives an inherent advantage to Roos. There's a split. There's practically no sheep in the center of the map. There's left and right. Why does this make Roos so good? It's the hunting cabin into 2 scout opener. You send your first scout down one side, and you're essentially looking for the enemy scout. If you don't see him, you continue, you've got all the deer on that side. Then you send your scout to the other side, and you guarantee usually at least a third of the other side of the map. It can be upward of 50% though, because if you run into the enemy scout, you split that side, and then you can just mirror the moves, worst case, and take over the rest of its side. So this used to be popular for HRE, actually. They go double scout opener for this very reason. And in fact, I imagine when we see the sheep counter, it'll probably represent that, unless Marine Lord pulled off a godly move.
Sometimes the sheep, they just spawn in the right position for that one scout to do a pretty good job, as we hear the nice sheep bell. I don't see the sheep popping up just yet, but
we were lied to.
we've been baited. Our
Is it nice sheep?
Maybe it's mid sheep, who knows? But for Vortex, it does feel pretty scary when you go, ooh, that is a decent amount of sheep for Marine Lord. I mean,
Is it?
it's enough, right?
Maybe he's 9.
Nein, nicht so gut.
Yeah, see it like a German, because I think for Vortex, 18. There you go. Roos dominance on Gorge.
Disgusting. So, getting into a position like that, I feel like as a Rus player, that's just enough sheep for me to go fast castle without needing to think about, oh, is my pro scouts getting shot down? I'm already too far ahead. So, unfortunately for him, he's playing against Marine Lord. Marine Lord's slightly better. He's going to be able to respond to this appropriately. Already getting all the wood he would need to make a production building. And now my question is, are we going to get some limited A in the early game, shut down any pro scouting shenanigans? Or is he just going to go for, I don't know, I was going to say horseman, but you cannot harass that wood line with anything.
That voice you chose, I'm just in full Ronald Weasley. It's Limitar Nay.
Limited nay.
Yeah, it's an interesting thought, actually, because like there is a world in which Vortex could have opened aggro, because Marine Lord's got a pretty bad spawn for berries. It's double forward. It's like aggro play can shut that down, and then the systems, like we're not using it for mercenary goodness, that's for sure. But Pro Scout's too good, right? Vortex, he already has the free. He's moving out for the goodies. Wouldn't be surprised to see Archer Knight as a follow-up to kind of try and contest this. But it is tricky because that means you're going to be shoving into the Byzantines, and in a weird way, defensively, that can make this forward spawn good for them, because they could essentially just put all their economy on this one screen and all their military too.
Now, KP, when I see a tower out this early on, I just realize how confident he's feeling in getting that first load of deer. But I was told that if you have more than 8 villages on wood, this means you are playing feudal. Because that's the optimal amount of villages to just go fast castle with. So we're seeing more. This means Vortex is going feudal. He's going to be making some little bit of aggression. And like KP just said, might be a little bit of a knight archer play. Oh my goodness, KP. What did you do? Did you do an Ouija board before this? Or did you just know these players that well?
We got the script, right? So we just, it's definitely not that I've watched way too many Rus games. Way too. Seriously, save me. I've watched too many Rus games.
Stop.
Please stop. It's pretty potent though with this type of spawn. The backup berry options are terrible actually. We talked about the Fort berry spawn. Have you checked the northern one? It's so far out there. You know, it's like having a Greek economy on the other side of the Mediterranean for Marine Lord. It's near Bor, but it's also not near a tree line, so you can't wall it in or anything.
Now, this is a juicy spot still, though, Gaby, because with that double berry pack here at the front, you usually don't have a lot of pressure that you cannot defend in the early game from Rus. I mean, now he's making knights, so this is going to provide a little bit of a pressure point, at least. But still, you have the berry patch that is quite safe as far as things are concerned, and you just need to move in one line and defend on one side with those Limitine. And getting a wheelbarrow early on means this man, he is calculated and he's safe. Marine Lord ensuring that he's not going to get raided by knights and not be able to run away. Longbows being the weapon of choice. That is going to help so much in the early game. And a little horseman to top it off with.
Yeah, normally when you go Lombo, you add in Horseman. It's just organic. Think about it this way. Like, if you never really see Javelin and Horseman as a 2-unit comp. Because the problem is they count on the same thing. So the complementary element here is you have Lombos to deny Spearmen, and then Horsemen can do what they want to usually everything else. But with Bruce, it's a bit different because the heavy cav and the feudal. I think for Vortex, this is going to be a raiding approach. You know, his signature is all in, but I think in this position, you kind of want to maybe chip raid, build up your knight lead, and then look for a play into castle, which is difficult because I feel like Byzantines are always the civ that just beats you to the castle punchline.
Well, Bruce is definitely one of those civs that can contest that, especially with those hunting cabins being so far out. He does get the maximum amount that he would ever need. And this feels pretty decent because with Rus, you're not forced to go on to gold to actually mine. You can just ensure that all your passive resources are doing the upgrades, are doing the units. And that's exactly what he's been doing here. We already see almost 4 knights out. And this feels pretty good as a Rus player, especially when you know you haven't had to touch a single bit of gold. He's idling out that economy. We see the villages in shambles right now as those boys do not have a tower to keep them safe. And the army, Vortex has decided, I'm moving out with all of you. And now all of a sudden, that berry patch I talked about being quite safe is not that safe.
The good news is the deer on the north side is pretty much a free zone, though. Only one Limitane over there. And the knight, I mean, one Limitane is a nice start, but you can still force some idle time here. And also there's a moment where Marine Lord has to come further out. That's when I'm a bit worried. So when I see this Limitane count go up, right? These are rookie numbers. 9 only? Make it 8? Oof. Where's the 15 count and above? He's definitely going to feel like he needs it quite quick in this type of game.
Yeah, what makes Byzantine so good is the fact that you get to the farm stage, just get so much oil. The longbows, they deal well with anything that you throw their way. The problem is just Marine Lord needs to get there. And this is an army from Rus that makes me feel like he doesn't want him to get to that point. He doesn't want to get him to a point where the longbow mass is going to matter here. Now, Vortex, he's getting a little bit of gold there or footed there in the bank, and that usually signifies a very happy Rus. Now just ensuring he gets a few more knights. This is going to make Marine Lord have to stay in feudal and keep making units. He's now getting +1 ranged attack, and this is going to make this a lot better for him with those longbows. But again, just 10 longbows. He's not in that position yet where he gets to do this all for free and just brain AFK and try to attack into the spearmen from Vortex's side, because those are knights, those are not spears. They do not take the same amount of damage as you need them to do, with Vortex also now getting +1 ranged armor.
It's like a weird order for things from Marine Lord, though, because the deer got gathered from the west side, and then he stopped guarding the east side. So now you just feel a bit odd, like you've moved out of flow a bit. Your opponent just returns to what he was doing before. This is the annoyance of playing Gorge against Pro Scout civs when they get the split deer spawn. You feel like you can't do any right. You can't split your army 50-50 because then you just get jumped on one side.
Now those longbows are showing us why they can be so annoying with sniping out a few archers just outside the range of their own. But yeah, exactly. When you get control of one side, there's always a little bit of a deer pack for you to get back on. And we already saw Vortex pretty early on in the game. He went for one of the deer there on the side of Marine Lord, just sneakily getting it in because he knew this was not going to be something that's contested. But these units are a little bit out of position, though. Vortex has to be careful because those Limitane can make this a very tough fight. And just like that, we see the archers doing a pretty good job here at picking off. But those Limitane, they're still pretty scary. And you can see the knights just looking for a bit of an opening. They do take a while to kill. And that's a pretty heavy amount of damage. The horses now getting that surround as well, but the knights are pretty chunky, and the archers, they have a one target and one target only, and that is the Limitane.
Yeah, there's an opening here. Marine Lord, it looked good with the initial brace, but Vortex, what he done really well there was minimum distance charge. There was no stun on the brace. He done a little bit of damage, but he took just as much in return. So now an opening to jump on the longbow. Second wave of spearmen are going to be coming through. They'll make Vortex think twice, but even with a reset here with Lombos get away, military count does not look favorable for Marine Lord, which is unfortunate because he was trying to prep for that switch into a castle play.
And Vortex is full on here, ready to stay in feudal, something we just haven't seen enough of Rus of. And is this going to be one of the few Rus wins we see this tournament? Finally getting a little bit of time to shine for these archers. Just Limit and A looking like they're made of paper. And the horses, they are next. Now with the archer mass just increasing and the horses falling like flies, it just doesn't feel like Marine Lord has any answer to this. Longbow's now pulling back. You can see with only 5, this is no longer the longbow mass anyone fears.
He can't afford it. He's gone deer. Seriously, he's got 26 people on food and his olive oil income's under 200. He's moved for the deer, which is great to deny Vortex, but it means you just aren't getting your mercenary quality. So now things become even chiefly more concerning. What's your longbow answer? What's your archer answer, rather? He's steering into horseman. My concern is the way this is playing, it feels like Vortex is going to have a lot more food to work with to play mass cav than Marine Lord.
Now getting a few more deer yoinks over on the side feels pretty good here for Vortex because his opponent is out on deer, which is something you don't see from any Byzantines player, but this also means you're denying him of the food. But Marine Lord, he says, we're going castle, boys. I'm still investing in a scout, which I absolutely love to see because this speaks to the importance of knowing exactly what your opponent is doing. Him delaying his castle age by just a smidge to ensure that he gets that vision out, getting that scout to see what is going on. So Vortex now getting more and more archers, and even with 4 archers in queue, he's ready for castle. He hasn't touched even a drop of gold. It is all passive resources, and he's having a great time at it.
And those knights, they're just starting to fish. Vortex, real goal here, get to castle age now. He's rushing for it, and, well, a little bit weird on the placement, actually. He didn't want to delete the lumber camp. To be fair, I think he spent a longer time in field than he expected, because that tree line is so thin, it probably wouldn't have mattered.
Now,
Pumba.
Pumba actually getting first blood on the villagers, definitely setting the pace for Marine Lord and giving him a little bit of a boost here into the next stage of the game. With him, keep in mind, you guys might think, okay, so Vortex is doing pretty well. Marine Lord still has that economy boost because he's on level 5 Cistern. This economy of his is decent, and that farm transition, it's starting to be a problem, I would say. And especially now with the Golden Horn Tower and level 5 Cistern, that is going to be a lot of longbows coming out.
That was actually wild now that I think about it. Vortex saw the entire enemy army out of the base. I thought he was just going to go back in the base. Because Marine Lord, for whatever reason, was steering everything to the north side. I think for Vortex, he's just like, okay, don't want to risk it. I'm teching up anyway. That brings his own inherent risk. Goes to the veteran seat. We'll be looking to research, and I imagine we're going to get a rush timing into the monastery. Because this does turn into a relic race. Remember, Marine Lord, he went for the Grand Winery, so he already has a capability to get into monks.
So now seeing exactly where the boys are on Pumbaa, he's going to try to get that raid off and does not even get a single hit. But the tower is going to be firing at these horses. They are not going to be horses that want to take a lot of fire because every horse matters here. Let's see those relics though.
More spearmen. Remember, longbow massing becomes kind of crazy at this point for Byzantines because they're getting longbows for free every 1.5 minutes from the Golden Horn Tower, so you can blob up quite nicely there. It's a decent defender against knights even when you get enough of them.
And what I love to see is the fact that Marine Lord prioritized +2 attack, because he knows how big and important this one push is going to be. The thing is, I think for him, he might actually have a little bit more of an opportunity to wait this out, get a little bit more of the longbow mass, I say, as this massive army is pushing out. And with all of those archers, maybe not. Maybe I would be wrong in this scenario. But that tower pushing him back, because we know the Byzantines' tower is not always what it seems. It did shoot little arrows at him, but you can never be too careful with these masses of what is next. If you see the little blue dot there on the wood line of the pink, Marine Lord is getting raided there at the back.
Yeah, this has been going on for ages on that horseman raid, but this is a bigger deal if you can find and connect a few kills. You kind of need it, actually, considering the amount of idle time that's been forced on that ball. Yeah, to the point of the dive-in, the bigger problem here isn't just the tower. It's like, there hasn't been an emphatic victory in a fight. So keeping that in mind, militarily, you should be somewhat on par. And I think that's why Vortex is showing the appropriate respect. He doesn't see the thread, the cut here. And Marine Lord loved this. I was wondering if we were going to get Cataphract because he was holding off for a very long time, but Cataphract has been surprising me, man. They are able to brute force into normal heavy cavalry much more respectably than you expect on the same spend.
Now, with Cataphracts, they do feel a little bit clunky, but just the fact that you can get so many shots absorbed with them as well, it definitely changes the pace of what your opponent can do. Because when your opponent is just like moving his army while managing another attack, it's very easy for them to just waste the shots on the Cataphract, and then your army can do the cleanup it needs to. So I feel like the Cataphracts, being what they are, they just allow you a little bit more leeway with your units, especially if you need a little bit of time to target fire. And here now, they are looking for that tower kill, and the longbows are standing at the front. This is a little bit tough here, because if they get caught out again, not easy to replace here.
Ambitious Monk, or you could just drift by. The Mitane are giving quite an aggressive chase here with the archers already on them, and the longbows can't keep up with this. So I hope Marine Lord realizes it's not the type of chase you find desirable until longbows are in range. Give me a resetter. That one Cataphract is actually just being ignored. It is target fire, but that means Vortex is overkilling the spearman. This is one Cataphract is actually allowing Marine Lord to push up so confidently. Great pin, grabs the two knights. At what point do you just say screw it and A-collect?
Well, apparently Marine Lord is just doing exactly that, but with the amount of longbows, he's just dealing with those knights as if they are horses. Just normal horses without the armor. I say that, but now target firing the archers, he knows how important this is going to be. The Limitane actually going to be able to do a little bit of damage, even in their little numbers. He needs to ensure those archers go down first. Now, we do see the shift click quite intensely here, but Vortex now is running out of steam. And Marine Lord, keep in mind, he's on farms. This is not an infinite resource. He's okay. He's just going to be able to keep up that production, and Vortex eventually will not have that same power he did earlier, because we see no farms, villages on berries. That's not a good look for Roos.
It looks like he's lost the relic game as well. Third one is practically at Marine Lord's base. Fourth one hasn't even been reached by him. Wouldn't be surprised to see 4-1. Marine Lord, he gets knees now for Cataphract massing. I feel like that was a bit dicey. Like Vortex, that one Cataphract just screwed the entire plan for him. Like, you saw it. Preferably, when you've got 20 plus archers, you want to A-click stutter step, and you kill like 2 Limitane. Killing one, he was definitely overkilling. He had to be at that stage. Unfortunate for him, but well played by Marine Lord to read that. Now, going to be a recharge in the back line with a second wave of knights here. Dispatch to the first group of longbows, but this is only half the firepower. There's still plenty more where this came from for Marine Lord.
Now, Marine Lord's army is still feeling so good. And we saw this a little bit earlier from Byzantines as well. Byzantines, when they get to this longbow mass, it's so hard to find an answer to them. And Vortex realizes this. This is not something he's going to be able to do. And I absolutely love seeing that Marine Lord knew how to hold back and attack exactly when the time was right. And Roos does not get that W we talked about earlier.
YouTubers, let me just give you the title for the video right there, right now. This game was won by one Cataphract. Truly was as well. Like, the amount of distraction, absorption, and also the fact that he just got so many kills. Like, it was just a smart read, and it's a reminder why sometimes when you're up against Archer Mass, just adding in like a men-at-arms is so good. But that Cata, a beefy boy, definitely worth his weight in food and gold, and it puts Marine Lord one game up. Vortex won't be able to get that confident 4-0 we talked about in the interview. He's going to have to reset and go again. And I mean, even this like follow-up pick, Jean versus Mali, an intriguing one for Boardland. I think Marine Lord is not looking to waste time at all in this series.
Now, both of these players took some pretty strong civilizations here for the first pick. So both of them losing out on the civilization for the rest of the draft is big. Now, Marine Lord, he got the W for this one. So it's pretty much bigger for him, but going into the rest of this is now Vortex's priority pick. He needed Malians. He made very sure he got that. And this shows how important it is. Well, Marine Lord, he's picking JD here. So even if JD does not take the W, it doesn't feel too bad, because you got one of your opponent's strongest civilizations out against one of your mid-civs.
Yeah, and it's interesting still that he prioritized Malians at the start of the draft. We wasn't expecting it to happen. but it's a good map for them. Borderland is pretty respectable. It's actually like Marlians is one of the better anti-pro scout civs on this map because of the wide spread of gear. Opening scouts is a great way of stopping pro scouts. And what makes it more problematic for the Jean and French factions is because they just want to build knights, they have less entities to guard each side of the map. So I could see a world in which this gets him a win, and then you like delayed pro scouts yourself because you'll need the food. You could just eat cow anyway. But like this opening game, I mean, I was thinking about this, like sometimes it's rough when you think about these type of like maps where a lot of civs have versatility, applicability. It can be hard to guarantee the obviousness of your opponent's draft. And if it's a very close series, the first game really is the one that matters the most. So if you go 2-0 down here in particular, I would be shocked if Vortex makes a comeback. Like this caliber play, especially in BO7s, the way I feel that they play these days, you never want to sack your second game to give a draft advantage later, because that's when the draft gets weird.
Yeah, because then the suboptimal civs come on up. But the thing is, I think with Marine Lord, or with Vortex picking Boldland, this is probably one of the confident maps for him. He knows how to play Marlians on here. He knows how to use the advantage. And like I said, even if Marine, yeah, oh yes, it's home base. He's speaking to his own hair. He's like, I know exactly what the power is here. I've spoken to the bald-headed man. I know what to do. He says in a Spanish accent, which I cannot do. And Vortex will have Marlians, which I mean, he's made the build. He's looking pretty great on it at the moment. I think a lot of people are expecting big plays here from Vortex, and I'm definitely on that list. So guys, I want some poggers in the chat for Vortex, as we are going to be looking at our faces for a whole 2 seconds until we move into the game. Let's hop on out.
Here we go. Game number 2. Vortex looks to get it back on track. A bold man to master a bold map here with the Marlians. But is it going to be too bold of a pick? Because Marine Lord has gone for his own home territory advantage. And it will be Lady Jean of the French for the Frenchman to see if he can go 2-0 up to make a statement against the Spanish bros in this elimination series.
And after Lucifron beat him, and I would say convincingly, Lucifron looked strong. This feels like Marine Lord's redemption game. He needs to take this to also ensure that he gets that confidence up against these guys. Because losing in the winner bracket final is definitely, it's humbling. Because Marine Lord has had a pretty easy tournament life in most of these events. We've seen those win rates. It is absolutely nuts how well he's been doing. So getting into a position where he is now the one who's like, okay, I have to think about these players, they are actually pretty good. And that just forces you to actually think about your moves. And Wheelbarrow is going to be the initial move, y'all. So I love this. I absolutely love it for JD. And I know it's normal for French and JD to do this in the early game, but it's absolutely so important against civs that are so prone to harassing you while being mobile, especially the Marlians, because we've been seeing what they can do with those scouts when we are out on maps that don't have safe calls.
Yeah, it's interesting, actually, the wheelbarrow opening. I was talking to a pro player that was getting back in the scene recently. He's like, I'm not sure how you do the JD wheelbarrow opening, because it's obvious with French. They have better economy, so they just wheelbarrow pro scouts organically. You have to pay attention. There's a slight tweak in the economy to actually get that timing to align for PS plus wheelbarrow simultaneously. I'm curious if that's the way Marine Lord wants to go. I'd be shocked if it's not. I don't know if I've seen a Jean/French pick at pro level on Boldland that didn't involve pro scouts. It would be a first.
Now, with the amount of sheep that JD got here, I would actually love to see if the sheep counter is currently working. What we got with the split. Oh, and he just converted it. Disgusting. We got baited again. Sorry, Twitch chat. This was probably on purpose. Oh, 14. Love that.
Actually, no, it's more. It's 17.
Okay.
Now, okay, so yeah, there's a fun little UI bug with Jean. Because I think it personally would be pretty OP if you had 4 Jeans. So, for whatever reason, when you club a sheep, it becomes Jean.
It becomes Jean?
Yeah. So, like, if we select Marine Lord Seiko again, you'll see it. He'll have 4 Jeans, I think it was. Oh, wait. Oh, there we go. 4 Jeans.
Oh, my goodness. Is he playing House of Lancaster?
Right? Instead of the lords, we've got the ladies. Ah, there you go.
No, beautiful. Jean converted sheep for the whole army to snack on. But I feel like this is where Malians loses momentum in the early game, when they run out of that food source pretty early on, both of these civilizations. If you are playing against French, JD, Malians, once the sheep runs out, it just doesn't hit the same to go on the berries. It just doesn't hit the same to keep that pressure up. And Marine Lord right now, he's in the driving seat with all of the sheep on his side. So starting this game out in this fashion, it looks to be pretty tough if Vortex, but we've seen what Vortex likes to do. Does he go for that early 3-cow build that he has made almost popular?
I think in this situation, like, he's got almost the perfect amount of gold. It could make sense, but I wouldn't be surprised if he just prioritizes getting the scouts out to try and block your opponent's play. And there you go. Yeah, stable straight away. Like, block it before greed, because there's no way free cow feels better than pro scout.
Yeah,
pro scouts is
definitely.
just ridiculous. I think Marine Lord put it best himself when he was talking about, I think it's Frisian, and this was in the height of the pro scouts meta. He was highlighting how ridiculous it was that people would choose pro scouts over fishing on that map.
And it just shows the pro scouts, it's got its place in the meta fully in a rank number 1. So Vortex getting that second scout out and double broadaxe. So it doesn't seem like pro scouts necessarily for him that important to get this early on. But we have to keep in mind that with Vortex getting those scouts, he's getting units that can fight against the knights, make it less enticing to dive into a TC. So it forces your opponent to keep making units. And now we see Marine Lord making 1 knight and going for the rest of the scouts. Now 2 scouts out for Vortex. He's going to be trying to use these to ensure he keeps that knight busy. You do not want that guy on your side of the map, because once he starts charging in, your villagers fall like flies.
Yeah, now pay attention closely to the amount of scouts that Sean built here. If Marine Lord stops at 4, it means that he believes he has map control. If he goes up to 7 or 8, he's rushing to get what he can before it becomes risky. Normally, I'd expect Jean to do the 3 to 4. And in fact, if you look at a lot of games, Dry Arabia, everywhere else, you'll see this regularly. French and Jean are the bully sit. So the expectation is you don't need to rush getting deer home because you have control of the game. And that's important because if you do go 8, 9 scouts here, you can't get knights out, right? You hinder your own timing.
And Marine Lord now going for the second knight, he realizes that these scouts are just going to be annoying and they're constantly going to be running around trying to trade and get back out instantly. Now, Vortex is following up with something I honestly did not expect to see this early on, because usually you go for the hard counter. When you're playing against knights, you see donzos, you see spearmen, but he's going for the sofas. He gets the donzo itself, sure, but getting the sofas out is a very unorthodox action here that I think most of us haven't seen there yet. So far, going to add that mobility, but it doesn't necessarily instantly counter that knight.
It's a mini raider, though. You know, a scout will get in and he'll take, he does 8 damage, so it ends up taking you 6 hits to kill. Which, sorry, it's even worse, it's 7 hits. Whereas a sofa will kill a worker in 3. So that's a pretty cool detail. And, you know, people have just gotten so much better at not losing sofa. We have to remember they're quicker than knights, so you can dodge the affair. Rough little experience there, though. Marine Lord baits Vortex to lose one of the warrior scouts.
And now getting another sofa here, it's quite expensive as far as this investment goes, because these guys, they're not going to be healing up in any economy. And now he's getting 5 cows behind this. And I want you guys to notice this now. This man, he recognizes, hey, I need to put pressure up. I need to force him to react to my units. But at the same time, I need to boom. And he's doing that. With 5 villages on gold now, he's sure to invest as much as he can while still producing units. Now, more donzos on the way, and he needs to keep Marine Lord making knights. But the problem is, when the knights get to a certain amount, that is going to start becoming a lot scarier.
Yes, and it's an interesting thought, like scale knights versus scale sofa. It's actually crazy. I've seen games where sofas just beat knights, and it doesn't make sense. But it's the scale point. You know, it's the advantage of movement speed and the kind of swarm factor. You reach a size with blob where it just doesn't matter. Like, think about spearmen versus archers. Like, oh, archers counter. Oh, what's that? 40 Spearmen? Oh, no. It just... Melee does have a threshold where it gets absurd. But yeah, Marine Lord hasn't been baited into archers yet. He's going to see the Donzo soon. That should be enough to convince him to add in a few. But the cool thing here is, like, having melee Jean, you have an answer to 6 or 7 Donzos.
And already getting an answer of, hey, take this experience times 2. That must feel pretty good, especially with John being able to heal up these
9
knights in
XP
time as well.
For a spearman in my economy? It's such a good life. Seriously, when you're up against these premium spear civs at the opening, you just feel so good about the extra XP. It's a bit tricky, though, because obviously there's more melee defense. Like, this is an interesting game, because I think it does become a race back and forth sometimes of cat and mouse because of the design of the map. Like, it's not that you're worried about pro scouts, because like that's safety at home. The risk here is actually often your gold and your wood, and that's where Vortex will get opportunities with the sofa.
Yeah, especially soon because it's a bald land. He knows that. This land is as bald as his head. He is going to be able to move out and take a few villager lives if Marine Lord dares go outside. And with these pit mines, he's not really putting himself in any imminent danger by putting villagers all the way out there. He's just getting every single cow he needs, now up to 15. And when we look at that food per minute, it's pretty dead even. But considering Marine Lord is eating from the deer, it does hit a little bit differently.
It's just, the cow timing, though. I'm impressed with Vortex. I don't really feel like Marine Lord has a threatening case right now. It just looks like instead he's thinking about going castle himself. But that's nice. Getting that sooner is great. Like, getting the guild hall online quicker against most civs. I think Marlians is the exception where kind of rushing it just lets them rush cow. And the boost that you get from Fulani is just absurd with this civ.
Now, ensuring you don't die the moment you hit that age up, that is the weakness. Now, we've talked about this before on the stream. When Marlians ages up, they have this moment of where things start falling apart. And this is usually where things very much go south. JD now standing on the front line, she's feeling very confident today. Going all the way to front here, the Gonzo's pulling back. He does need to be careful here as he's invested. Ooh, look, so far though, getting 2 villager kills here at the back.
Yep.
The raid at the front, but don't worry, I'm raiding from the back as well. Donzos now are going to need to push these knights a little bit back, because if these pit mines go down, the cow economy is not going to feel the same.
I don't know, though. This is rough for Marine Lord. Losing 3 workers now? 4? I told you, it's this tree line. These sofas are such a good unit. 1, 2, 3 hits, but he doesn't actually get the final tap, unfortunately. A little bit greedy there, backing away. He already was dead on that one. But Jean also now having a hard time. Remember, the Donzos can hurl their spears at her to almost kill her off. Sofas also get bonus damage against her. He's trying to get around for the cleave, but the pathing is cursed. Jean, 2 taps from dead. The Donzo spears come through. She's gone. Marine Lord, he's struggling.
And now, already having 3 more knights in queue, Marine Lord is very committed to this feudal age right now. This is not... Oh, when he buys Jean back, he realizes, I need every grain of experience. Because if my opponent goes to castle, that cow economy is not going to be something we can handle. 4 villages down as well. And this is not the French civilization where they get those extra villagers just a little bit faster. This is dead even count. And even though JD can discount from those buildings, it is a dangerous path to go down. Now, the Donzo numbers keep increasing. Sofas still being invested into. And this is just going to ensure that Vortex, when he does age up, he's not going to be in as much danger as your average Malian player.
Yeah, keep an eye out at the start of the next fight for Vortex's micro. He's got some basically dead Donzos, but if he pulls them to the back, he's going to get a lot of value out of them. It's key here, actually, because Marine Lord getting this breather is perfect for him. Just look at the rejuvenation factor from Chivalry. These knights, they were in a fight. Did you know that? You can't tell. Don't look at those health bars. No, they're fresh off the factory line, I swear.
Oof, and JD taking quite a bit of damage here from just that Donzo throw. Now, the cooldown on that does take quite a bit, so she will not be in too much danger anytime soon, but it does feel pretty intimidating when this lands. But now those knights, they're most likely going to be looking for some damage the moment the age up hits. Another one taking the fall now, and that's a lot of Donzos to be able to do this.
Still, gold at the back. That isn't being addled at all. So Vortex is going to have an ability to get what he needs here. Tech up complete, fuse up the veterancies, both the Donzo and the Sofa. That Sofa raid group is still looming around the back. We'll be able to chase it away now.
the thing is, this is the connection point. We see those knights in the base, and he is looking for it. The market coming down, he knows how important this is going to be, because every bit of resource that Vortex has now, he's going to need to optimize to be able to get the value. Another knight being picked off by the Donzo throw. And this feels pretty scary, but Vortex, he doesn't have the gold for this. He doesn't have the food just yet, but it is kicking in a few seconds, and then he will start drowning in food. But all the other resources are starting to get denied, and this huge amount of knights, they just make this scarier and scarier. But those are Castle Age Donzos now, and they are going to be ready for a fight.
Vortex, like, I think 10, 12 villages from the gold. Okay, a little bit less than that. Yeah, he dodged death. The Pitman is going to be forfeit there. Marine Lord is navigating this really well, actually, especially considering that gap on his gold gathering as he switches across the back one. Perfectly timed with his push away on the sofa. Now the Donzos, with the upgraded damage, they look for the sniper on Gorge. He's barely holding on. Just enough health to stay alive. And you can see the hesitation now. Vortex is worried a little about that level 3. I mean, it's still going to be a horseback Jean de Masse Spears, but there's a problem, and the problems are growing. Marine Lord catches him on the front gold. Vortex is struggling to get the sofa pump and dump he's looking for here.
Now, the problem is with two groups of knights, your Donzo numbers are going to struggle, because 26 Donzos against 26 knights in a fair fight would not be doing too well. But the problem is, all of these Donzos are chasing after these knights, and that means the front group is going to have a great time. Now, finally, we get to see a landmark we haven't seen in quite a while, as the guild hall has just been prioritized every single time. And now, Marine Lord realizes, I've got 20 knights. I'm going to make this work right now. We're not going to go to Imperial. You've got cows.
I mean, it's meant to be your time to shine, right? It's where Malians feel best. But Marine Lord doing this is very kind of gambly, all-in-y, but he has good map control. He's got Deer to come home still. In Vortex, he hasn't contested that, and it just gives Marine Lord the agency to rule with this landmark. Normally, in a split game where both are pro scouting, I don't think you consider this. I think you just take the safety of Guild Hall. But it does give breathing room. Vortex is back on gold. Sofa numbers are building up. Donzo's looking strong. And I mean, the funny part is, like, do you think Marine Lord is going to add in any other unit type this entire game?
It feels like Marine Lord is... he wants this to work, and if it doesn't work, it is what it is. So getting every single upgrade he could potentially get for his knights, he's just investing every drop of gold. The problem is those sofas, they are looming around, like you said. They're looking for some damage, and they are going to find some villages eventually. But first, they will need to get past these massive groups of knights, and the sofas, they are going to retreat. But this does give Vortex a little bit of information in terms of understanding what he needs to invest. JD now getting the experience very close to level 3, but luckily only a little bit later before this really starts kicking in. Those sofas now with the imported armor almost coming through. I wonder if they'll turn around and take that fight. They should probably not do any of that.
I would just run. Just go. You're faster. Honestly, like, watching John these type of situations, you want the fight, you're not being given it. It's like with me and my partner have been playing Borderlands at the moment. She has to AFK to go do something, and I'm just farming XP. It's the same type of thing, right? You're just carrying them across the threshold to be a high level, but it's getting you there. The important thing is she's not getting sniped, which is a big challenge. When you have melee John level 2, Sofa's gobble her up. She hates heavy cav units. So great job by Marine Lord to minimize the losses. Now, level 3, ready to roll. John de Pony has arrived. Probably going to be seeing the champions, considering you're up against Donzos, and the riders have no use here.
Now, the sofas are really trying to split this army apart, because when you're up against Royal Institute Knights, you just need more units than your opponent has. And these Donzos getting picked off, it's pretty big, because even every single one of them will add up. We see these sofas being pushed back, but both of these players losing villages. The thing is, you just don't want to be even with Malians. The thing is, but the problem is the knights, they're Royal Institute Knights. This is going to be disgusting.
Army value, add in another 3,000, at least. That's how it feels right now. And you know, this Donzo army is meant to be so good. And you could probably just plow through them, actually. Especially the champions to just break the race. I love that you wait until he's at the base to spawn them. Screw the efficiency of getting more out sooner. Get them in position for the dive. He jumps on in. He's going to hit the cow to force the defense from Vortex. Reluctance sets in, though. He knows how hard this fight is going to be.
And the JD, she's still taking this with all these Donzos in this round. It feels so tough. The Knights are trying to battle this out. We see the Donzo numbers dropping and the Knight numbers staying pretty consistent.
So for
here.
in,
Oh, disgusting. He's
It's a
finding
raid.
every bit of damage.
there's
And
not
if
enough
he
Knights
loses-
guarding there, Woman. Like, he's going to end up losing workers at home, so he needs to win this fight and then break past onto the farms. But instead, are you kidding me? I thought Royal Bloodlines was a game ender. Donzos, hold on.
JD barely surviving this, but she gets out by the skin of her teeth. And the Donzos, they will fight another day. But both of these players did lose some villages in this fight. We saw one Knight from the north there, and the Sofas, they killed some things, but there's still a cow economy. KP and Marine Lord, I don't know how he's looking on the food department. Ooh, and now he's going in the middle of the map department.
Gold runs out fast here. And the other thing is, like, props to him. I highlighted that raid from the Sofa was going to hit his economy. It didn't, because Marine Lord rallied the second group of Knights back to defend. That's why this push looked weak. He had about 12 Knights that just weren't participating. That's why Vortex was able to hold on there with the Donzos. Great defense from him, and now kind of a shaky position here to be in, right? Like, this landmark, the Royal Institute, isn't really known for recovering from downslides. It's a momentum-based landmark, and what do you do at this stage? Do you try and go imp? Do you just Red Palace and anchor around it? Because if you do, you're not going to get it organically like you normally would with the Guildhall.
Well, clearly, he is telling us what he's planning on doing, and it's just moreknights.com. So investing in moreknights.com, he says, is the answer to this, to actually ending his opponent's career. I say, as Vortex is making another Sofa raid, ready to humble his opponent, but that is a lot of Knights. And 23 Donzos against 28 Knights is not a fair stack.
Oh, he's teasing as well. John, almost dead. Not quite. Halfway towards level 4. If at first you don't succeed, it's not delusional. Just keep on going. Knights charging on in. The Donzos can't find a choke point to feel safe, and now the Liko raided the walkers! What? Completely unguarded. A Warlord to try and save their lives to buy a little bit of time here. But Marine Lord is going nowhere.
Marine Lord is fully committed to this. The Sofa right there at the back, not killing any villagers, but the Knights, they
again.
are having a great time. Marine
God.
Lord, wow.
What a game. Marine Lord. This was meant to be the one that got Vortex back on course. You know what's so depressing about that, Marika? It's not like he wasn't doing anything. Vortex was trying to raid Mirror Blow. But he learned the hard way that you just can't trust Donzos against Royal Institute. Marine Lord, a rare landmark choice from him. But it now puts him 2-0 up. And this is where the draft can become completely scramble-brained.
Vortex lost arguably his best civilization against Marine Lord's, JD, which is not on the priority list of picks. So this feels like Marine Lord is pretty comfortably sitting in this series and already planning for Vortex's demise. So for the rest of this, Marine Lord probably feels very, very confident. And I see a demon civilization already being chosen.
Get me out. This is the thing as well. The way Marine Lord played this after that previous fight, normally French players, their approach is, oh no, my knights have been injured. Let me just go and add a bit of WD-40. We'll erase the dance. We'll go again. It's like it never happened. And that's meant to be your advantage. Just chip raid, wear them down, burn them out. No. Like Marine Lord, we saw this hard commit. We saw one reset and another hard commit to end the game. Not often you see French and JD played that way, but that's the difference, I think, between Jean and French in particular. Is that Jean has urgency, but also has agency. You have to do things because you're not building a work elite. You have to do things because you benefit with the XP gain. And I think that's the thing that was in the back of Vortex's mind, is that Marine Lord was always threatening for these fights. And if Vortex had just 5 more minutes, I think his raids would have got him what he needed. Marine Lord knows his timings too well.
The problem is Marine Lord knows his timings on these civs, but he does on every single other one. And what he's got in his pocket right now is something that most players just don't have an answer to, it, especially not Ottomans. They usually do not have an answer to the Lancaster playstyle. I feel like Malians sometimes do have an answer to what Lancaster has on offer, but losing out on such a strong civilization now against JD, this is a really, really tough position. So now Dry Arabia, and this is usually the map that we see skill win because your wood lines aren't thin. Your spawns are usually not too strange. It's a pretty standard 1v1 map, and it just forces your opponent to base his strategies on purely what he can do with these bad boys. The hands, he needs to make sure that they do the work. And Lancaster, they changed that aspect because they just make units that we don't have answers to in Feudal right now. And I think a lot of people might not understand exactly what the problem is with them right now, but those lords that a lot of people make, the answer to the lords is usually responding with enough archers to take them down, but the natural follow-up is Hobblars, and Hobblars destroy any archer mass that is possible. And that is why this is a pretty tough spot. But of course, we'll see what the Spahis hold, right?
Yeah, I mean, Spahi is weird. You think Spahi just wins, but Hobblars have some upsides. The extra HP, the better attack speed. It's also just the opening units really define the fights. You know, I think we're gonna get it. Well, the end of the year, we have to. The Lords are too good. They have too much health. They do too much damage. Don't change the aura. The aura makes sense. But all those three things together, it's like the perfect storm. And these units, they set the tempo so well. Like, think about when English were dominant with the 2TC meta. The reason they got away with that is because you had to react to the king. And you reacting to the king put you behind. The difference here is, like, in that situation, you could at least envision you deal with the king and now you do something. But the Lords is just pressure-oriented. And it plays so phenomenally well. Complementary as well with, like, the triple mana build. But, you know, Dry Arabia, a little bit different. Like, they're still good here. I think Lancaster probably would have thrived more maybe on, like, front range. Coastal would have been a no-go, though. Parisian's usually a good map for them. And Altai also surprisingly effective because you do a Dark Age opening. You pressure with spears. If you get no response and no value, you walk your spearmen to your back corner to capture the point of interest. And then you garrison a village of stone to build your manners. So, like, looking at this draft and then late game Lancaster on that, don't get me started. There's just so many maps where they work. It's become on China's level, not just because of this strategy we're talking about. It's the fact that it can be played almost anywhere and do what it does.
And the cards they have in their pocket, like you said, there's just so many things that you have to be ready for and respond to. I remember back in the day, you used to think, like, hey, if my opponent is scouting aggressively, they're cooking something. And with most civilizations, it's straightforward. If you see Mongols scouting aggressively, or like, oh, there's spearmen follow-up. Lancaster, they could just be thinking about the next stage. They have so many choices that nobody can really predict what that play could be. So it feels pretty tough, especially with Ottomans, where you can get denied off of outside resources pretty quickly, and that just snowballs from there. Lancaster, pretty good civilization right now. And the pros, they see it, because Marine Lord, he prioritized this thing. So let's go in and see what he does with it in those beautiful French hands. Micro hands on the micro god, the chimp. He has Lancaster.
So you're saying if French were English, they'd be unstoppable. That's what I heard there. Okay, let's head in. Game number 3. Marine Lord leading by 2 in this best of 7. First of all, and Vortex has to answer the demon Civ. House of Lancaster on par with China in the minds of many a player right now. If there was any way to answer back that this could still be a Spanish Grand Final showdown, it would be winning against this Civ team.
Definitely, because with House of Lancaster, you stopped that heavy momentum that Marine Lord has built. And KP, that thing I mentioned about Marine Lord scouting aggressively and he can still deny resources in the early game, exactly what this man is doing. He's going to go straight for the gold and try to just poke a little bit around, because with Ottomans, you like slowing them down, even if it is just a little bit. And Marine Lord, he's getting a few of those spearmen to try and do so. A fourth one already in queue. And with them spawning with that extra sheep in the early game, it allows them to invest a little bit more into military, because they have the extra food to go around. Why would this bother them? The scout does see a double spearman, so this gives him the level of information he would need to pull a few more villagers onto the gold. But he needs to be quick about this, because this is going to start getting annoying very quickly.
Yeah, and let's like go even further. It's not just they start with 4 extra sheep. There's a reason that they were given 4 extra sheep in the first place. And that's because they gather 20% faster from them. That's what enables this at its heart. The spearman play is just so efficient with this civ, and when you know you're going to follow up with lords afterwards, it's even more efficient. All of a sudden, this unit that you could afford is going to be much tankier in the second age. And great in this matchup, because if you think about Ottoman players' #1 prerogative, they want to get Sipahi.
And getting to Sipahi requires a little bit of investment here, a little bit of survival time, which starts to look like there will be none of this. Now, 4 is the magical number, apparently, says Marine Lord, and he starts burning down this mining camp. Now, just outside the DC range, this feels pretty good, because with Ottomans, you're already so starved for wood here in the early game. So losing a mining camp at this stage of the game feels so tilting. But let's see what Marine Lord follows this up with. I say that, but I know exactly what he's following this up with. He's going to get his kings, because right now, it's just the best play. I remember when we all complained about not being able to kill manors, and then someone accidentally built the other landmark, and all of a sudden, oh, look at how far he had to go for the gold.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a hungry boy.
This is looking rough. So, landmark coming in, Minaret Madrasa as expected, Abbey of Kings on the other side. We need to dissect this. You know, this is why, teach us why Lancaster is so broke with this build. We already highlighted the sheep costs. Very big deal, or rather the efficiency. 20% faster allows them to produce spearmen like this and still catch up on it. Then we follow up with why this player is so valuable. Denying gold is so valuable because then you can deny your opponent's timing into things like Undermesh and Shield Arrow. That's so important because of the Lords of Lancaster. It means they remain very tanky, and it sets you up perfectly for the Hobbler strategy to follow. Hobblars that have more ranged armor already, and if you get the Lords in conjunction with them, they end up having the same health as standard horsemen, while being 33% cheaper. That's nuts. To say that out loud is crazy, and the weird part is how dynamic this feels, whether you need to go back to Spearmen or, you know, Yeomen. We thought we were never going to see them again in Feudal Age because they cost 95 resources each. But they're affordable, Warman, because you spend 30 resources less on your cavalry, so you can spend 15 more on your archer. The dynamics are wild, and the Lords were the thing that just put it over the top.
So just too many answers and too many questions that goes unanswered for your opponent. They just don't have the option of dealing with it. Now, Ottomans, they do get some spearmen for free, which I know it's not exactly a lord, but at least it will answer to a bit of the call from the Hobblars. The problem is just, I don't even know if we'll get to that, because usually by this point, most players pull off of gold. Marine Lord, on the other hand, he stays on gold. He's already going for those kings after this. So a lot of players, they will ensure that they get a different production building from here on out, and they pull off of gold to just get the manors out as quickly as possible. The thing is, he's not doing that. Is this just going to mean that he gets another king and another king? And we see those kings not counting in the military there just yet, but yes, the second one already being built, because he knows he's playing against a civilization that just doesn't have a response to these guys. And the response they might want to make is just going to get countered by anything he decides to follow up with.
I mean, you know, Marine Lord's French. You've at least got to have like the Charlemagne Three Kings type situation going on. And then on top of that, he's playing as English, and we loved our civil wars. So you're definitely going to be seeing a Lords. I mean, this has become the mainstay of this civilization, really, for most competitive games. I think at this point, World's Edge probably would have just called this civ House of Lords if they weren't worried the British government would try to sue them.
No, with two of them already heading over, these House of Lords are going to be quite a menace. And you can see Vortex doing that natural follow-up that I talked about, getting an archer. Because the archers, usually when you're dealing with a civilization that has an armored unit, you don't want to face them in a hand-to-hand combat. So archers are just the natural answer. The problem is just, again, with those Hobblars as the follow-up, afterwards, it is going to be a little bit tougher for them to handle. Now, he does have the 2 imams here, so this gives him a little bit of play. If Marine Lord is not able to kill the units will just get healed up to full. And with the House of Lancaster, usually that's not a problem because you will kill the units and more.
So there is a window here for Vortex, and the window is this. It's Imam into meta, while your opponent's on Spear Hobbler Lords. So the reason that is so good is the trade-off for House of Lancaster is, well, that would be a full melee comp, and the Hobblars are phenomenal because typically they swarm and overwhelm, but even if you overwhelm, if the meta has the melee armor turned on, you do 5 damage by default. Abysmal, right? It's terrible damage. But where things get dicey is when you start losing the auras, the imam, and the meta. So what you're looking for here, probably around 12 minutes, 13 minutes, as a Marine Lord should start adding in Yeoman. It sounds dodgy against Sipahi, but Yeoman is the way you unravel the Ominous Strat, but that does give Vortex the opportunity to take 3, maybe 4 good fights if he chooses the position right before it becomes a problem.
Now he's looking for a little bit of a raid, though. We do see that blue blob there at the bottom on Marine Lord's side. And the Sipahi fighting that scout. But the gold is being watched. He's looking for finding a bit of damage. He does know that there are some spearmen guarding it. So he realizes, hey, this is not probably a full commit, but it means the Lords are going to be ripe for the taking, I say. But still guarded by the spears. He does need to be careful.
Turns out healing for Imam's not good if dead. So like -1 Sipahi's a big problem. This needs to be blocked. Vortex needs a way of stopping that deer gathering, because that's when the Hobbler count in like 2 minutes will go from 4 to 20.
The problem with losing 2 Sipahis like this, in a normal matchup, okay, losing a Sipahi, not a great move, but losing a Sipahi in this matchup where every single hit counts, this could be devastating. This could be the end of the game right here. The moment the Hobblars now join this party as well. Those archers are not going to be protected for too long because only 3 spearmen to guard them, that is not going to be enough. The Sipahi numbers, he's desperately trying to get more, but you can see this mass already on Marine Lord's side, and he's just going to turn around. He says it's time. Let's fight.
Oh, you want to brawl? You brought infantry? All right, time to catch you. And you can actually force them to turn around here. The Hobblars are an interesting one. They have free ranged armor by default, so the archers, even the steel arrows, shouldn't be too threatening. And you want to dive here for the imam. If you can snipe one of these imams, it's a game changer.
He doesn't have his eyes set on the imams, though. He wants to get these archers. Now, the imams, they are the thing that gives Ottoman their early game power here. And letting those live might actually put him in a little bit more of danger, but we can see the destroyed value already. Marine Lord, he took a pretty good trade here, and we see the Hobblars now chasing down on those Sipahis as well. Now, they don't have a lot of melee armor, but they do run pretty fast.
So, the time has arrived. The Yeomen are building up. And the reason why the Hobblar, by the way, didn't go Imam, I think he understood like 4 would be hard to body block. Plus his damage kill timing would be low. So he just takes the bonus against archers. But this is now really scary. I think Vortex, he hammers way too many Sipahi. I say way too many, like 2 or 3. It doesn't sound like a lot. But now you don't have that scare factor. And Yeoman is the bully that is coming out in the playground the next 2 minutes. And the advantage was meant to be blacksmith time. I think Vortex done a great job of recovering after losing that mining camp with that timing. That window's closing. Marine Lord, he's only got about 40 seconds to go until he has Steeled Arrow.
And getting Steeled Arrow with the Yeoman is going to make this so much harder for Vortex to just survive. Now, he's got his Mechter. He does have that extra bit of ranged armor if he plays the drums correctly. But at the same time, he is going to be able to take more damage. And then, when the units do damage, you're not going to be able to heal them up because they're going to be dead. And now, Hobblar numbers are getting scarily high. More spears joining this fight as well. And now, with the Yeoman numbers increasing, this is getting scarier by the second. Archers from Vortex looking great. But archers are not what you need in this fight alongside them. He's going to need to have perfect micro. Oh, and now you see the Yeoman just being so oppressive here. Imam's instantly trying to heal them up. Villagers need to pull away. And the problem is, he's not in a happy place for food.
No, not just that. Marine Lord is snaking the idea of castle behind this, which would just be kind of an end gamer at this point. Vortex wouldn't really have the resilience to catch up right now, or there's difficulty in staying on deer. But yeah, Marine Lord, he just kind of calculates his approach on this, isn't going all in, understands that's not necessarily needed right here. Just that the yeoman numbers keep scaling. If you need to commit to the age over time, great. Yeoman ball being bigger is better. Don't hard commit. And this is the point where the meta loses its value, because the meta has this situation where when you're up against a spear hobbler, melee armor is incredible. But now it's 50-50 army. Your only good option realistically is the attack speed. And attack speed is only really advantageous when you have the numerical advantage.
And the numbers is not on his side just yet. Oh, now see, that would have been an amazing pickup with the Spahis. If he got that whole group of yeomen running out so far, it would have been a very different fight out for him. But Marine Lord, even while getting ready to go castle, has such an oppressive army, and he could potentially end Vortex getting out on those resources right now, but he doesn't need to, because the moment he ages up, he's just going to have Earl's guards as well, and things just get worse.
That's so dirty. He's hugging the tree line to hide what he's really up to. The villagers, though, does get one. That's not good enough, though. Have you noticed something wrong with the economy, Vortex? He was housed at one stage. He's like half a villager behind.
And he definitely has lost a little bit of that focus as, ooh, this army is now going to finally find their connection. But this is the point. He was surrounded by this army, and he needed to find a way. But the archers, they're trying to get on the spears, and you see the lords are going straight for the woodline. Oh my goodness.
The backstab. The Sipahi, they come in here. The yeoman, a little bit overextended now, so he forces the lords back into the main fight. Vortex, this is the brawl he was looking for, but is it going to be good enough? The problem is the lords take so long to kill, they drag a lot of attention. It even makes the spearman difficult to one-hit kill, but he still has the archer number for the time being, but he's being drained fast. Vortex, the army barely exists anymore, and this is only wave number 1. He can't slay a single lord. He can't take a single game. It is almost over. One more, and Marine Lord will book a rematch up against Lucifron.
That was peak House of Lancaster. And I think Vortex, watching that back, he's going to sit there, read through it, and be like, should have lost the Sipahi. Wouldn't have mattered. Because that type of fight that we just saw there is exactly what House of Lancaster has been bringing for weeks. And there is just no logical answer to it up until this point. But Marine Lord, he knows his civilizations. He knows how to put this pressure down, and it looks sublime.
It breaks your heart for him, though. The backstab of the Sipahi looked so good at the start. You want to believe, okay, there's a way. He can clear this wave. But through it all, the lords, people say they want a kill count. I almost want just a damage statistic per unit. Those lords in this fight, they were standing still for so long, and brilliantly done. Marine Lord, he targeted the wood line to force Vortex to react to it fully. And then look, they just stand still for most of the engagement. So they're not getting cutted out. They're not wasting time at all. And we always talk about the Imam heal being cool, but it's 1 health per second. You're dying way too fast at this stage. And always remember, those Hobbler, they cost 33% less, yet they have only 5 HP less than a standard horseman when the lords are near them. That's why they somehow outlasted Sipahi.
Now, what I find really interesting in that last view we had, Vortex was trying to micro so much that he even didn't get to click the tower onto the spearmen. They were fighting, or the tower was firing at the Hobblars. And at this level, these top pros, every single hit is calculated. They know exactly what they're doing, unless being overwhelmed. And that is exactly what Marine Lord is forcing here. Now, both of these guys, they're in for a fight, especially on coastal cliffs here with Japan versus French. Now, I feel like Japan probably has the advantage at keeping French at bay in the early game here, especially with their early game shenanigans we see. And finally, Japan could be the little House of Lancaster on the side of Vortex here. He has been quite aggressive in Dark Age, and that's usually where you land your damage against French. French love to go for wheelbarrow early, and if you can punish them for doing that, then you should probably be okay denying the pro scouts as time goes on too. But in tournaments at the moment, KP, where is the Japan-French balance right now? I don't think we see French-Japan that often.
So, for a while, in the very early days, French didn't hold a candle to Japan because there was a very weird interaction where French night spam didn't work because you know how you get bonus damage when you charge him with French Knights? It didn't trigger on deflective armor. So you done no damage on a charge, you didn't get bonus damage, and you're against a chunkier unit with more damage. So it just wasn't good. Then people realized something quite comical about the French-Japanese matchup. Japan has terrible crossbowmen. So if you can get the Arbaletrier as French, you're golden. The challenge sometimes for players is getting there. And the other thing I want to give props to Japanese is I think they've had a lot more feudal potency recently. That can make it more difficult to get the crossbow count. But I'd still lean French here. I think French has looked pretty kushki. And when you play it at the absolute highest caliber, on a map like Coastal Cliffs in particular, I think Coastal is a more linear map. So that you can actually kind of justify going Arbitrary sooner than if you're playing Dry Raid.
Now, Arbitrary, me trying to pronounce the names, Arbs, for the rest of us English speakers.
You want to say in a more like American accent, so it's like Arby's, you know, like
Arby's.
Arby's.
Well,
You want to go to
those
Arby's?
Arby's are going to be so good if we can get there. The problem is getting there, especially with Vortex being so aggressive. Oh, that's the amount of American I can do for you today. So I don't foresee Vortex wanting to play Marine Lord's French in Castle at all. After JD, it does feel like this is something he might take a note out of. Because with Japan, it also feels like you need to do the damage pretty early on. Because as time goes on for French, they just get better and better, right? With the extra villages they have. And if you're not able to land those raids, Marine Lord showing us exactly that he's not willing to lose villages to raids as much. And if he does, he will do them back to you. So I think both of these civilizations, really big snowball civs if you do get ahead. But in Castle, I can definitely see a lot of dead villages on the field for us.
Yeah.
If we get there.
It's the Dark Age as well. If Marino gets a bad spawn, it won't. He won't even get to that point where Pro Scouts feels very fluid. It could get very annoying. If Vortex gets the right type of spawn, and I mean, we've already been here before today with Marine Lord. If you remember, the Lucifer Marine Lord series started on this very map, and our boy Marine Lord got a bum leg on the opening. His Pro Scout play couldn't connect because it was a double 4 deer that seemed to just starve him out. There's some potential here, and I think that's where Japan has thrived the most, is these Dark Age openings. In fact, the Dark Age Rax Rush opening killed Shinobi. They don't exist anymore. Yeah, ninjas are from fantasy. So think about it. It makes sense. You don't go Shinobi anymore. It's illogical, because if you open up with a Rax, you've already now built a reason for me to build archers. So now if you follow up with a Shinobi landmark, well, one, you've sacrificed the easy farm transition, but two, you've now added in a second unit type that gets countered by archers. Now, you could use that to your advantage and be like, haha, you're definitely going to have to build, like, you know, a counter, like you'll build archers and I'll build horsemen. But now you're just, like, economically in a weird place. So it's the same reason why, you know, you open archery range and then add in, like, a stables, right? It's much rarer to see someone go archery range, archery range, archery range, archery range, archery range, archery range. Unless you're Crackety and you're playing Chignu on Cliffside. But, like, you know, for most people, they're going to think we need someone else in there. Sorry.
Getting a little bit of a mix. No, definitely relatable. But I feel like Twitch chat's sitting here right now and they're thinking, hey, what about when I go triple archery range? Now, don't worry, man. You're still doing it right. But Vortex,
Just believe.
he's sitting there with the meta in his hands. Dark Age Barracks. Here we go. Now, like we said, oh my goodness, Marine Lord, he knows this is coming. Because this is, of course, the one thing that stops French from being French. You just need to deny the denial of the deny. And now we just get a denialception. And Vortex might take this and be like, hey, I'm probably... Oh, cancels the Spearman. I was going to say he might just make one Spearman and call it a day, but he cancels the Spearman completely. And just goes on his merry way for the rest of the game. So,
I think I'm going to pass on that one, dog. I mean, there's just nothing to hit now. Look at the tree lines as well. There's nothing. I don't want to call it Marine Lord spawn because he had to do something to make it a Marine Lord spawn, but then it does feel that way. He got deer split, one behind the base, one each side. He got double tree line very close together. Like, it's just, you know, it's kind of like just waiting to be embrace you in the center there. A tiny wall, no damage can be done. So this is just a depressing Rax, but hey, upside is you only spent 75 wood for it. Meanwhile, Marine Lord spent longer to build an outpost and it cost him 100 wood.
And it definitely sets the pace for the type of aggression that Vortex wants to show us, right? But now there's a tower on the gold, and all of a sudden, you can't just go on the gold, harass at some point. You are actually going to need to watch out for the knights now. Those spearmen are just not going to be able to oppress your opponent at all, because you now just have a standard old French on gold, little bit delayed, still going for the wheelbarrow, but this is a man who's going to have knights, who's going to force you to defend, and I think this is Marine Lord's type of game. This is what he wants. He wants to be able to just sit back, make knights, pro scout, and try to see how it goes. You see Vortex running behind those sheep, thinking about getting a hit or two on those, but that's a solid amount of sheep that he's not going to be happy about seeing.
It would have been nice as well, actually, because if you club 2 sheep there near the gold, you need to build houses. You just put a farmhouse out there to actually use it later. So yeah, it would have been a nice little grab. And you need something going his way, because now you know pro scout's going to happen. You can't really stop it. Hero's going to be coming in because shinobi don't exist. They're not real. Okay, have you ever seen a shinobi before, Warman?
No, never. I've never seen one.
Because if you've seen one, then he's a very bad shinobi.
It was probably in bronze that one time. Shinobis, they have their place, but on water and hybrid maps, that's where we will see them every now and again. But for now, with the current meta, like you said, it's just something that is not as prominent anymore. But Marine Lord now running with more than enough food to sustain him a while. We still have 3 on gold, which I would be happy to see if he goes for the 4th one, because usually the 4th indicates we get that pro scouts pretty early on. But he could just go directly for pro scouts without a knight, because he knows what he's already denied by this point. But there's still time to up the strategy, guys, so we'll see what he decides.
I mean, the thing is, your opponent's playing out into berries. He's on gold. He hasn't built an outpost on gold. So adding in a knight straight away is really nice to kind of force the matter. But Marine Lord, please tell me he's building a house. Okay, he is. Yeah, he's fine. For a second there, I just saw the wood. I was like, oh no. Let's not have a little bit of pop-in efficiency at 4 minutes in the game. After we always up him, big up him as like the master of French.
Well, now with the gold already he has in the bank, KP, it still looks like a pretty solid. Yeah. I think
Q a knight, Q maybe 2 scouts, then have pro scouts. Salute.
Exactly. See, I think with the timing difference now based on his delay because of the tower, of course, this is just looking a little bit different, but same. You already have the mill. Might as well just get the cheap upgrade with it. But what I absolutely love about this is just the fact that he gets to choose. Now his scout is looking directly at the gold, looking for opportunity. And he now sits here and makes that decision. Am I going for my knights or am I going for pro scouts? So that scout getting the information he needs. Am I going to be able to land a raid? Yes, he's out here on the berries. I could just get a solid charge in there. But Vortex sees the scout seeing his situation and builds a wall there, ensuring that the knight is not going to have a fun time raiding around there. Thing is, like you said before, wall building time, it takes a while. The knight might still rear his head in if there's no spear to push him back.
Yeah, and if there's more knights coming, there's going to need to be more spears because you haven't walled the other side, right? You're gathering berries. He has at least gone for Tawara plus Takazaiku, which means he's getting through the initial berries very fast. Fortunately for Vortex, this spawn sucks. The tree line being in the corner is not what he would have liked to have seen. He probably would have preferred berries in the corner on the left and the south side. Because berries, if you get level 2 wheelbarrows as Japan, it is ridiculously fast. It's as quick as gathering from boar.
But KP, Twitch chat, YouTube chat, do you guys realize what's happening right now? Vortex, he's being a little bit spicy.
Oh.
Yeah, but Vortex also being spicy in terms of going for a fast castle against French, who's going pro scouts, who's going to have unlimited food and already feels confident enough moving out on boar.
But hold on, Marika. I may have to blow the wind out of your sails here.
Yeah,
it's not pro scouts. He went boar. He switched it up. So now he has a very aggressive timing in mind with a very good gathering rate against a player whose full defense strategy is a spearman.
And a singular one at that. So Twitch, I hope you're ready for a little bit of bloodshed as the knights are going to be looking for some damage.
Pro scouts?
Now, transition into Pro Scouts, the natural transition into Pro Scouts, of course.
Oh yeah, of
But-
course. Because you always go Boar and then Pro Scouts, right? This is what everybody does. It's kind of unhinged, and I respect it. I thought maybe he just gung ho, but I guess now the war being up, he's like, there's no point here. I can't stop his tech, but I can outbreed him.
And I absolutely love this for Marine Lord because him realizing, hey, I went for the ball. It is what it is. I wasn't gonna do Pro Scouts, but now that I see Fast Castle, why not? Give me the rest of these resources on the map. Vortex now about to click that castle, but you know the funny thing is, luckily Marine Lord did not go for this. But we sometimes see Japan going for a fast castle against French, and then you get taught why this is not a strategy. Because the knights, they can just take quite a bit of damage, and they love diving under a very simple old TC. Now the archers are in position here, and they are going to try to get a little bit of damage on the villagers. Knights just looking around, trying to see if they can get a charge off, but not going to be risking too much here. Now, Marine Lord, he's still making units, while at the same time has 500 food in the bank. So with that boar income, it leaves a lot. It doesn't leave a lot to be desired because you've already got everything you want in life.
In life, whoa.
Yes, in life.
I don't know, man. Like Marine Lord, you know what I think? I don't think he's got everything he wants in life. I think after last year, he brought like the biggest trophy cabinet you can imagine. And he was like, I can feel this in like 3 years. And then he lost 2 tournaments this year. And now, like, he probably leaves the gaps in the trophy cabinet, you know what I mean? Like a kind of like a little dust spot where it should have been. So I bet he's mad. I mean, for Marine Lord, I think he'd see it as a failure if he doesn't win this and the Masters Finals this year because of the high bar he set before.
Now, the problem with setting a high bar is it is only so high if you deserve it. But Marine Lord, he's deserved it. So KP, remember, he's got a pretty big trophy from his last land victory, a sword and a shield. So he's probably pretty happy. But yes, like you said, he does need a little EGC one to put there right on top.
What, if he wins the American land later this month, would they give him a gun or something? Like, I mean, you gotta one up it, right? Shield and a gun.
In Europe, we believe in sword battles and also surrounds.
Oh, wait.
Marine Lord, no, that is a very nice samurai.
Wait, no way does he lose no villages on that. What? The scout is trying to get the kill. He actually still gets the worker kill, but it cost him a mad samurai. Marine Lord, he's heavy investing. Look at that knight count.
He doesn't care about your mounted samurais. Boutiques, I have French knights and I do not care about your mounted samurais. Do you see this charge? And that's exactly what they're doing. They're just charging and killing and doing damage. And if they wanted to, they could even heal up if he so dares invest. But this man, he doesn't need to. He's just going to make more knights.com. We've seen this before. Marine Lord, he believes in the way of the knight. He's French.
What you don't realize about Marine Lord is when he picks French and the game starts, something unique happens. All of a sudden, there's a minor earthquake on his house, and his hands start shaking. And then there's like that kind of... You ever watched a Twitch stream, Inception, where like it watches his own Twitch stream, goes in it? That happens, and all of a sudden, he channels his ancestors from far ago. He's living the life of a French knight. That's why he's so in sync with this heavy cav. His ancestors have become him.
And this is the best you could ask for, because if you see us around like this as a Frenchman, this is going to be the war that you win. And Marine Lord, destruction. Left, right, and center. These expensive samurais just falling like flies. Now the food sources are out on the map, and I don't know if you've seen what a little tower does to these French knights, but not much.
Is this like the French version of Highlander? There can be only one, and it will be him. Marine Lord is battering these mounted samurai. You wouldn't think there's an age difference between them.
French knights are just making them look like they're made of paper. But you know what's even better? French knights against a little tower. So these guys, if they so chose, they could do even more. But instead they decide, let's get a little bit of chivalry, get a little bit of healing. That's going to be real nice, and then we'll do it again.
Yeah, I mean, I say you wouldn't think there's an age difference between them, but actually, funnily enough, if you looked at these two in real life, you genuinely would think that they could be like father and son age difference. But make no mistake about it, folks. Marine Lord is only 2 years younger than Vortex. This is a vet of the RTS scene, and that's the thing that always shows. You know, it's that seasoned veterancy that is stuck through. You can tell that all those years forging himself in previous scenes like StarCraft have paid off, have built up to this beast that always seems to be the final boss at the end of the tournament. And unless Vortex can pull off a miracle, a Hail Mary, it will once again be Marine Lord waiting in that grand finals against Lucifron. With the tech up coming, the fact that Vortex is outnumbered on Knights, time is not on his side.
Now, what's different about this game, though, the Guild Hall being the age up, is it speaks to the matchup. Because in our previous game where we saw Marine Lord going for the Royal Institute with JD, it was against Malians. You don't want to fight a long game against Malians because of that food eco that you want to deny. You need to do damage and you need to do it now. With the Guild Hall, you're going up against Japanese. You don't actually mind playing against Japanese the later the game goes. Because, as KP said before, your ARBs are just a little bit better than what Japanese has on offer in terms of crossbows, I say in annotation marks. This is unfortunately the fact of Japan, and now he's getting said crossbows at the moment. The samurais charging in, but they've fought this fight before. They know what's about to happen.
Yeah, I don't know if this is like Age of Empires emulating marketing spend budgets, but for some reason to get your lady crossbow, you pay 20% more. It's crazy. And, you know, you get the mobility, which feels good, but it looks like Marine Lord, he is getting warmed up for that NA LAN. He's got to get familiar with his Arby's, you know? You got to get ready to the Arbitrary, which of course will be the solution to everything that Vortex is building right now.
And Vortex just trying to do a little bit of damage, but Marine Lord is constantly reacting, and we see that villager count finally making a difference here, because Marine Lord, he's on French, and he's 3 villages ahead, even with Vortex. Wait. Oh, this feels a little bit tough now. The samurai numbers are getting bigger, but those French knight numbers have completely stopped.
But the arbitrary account is inflating quick. The trade-off here is like what Vortex is going to get out of this is the relic game. Marine Lord is essentially forfeiting that, and I think he knew it was going to happen, because if you want to get arbitrary, you can't mirror movements, because the benefit of paying 20 resources more for your crossbowman or crossbowwoman is that you get a pony. Now, when I say it like that, it actually sounds like a pretty good deal. In a static fight, it is terrible. But in a dynamic fight, it's a huge advantage. But this is not the advantage Vortex was looking for. Walks headfirst into a scarier army, it seems. Is at least kiting nicely. He has got the Kaburaya to give the extra movement speed on the Musha. But micro is a problem. Marine Lord, oh, nicely done. Vortex, just enough damage there to snipe the Knight before he peels away for a full heal. And now the recommitment comes in. The Mounted Samurai spread out. The Uma Bannerman does get sniped straight away, but that's still 25 seconds to work with for the buff. Marine Lord's numbers, they're still looking so damn good.
And the gold just ran out for Vortex, so that pump of power that he just had is going to run out, because now all of a sudden he needs to go on a forward gold next to that deer, and this feels like the natural position for Marine Lord to move into, because of course you're asking yourself, where is my opponent getting resources from? He sees that gold expiring on the minimap. He knows where he needs to hit. And the best part is he's going to be hitting really hard when he runs into all those villagers out on the deer as well. There's a few towers here to keep them alive, but they are not in range of them to just jump in.
Yeah, and my brain just went how, and it's not because I went American and now I'm going to do a roleplay conversation with natives. No. What I'm howling here is, how did Marine Lord just grab one relic, the more risky relic? Like, how is this now about to be a 3-2 split after the one advantage that Vortex should have had was the relic game? It's still going to be a lead, but it's not the dominant lead you were expecting here maybe 2 minutes ago.
And French, definitely not a civilization that struggles too much if they're just one relic down, because of that guild hall in the late game. They have a few extra tricks up their sleeves. That TC now firing pretty hard with the villagers inside, but the knights are ready to clean up if anyone else dares come close. Now, the thing is about walling off that side, it just doesn't feel necessary, because there's nothing that he could be protecting over there. While at the same time, Marine Lord could just grab control of that whole side of the map with the army that he has in his pocket now. Okay, Pete, he's floating quite a bit of food here. And my big question is, why? What is he doing? What are we going for? Are we just going to be playing a late game against Japan?
I
For
think
fun?
You could just... So here's a weird one for you. Just like, don't invest all your resources, stockpile a little bit back, and then rush a keep, and then you get all the discounts. I don't think you need a keep here. Just keep playing it. Just keep playing tempo momentum. I mean, one of the big problems is Marine Lord, he did go pro scouts, but did you notice how good Vortex's follow-up spawn was? Like, his start was a bit weird. But the trade-off is, look at how close the Deer and Boar are together. This was not a good pro scout game.
Yeah, he may have gotten his resources he could, but now he needs to survive this one push that Vortex has in his hands, because the thing is, Vortex realizes he needs to do damage. He hasn't been able to do enough. He did kill 3 villagers, but at the same time, this is a very scary army from the French, but now the spearmen are getting through, and the ARPs are not doing the best job at cleaning them up just yet. The villagers are pulling back, and a little bit here of idle time on the villagers, but maybe.
It's a lot of spears. It's a lot of spears, but the keep drop. Yeah, sorry, there was one. Okay, Marino's safe. Like, this is... And now, the other weird problem here, he does have the Bannerman, right? It's not showing on the UI, but, like, we have got Bannerman in there. He did prioritize the Spearman as an upgrade. Look at the numbers. This is tragic. He's going to lose Spear Mass. The other trait may not be at critical mass now, but it can keep the Mounted Samurai at bay. I don't like the look of this right now for Vortex, because the other problem you run into here, Marika, is if you play a long castle against Guildhall, it's already up to 800 food, 900 now. It's a ticking time bomb waiting to explode.
And that natural transition into the Imperial Age feels so good for French, because when you get to the middle of the map, when the resources are running out, popping down that keep, you're pretty close to your opponent's base. This map is quite small. You get a lot of map control. And very quickly, those very chunky knights that are running around, they are going to find some real damage. The Ops now getting their upgrades as well, and the Spearman numbers increasing for Vortex, but Spearmen, they're not going to be the answer you need to deal with the Ops.
No, because Gambeson's is now coming in. It's the thing that was missing. I think actually if Marine Lord had Gambeson's, he would have maybe stood his ground a bit more. Plus 5 armor against Spearmen is a depressing life, even as Japan with the Katana Banman buff of 15% and the extra 1 melee attack. Still feels like you're just not doing what you should. Even this Horseman strategy is weird with Horseman as well. You know, they lose 5 of their damage despite the fact they double against Arbitrary. It's more like a soft counter than a hard sometimes. And the other thing is, Marine Lord, this is the perfect comp to have for a switch into him. You know he's, well, maximum 4 or 5 minutes away from making that pull.
With 17 on gold, he's definitely able to make that decision at any point. But for now, spending every bit of resource he has into this, but now killing these mounted samurais, he's going to feel pretty confident closing out this game if he wanted to. The thing is, he can do both, and they're both pretty safe options. He can either try to kill his opponent, or he can go Imperial without taking any risk.
So you know what would be sick here? I just don't know if he's going to do it. I mean, just maybe your own spears? I don't know. Like, I see this many spearmen, and you kind of want to go Springalds, but that's the smartness of Vortex going into Horsemen. The problem is, this is a little bit dicey to dive a castle, and it's not just the Guildhall now. Because he scouted the castle, he knows that Marine Lord is getting a lot more efficient build-up here, saving on the discounts from production. Flash around the back. Knights. We'll have to cover the escape. The Arbitrary are actually overextended. The Horseman tried to leak through, but he has got the wall. Just needs to reach it. Body blocks coming in. The second wave of Knights tries to muddy the affair. There's a backstab on the way. The Spearmen are grabbing their targets. Marine Lord stands his ground. He says, to hell with it. I've got the extra armor. I can tank a few stabs to the face. And he's dead right about it. But now the cavalry, they're trying to get that blocker. The Spearmen continue in. Marine Lord, where are the Knights? They're gone.
And those are not replaceable knights at this point. We were saying, like, Marine Lord was in a pretty decent spot until this, but taking a fight straight into the Spearman, he may now have just given up the game in one single moment. And all of a sudden, now the snowball continues. Vortex just pushing out. He's pushed him off of these wood lines. We talked about these great wood lines from Marine Lord, but the problem is they're on the same side, and the horses, they're going under the TC. He's committed to this. Vortex knows he needs to do damage, and he needs to do it quickly, because French, they get ugly so fast. Vortex now finally getting for the age up as well, and we see our producer showing that there's a lot of food in the Guildhall, so he's going to be happy going Imperial. But the problem is, where's he going to go Imperial?
Wait,
base?
No, but I just want you to really process what just happened here. Vortex is going Imperial first.
Yes.
Just Let that
after winning a
soak in.
fight.
Like, that wasn't the expected outcome here. Tanageshima Gunsmith now on the way. Marine Lord, he still hasn't pulled the food yet. He's going to have to build this up in a rush. And there it is, Red Palace. But guys, this is not a great Red Palace. The position, he can't come further forward. Preferably, you want to anchor this towards the gold on the sacred site or the tree lines on the east beyond the sacred site. This far back shows you how scary this game now is. I'm impressed, man. Vortex, and the other thing here is I'm pretty sure Yorishiro dropped the TC. So he hasn't been falling behind on villages. He actually pulls ahead from here.
Now, Vortex is really showing us what survival looks like, because for a while, Marine Lord looked like he was ready to end this. And honestly, I think at some point, Marine Lord just was a bit overconfident in his previous pushes that he had. But Vortex now feels confident enough to move out on the berries. But this also speaks to the situation for Vortex. He knows, I don't have the food set up for this completely. I need to be out here on the map. I cannot slow down what I've been doing. But now that Red Palace, it's showing him where to not attack. And that Red Palace is not protecting the farms all the way to the back. So at the same time, Vortex can find a way to do some damage here.
And I mean, just props to Vortex for understanding. I think for a long time, Spearman and Castle for Japan has been underrated. You just don't really think of it. But it's nice. The Bannerman buff is decent, and then extra +1 melee. Like, as a generic unit, they have a role to fill. And he filled it well. You know, most people, they talk about Japanese spears in the Dark Age, and they talk about them in the Imp Age. Because in Imp, they get Nagayari, which is going to give you the extra range and damage against Cav. But they have their timing, as we just saw there. And in Marine Lord, now my concern turns towards gold. You need to get 2 relics. You've got Guildhall to accrue over time. But you need a lot more than that if you want to play a real Imperial Age here.
Now, him instantly switching over that Guildhall to gold is also telling us he's aware of this very limited gold that he has in his base. The thing is, he's got obs, which is quite gold efficient, but that military graph, guys, that is just showing us the trauma we have experienced in that last fight, and all of a sudden, Vortex just exploding. The Horseman switch really doing work. Very cheap switch. And now we have a Trebuchet and a Bombard joining this party as well. That's going to mean the Red Palace is just not going to hit the same way.
Remember, he paid nothing for that Bombard. All right, that's... That is, someone was digging in a garden and they found a landmine, you know? This is the other efficiency of it, is that when he needs to get towards these primary attacks, he now has a way of dealing with Arbitrier, 1 by 1 in a long fight, or dealing with the keeps. Well, what a ton of events this would be. You know, we talked about Vortex time and time again. It just looked like Marine Lord was one step ahead. And when you talk about these two, you wouldn't think in the late game you'd say Vortex is going to take it. Marine Lord usually the defensive player methodical there. I got to give it to him. Vortex, he's convincing me right now. He's inspiring me with this game.
Now, the Red Palace, it does not mind a little Bombard hit, as you do need to go in range to be able to hit that properly. Now, with the Trebuchet, that does change it significantly, but as his attention is focused towards the Bombard and the Trebuchet, he's going to be able to do a little bit of raiding and get a bit of idle time here from Marine Lord, because obviously Vortex is in a good position now, and he needs to expose this. Remember, Marine Lord, with all that tempo, he would have had the opportunity to try and get map control. This is where French feels good, where you get that Red Palace into the middle. But that one attack just completely changed this for him. Now, Marine Lord, he needs to find a plan.
And this is like the other scary thing for Marine Lord is at this point we'd usually say Guildhall, oh my god, like game goes long, favored. Tanagashima Gunsmith doesn't get enough credit. It gives you 2 tickets every minute, which means it gives you 480 passive resources. Because you can just produce hand cannoneers straight away. So the value of just accruing this is equivocal to a Guildhall, really. Like, you just stockpile it up over 7 or 8 minutes, not needing it. All of a sudden, you're whipping out 20 hand cannoneers. It's insane how valuable that can be in the deep game.
Now, Vortex, he's getting to closer to max pop as well. On Marine Lord is not even at 150 yet, so... You know, at some point that Gunsmith is just gonna gather more and more tickets that you won't have any use for at some point, because you're just getting such high value army and you can keep on putting this pressure up. Marine Lord now 600 gold in that Guildhall, but he doesn't have something he can make with this. Oh, he does, but there's a lot more problems at his doorstep, and he realizes this. The Arbs trying to fight a little bit forward. We see with those trebuchets, he is doing great work. The Red Palace is not firing back, so this might be a problem.
Yeah, he's trying to bait him just slightly into range. Vortex is not falling for it, though. Marine Lord. Let's be careful with those crossbows. The Horsemen, they see an opening. They're going to jump on in for the dive. Arbitrary now distracted as the melee lines engage. Marine Lord, time is ticking against him. Time is not on his side on the siege. He's losing the Red Palace gradually. As quickly as he's losing this army, desperation mode sets in, but it's down. It's dust, and he is done. It's 1 on the board. Vortex, is this the beginning of a miracle recovery?
Now, keep in mind, this was Japan, and a lot of people praise Japan as still being one of the top civilizations. So, very big pick here for Vortex as well, going down against Marine Lord's French, which, honestly, I would say Marine Lord has shown us French is a pretty scary civilization to go up against nonetheless. But Vortex, he was just showing us exactly how to take a game off of those French knights when they're not Royal Institute ones, but also I would say this was just a little bit of overconfidence as well from Marine Lord in that last fight against the Spears, thinking that it would not hurt as much. But the horses, they did not have the best defense against those Spears.
I don't think any of us really thought the spin were going to hurt that much. We've seen what happens Spear versus Arbitrary constantly. It's just a grim affair, but props to him. Vortex, he gives us hope. He gives us belief that he could do this still, but it's not going to get any easier, really. It feels like when you look at the next pick, you know, the best map that Knights Templar could be picked on, Phrygian Marshes. Vortex is going to be cooking different. He's thinking about Abbasids for the swamps.
And Abbasid was a big question mark I raised earlier, because with Abbasid, we don't really know what to expect from them. Now, Abbasid has been played on this map before, but of course, it hasn't been a huge priority pick because Abbasid just hasn't shined the same way as the other civs we see over here, like HRE, Ottomans, even Lancaster. It's even French that we would usually see over there, but it's still, it has some answers. It has cheap docks. We could be a little bit greedy. And the military wing definitely makes this a lot harder to handle. But KT, I would like to see what this thing is like on, I would say, semi-land. Because, of course, we can call this a hybrid map, but it's not KT on a hybrid map like we would see, you know? Would you regard this as a hybrid or land map? Yeah, it's a hybrid one, right?
It's a hybrid. Yeah, like by Knights Templar standard, does it have fish? Question mark. And if the answer is yes, then let's like, off we go to the ponds. And Phrygian is interesting for this matchup because like you wouldn't really think of Abbasids as a Dark Age blocking civ, which means you just get fishing for free. So now it's like, okay, who fishes better? Because Abbasids pays 75 wood, you pay 150, but at this point, I feel like Knights Templar, if they ever decided to add DLC to the game in the form of like premium skins, they could just reskin the Knights Templar as a nation of beavers. They eat through wood so fast.
Oh, I needed a second there from the nation of beavers to recover from that. Oh my goodness.
Right? Beaver Knights, just called the Beaver Brothers. These are like the buck teeth and just like a little hat.
We're finally getting an American civilization, or is that more Canadian civilization here?
Probably more Canadian. I think like you may have just insulted Happy Poor and Wham with the American comment.
I don't know where beavers are. I'm from Africa, guys. Chill. We have monkeys and stuff. That is it. And lions. But no KTs, no beavers, and definitely not the map that you would expect to see KT as a prior pick on. But like we said, it's a good civ. And let's see what Marine Lord does. Is the question, or the answer to our question, going to be, do we go for water against Abbasid? No, Marine Lord says we're going spears, actually.
You dirty son of a gun. Vortex, as soon as he gets one game on the board, Marine Lord won't let it chill into an eco boom game. No. He's looking to leverage a spearman beginning here. And it kind of makes sense. If you think, what's Abbasids going to do on this map? You're expecting them to go pawn play. That's the logical opening. That's always been the way. There was a time where you just went trade instead, but I think those days are gone for Abbasids. Ever since Phrygian got changed, it used to be that you had the trade post in the corner. Now it's in the center.
What I absolutely hate about Knights Templar with this is the fact that they get food from the gold or from the wood. So they're chopping away at the wood to get enough wood to get enough spearmen, but at the same time they're getting a little bit of a food eco, so they can produce villagers, they can produce spearmen, and they are just chopping away and feeding their army with wood. Now, unfortunately for Marine Lord, for Vortex, he's gonna... Oh, actually, no, unfortunately for Marine Lord, he is gonna get spotted pretty easily here, I would say. No, Creepy, I'm just gonna be done making calls. I'm done. Guys, unfortunately, my call making ran out at 11:30 CST, and I now abstain.
Just so like this is casting training now, woman. So in the event that like you're wrong about something,
Yes.
it's just a new arc to talk about why they went a different way. Like, oh wow, look, he didn't do that thing. But that's intriguing. I guess the reason why he didn't just go for the dock play here is because he knew the aggression was coming, and it's kind of a repercussion of the last game where now it's fresh in Vortex and Marine Lord's mind. This whole idea of the Rax is away, so now you have this pivoted dynamic. Instead, Vortex will just rush the age up. Military Wing, he now has justification for this because remember, Marine Lord just went for a little doggy time. Perfect for a ram rush.
That feels quite powerful. This could be the little bit of an opening he would need to do so. Now, we know that Knights Templar is pretty good at aging up fast because obviously they age up from the TC, so it does take a very, very short time to do so. And him seeing now that Vortex is aging up with that military wing, it feels like something he's going to put prio on. And as I keep talking about this, I still see 8 on wood. And I'm thinking to myself, if you were under pressure, would you have 8 on wood? No, you wouldn't. He's not under pressure. He's just like, no, I'll get another dock. Don't you worry. So now going for a second dock, actually, and still feeling confident about this.
I'm telling you can rename the Civ. They're Beaver Knights. It's not even human anymore. These guys love wood way too much. They're going to build a dam somewhere on this map at this rate. And it's a damning factor because the other thing that's really annoying about Knights Templar is they're so efficient at moving out like this. Like most Civs would hang around and eat the berries or whatever. Nah, he needs more wood. Just walk that villager who's building over to a tree and just eat it. That's what they're doing. Like at this point, it's go at heroes with tangos. I don't understand why they're so good at this. But it's also impressive because, if you're against an aggressive Civ, leaving a villager out is risky, usually. But the cool thing you can do with that villager is walk him to like the edge of the map, and sometimes you find these little hook-ins on the tree lines. Just go in there and wait. You'll never be found.
And those villagers are going to have a great time at just dropping off the wood to the sky. So it does give a unique dynamic to this civilization. But now with the military wing up, Vortex already getting the wood ready. And this could be wood for a nice stable follow-up, as we usually see out of them. But he is going to go and do some damage. Oh, never mind. Where is his resources just being spent? Is it a dock?
He wants a ram. Normally you're looking for the ram here, because the military wing on hybrid maps is a ram opening. So, for example, Kawasan's a great map for this. So, yeah, he'll send the archers over to harass. The spearmen are just going to start torching. He has gone for a dock. Okay, interesting. So is he not looking for a ram intercept here? Maybe just assuming that it'll get blocked?
He probably is looking for that ram, but at the same time, it's not something as urgent, right? Now, with the spears going for the dock and the archers denying the goal, he's trying to put that little bit of pressure he can, but Marine Lord's age up coming in pretty soon-ish with 45 seconds on the board. It does feel quite slow in this case.
Holy crap. No, yeah, no ram. So this is cool. Normally the players stop your opponent's eco, but Vortex says mine's better. He's just triple docking right now.
And Marine Lord triple docking himself, it does feel a little bit spicy. KP, he's quadra docking.
Of course.
Disgusting.
It's quadra hydra docking. I think that's the term we're looking for here. It sounds like something you'd be willing to pay an extra $2,000 in your car for. And, well, it's a premium play here. 75 wood per. It's just the more docks you snowball into, the quicker, the better it feels for assets. And you kind of need that to offset the disadvantage of the beavers on that tree line from Marine Lord.
Because these villagers are just going to be able to constantly work without being worried about a raid coming his way. Now, with 15 on wood, though, it does feel like Vortex is going to be trying to get some more units out here online. Because, of course, he might be able to shut down this dock over here. And we see Marine Lord just making more spears himself, not really looking at building any ship there to try and offset this. But now a double archery range coming out. He feels okay with the amount of income he's going to be able to sustain.
Is it Usman time for Abbasids, is what I'm wondering? You expect archers. Problem is, there's just so many spears coming. I love this. Right? Think about what's happened this series. Marine Lord wins with Jean. He loses with French. His French pride cannot allow that to be the case. It has to be a positive win rate for French, which is why he chose the commandery. There is the possibility of Chevalier here. I just don't know if you really want them.
And getting the chivalry would be great if you are up against just archers. But Vortex, he does scout out the reinvestment in spears as well. So, or in archers himself. So he's probably going to go for a little bit of a transition here too. The dock does go down, but Marine Lord will be able to eventually make his way out here. Now with the amount of units just coming out of that demon civilization, we just see already 7th archer coming in, more spears joining, but no chivalry just yet. He is making sure that that army is full of archers, able to counter most. Now Vortex, a little bit housed right now.
Yeah, that was impressive from Vortex though. We talked about the ram, like you need some answer to slow down the docking, but he actually burnt it down with just 2 spears and a scout. So pretty worth, because like normally you're probably gonna get 1 dock before an answer comes out to ram and like melee blob. So just a lot more efficient approach. Like normally we have seen the ram in the past and you get 1, maybe 2 docks, but the slowdown feels worth it. Unfortunately, Marine Lord, because it's the closest bond, he just walks out and builds it again. It's lean and efficient. And now the counter-offensive, Marine Lord saying, do you want to spend on a boat to protect this?
And with the amount of spears, he's going to need to spend that pretty quickly. He does not have the wood for that right now, making archers himself. And another one as well. This does look like that dock is going to be under siege a bit, and Vortex needs to find some counter damage in all of this. Either has to do some damage to that army. With him now getting boot camp too, he's probably looking for a little bit more of a feudal game. Even though the food balance, it does feel a little bit more in Marine Lord's favor. He's just able to spend his resources while Vortex is hoarding quite a bit. Now, the ship has been clicked up, but I don't think this will be in time to save it properly.
Yeah, he wanted to try and contest this, then saw the next wave. He's like, crap. So just cancels it in the end. Will it to cut reinforcements. And he did just get the Golden Age a few moments ago, so that's really important. Get the 15% buff to Eco. That's going to allow you to compete a bit more. In the wood department, in particular, if you look, it's actually quite impressive. 19 workers on both sides, and he's mirroring the wood income.
That is the bonus of the Golden Age. Right? No? Wait, is the Golden Age counter working?
Yeah, like it's a 15% buff on level 1 for Abbasids. The downside, though, is these are beavers. So they gather the wood, but they also eat it. You have to remember that the reason why Marine Lord is winning even more on food is because every once in a while, one of those lumberjacks finds an apple in the tree.
So now these archers are trying to do a lot of work here against the spears, but the sheer numbers here from Marine Lord is too impressive. You see the horsemen taking a little bit of an engagement into these spears every now and again, and the archer numbers are looking so scary. And now the first pilgrim making his way out too. That eco feels really good for Knights Templar.
I'm waiting for the blacksmiths. Like this feels super snowbally if he just adds it in. Because like right now, okay, yeah, Vortex smart. Yeah, he needs it desperately. Because like if Marine Lord goes Steeled Arrow in the next fight, your horsemen just melt against that many archers. It doesn't feel good. But this is a bit of a gambit. Like Vortex knows he needs to do something. Cavalry are going to be able to intercept the pilgrims. The worry here is like, look at Marine Lord's economy. He's flying with it. You know, he's like, ooh, what age? I could build real knights, or I could build plastic knights.
And he's going for the plastic ones instead. 4 in queue already. And that's what I was saying. I believe that the reload, he just didn't need that blacksmith either. And it feels like Marine Lord is just focusing on sheer numbers. Vortex now getting +1 ranged attack. And this is great, but with the amount of archers we have here, he's going to need to find an answer to that pretty quickly. He tries to get that little bit of a surround, but the archers is just too many.
Yeah, and he's losing votes right now. He's got the rotation coming in. This is an overextension now from Marine Lord. He doesn't have many spearmen. The Steel Arrow advantage coming in. Vortex should be favored in this fight.
Now behind this, Marine Lord does have a little bit of a surprise with the horses, but that's around KP.
It's a chow down. It's a munch down. Vortex getting the exact type of fight he needs to get back in this, but there is a raid into his base. It's going to cost him a few workers, but erasing the archer mass, truly worth it.
That was a majority of any army that Marine Lord could have produced up until this point with all of those dots placed around the map. You just see pink dots everywhere. And this feels good for Marine Lord in general, because we can see that food income per minute. He is living his best life. The problem is just now he needs to survive against this boot-camped up army that is heading his way. And Vortex, he's making quite a bit of archers. Now that archer mass is not scary, and he's going to be in for some danger.
This is a timing and a half. Undermesh now coming in as well. Marine Lord still staggered on his tech timings. The Chevalier are going to have their work cut out for him. Yep, as has been highlighted, the boot camp is just such a potent element here. That extra HP allowing these archers to feel truly favored in these type of engagements from similar numbers. Could it be that we're about to see, with water involved, the Knights Templar not looking up to scratch?
Now, KP, you cannot blame the civilization for one misengagement. The poor Civ has been looking pretty decent up until this point, but the horseman numbers are so scary. The Chevalier, they look like they are doing a pretty good job at trading out, and the horseman numbers do thin out. Honestly.
That was pretty brutal, actually, for Vortex. Like, you saw it. He tried to just head on in the small gaps. And Marine Lord, it looked like a panic retreat, but he just stands his ground. It's such a smart read. Vortex wasn't trading well into his heavy cav whatsoever. And now, Vortex is going to go for the up on Age. But after a fight like that, I mean, Marine Lord, he might be able to just mirror the timing here. We have to remember that Knights Templar is an absurdly fast civ at teching up. It only takes 45 seconds.
Now, I like this culture wing here for Vortex, because with Abbasid, especially at this point, you don't want to fight Knights Templar too late. You're going to be able to hit your Castle Age timing, you're going to be able to get a few units out, and you're going to need to get those upgrades as cheap as possible. The culture wing, now 82 seconds, but he needs to find a way to keep Marine Lord from going castle himself now. He needs to ensure that Marine Lord keeps producing, and that's exactly what Marine Lord is doing here. We see more archers in queue. And at the same time, Vortex has to mirror this. He needs to ensure that that economy stays well and healthy, and the production queue, same.
I think the thing that's kind of scaring me here right now, though, is the linearity of Frisian sometimes. Just send it into your opponent's base. It's just across the other side of the street. That's where the horsemen come in clutch. Like, you want to try and draw attention like this. But it's not working. Look at the mini-map. Marine Lord's heading into the base. He's going to intercept the gold. Vortex, a little bit slow on the reaction. Should be -1, maybe 2. Chevalier looking to make it more, but good micro away. And now he has confirmation. Marine Lord knows it's an age up. So do we all in, or do we need to just stockpile so we're only about 30 seconds behind on age up?
Now, with this type of an army power he's got, when he sees the berries, this already gives him the information that, hey, Vortex is out here and I can probably find some damage. And with this, you are on the wood line. You have a very easy in here. You see exactly what's under the TC. Still a lot of sheep, but you can't just build units with sheep. You actually need a little bit of wood. And as we can see now, the age up coming through, he doesn't want to wait until this is a fully upgraded army. But then he decides to back out. He says, I'm not going to take any risks. Let me just age up myself. I'm almost there. And then we'll make this work.
Yeah, because if you stranglehold your opponent, like, gold starves them out anyway in Castle Age. That's the tricky thing with Frisian. There's only so much of camping in the corner that you can get away with a lot of the time. We have at least got Vortex's horsemen still raiding in. Nicely done, but Shiv's out. Get out of my neighborhood.
The archers just tickling those horsemen to death. They looked like they were going to do a bit of damage, but the villagers were ready for it. It feels like we were just watching Order of the Dragon villagers taking a fight, because those villagers look confident as can be. Now, the Angevin Empire coming on in 40 seconds. It is going to be pretty quick, but Vortex knows that there's a timing here, and he needs to land it. Now, with a few knights on his side, it is going to be a bit harder for Marine Lord to defend this, but it does look like he has the numbers for it.
Angevin Empire coming in. An interesting choice here, actually. The heavy spears definitely makes sense in this format. It devalues the batters going into the Gatling gun archers, deals with the knights. Can be tricky to keep the economy going long enough for that, but that's what the pawns are able to enable. And what the hell? The gap there just leaves some of the infrastructure to escape. I love that. People never do this, and it gets them killed, but a great read by Marine Lord to get out there quicker. But this dive's been coming. It's been brewing for a while. Vortex now underneath the primary TC after the age up just completed. He doesn't have ranged armor 2. He doesn't have damage 2, but these are veteran archers that can trade phenomenally well against Archer Chevalier. But unfortunately, as is often the case, more bows beats less. No matter what beautiful wood you make those less out of.
And Marine Lord looking confident here with all those villagers inside the TC just firing away at these archers. Now the Lancers are doing, on the Knights, are doing a great job at killing a few of these archers, but look at Marine Lord's army. He's got a lot more in stock, and they are about to handle this so easily.
This was the best shot he had at it, is that the army was split because Marine Lord was chasing on the flank, but Veterancy is kicking in just a moment alongside damage 2. He perfectly primed this together, and now the Templar bros spring into action. Vortex, the dive that was his best shot, has delivered no killing blow. He is the one free eco behind after all that.
Now, Vortex, very hard commit here. He knew this was now or never. And Abbasid just not showing us the comeback we wanted to see for this civilization, trying the last hurrah with the Knights. But when this fight is over, he knows exactly what's coming his base, and it's a bunch of heavy spearmen and a lot of archers coming too. Those horses are just not going to be able to keep up the fight. You see him now getting a few more horses in queue. He just wants to keep this going for as long as possible. The archers target firing because they do have that boot camp, but he realizes that's it. And Marine Lord will be in our finals tomorrow.
A rematch opportunity. Vortex's valiant journey ends here. A third place finish. Marine Lord, not a clean cut for the second time against Spanish folks. The first time saw him down in the lower bracket. He now needs to prove in a rematch against Lucifron that he's learned from the errors and can find the way to victory. But he will at least get that shot at a third title here in 2025.
Now, Marine Lord looking good. That's the thing. Marine Lord's always looking good. Maybe with the Lucifron game, that was his warm-up. But tomorrow, if he does take down Lucifron here from the loser bracket side, he still has another best of 5 to do. So Lucifron, he can prepare for this fully, and he's got his brother to do so. With all of these replays available, I feel like Lucifron was able to sit here, watch every move that Marine Lord was going to be able to make, and now, he's probably going to need to prepare himself fully because Marine Lord doesn't look like he's ready to give this up just yet.
No, sorry, Marine Lord. I mean, it's hard to say if improved overall compared to the first series of the day, because we have to remember that Lucifron, he was able to free what is, bro. So, kind of similar outcome of results here. Obviously, different length of series. Really, Lucifron remains, in my mind, in my eyes, the big scary monster at the end of the level to beat. Vortex, bless it, I don't know what you'll mind me saying, kind of in this role, in this story, the sidekick to that grand villain that is Lucifron. So, Marine Lord, I'm not going to say underdog, but you heard it from him earlier in practice. They were like, in the expectations, like 51-49. So, tomorrow's series, hopefully 9 games, could go either way. And as much as I would have loved to have seen a Vortex Lucifron showdown, at least this guarantees a Sunday broadcast longer than about an hour and 30 minutes.
I was emotionally ready to get the Vortex Lucifron face-off and just enjoy a lot of action. But honestly, I think Marine Lord could see that the way that he played this against Lucifron, maybe that strategy will not be working again. So probably going to be changing up that style and trying to do the things that's true to him. The problem is Marine Lord can do anything. And I think that's what we're all prepared for. Lucifron, he used to be also known as an aggressive player, but at the same time, we saw what he's capable of. First match today, I feel like today's match between Marine Lord and Lucifron just tells us exactly we are going to be in for the best show. And I believe that we have some pretty good talent there on the desk to carry us through it. So you guys can bet your butts that we're going to be sitting here watching that up close.
It's going to be an exciting one, and hopefully one that truly delivers the full distance, the breadth that we've come to expect. And after what we saw today between Lucifron and Marine Lord, I expect a rematch to bare minimum get 7 games. I'd be shocked if it's less than that. But, I mean, commiserations to Vortex, a great effort here. It's never easy to beat Marine Lord, and he started off the day so well, like very, very clean victory, 3-0. But, we talked about, I think the draft played a role here where Marine Lord's draft did just feel a lot more ironclad. Vortex had some twists and turns and impressed us for sure. That Japanese-French game, to me, is the most memorable one of this series, unless you want to rant about how broken Lancaster is. That's the one you go to. So he at least gets a notch on the belt there. But back to the drawing board. For now, though, back to interviewing Marine Lord. I feel like it happens way too often. Marine Lord, congratulations on the victory over Vortex. It's been an interesting journey for you today. Going in today, I want to talk about the start, right? We can get to the good stuff where you feel good, but we've got to start with the Lucifron series. Expectations going into that, how it went from your perspective, what happened in that upper bracket finals?
I mean, I think overall the draft didn't go too well for me. Okay, like when we draft before the best of 7, I felt like it was good for me, but I knew like if the matchup didn't line up as I wanted, it could be very hard. But it's pretty much always like that in best of 7 or best of 9. Same for here against Vortex. Like I got good matchups to start with, and it helps a lot for the future, obviously. But yeah, against Lucifron, I mean, okay, game 1 I think it was fine, but I misplayed a little bit, and he plays very well, so if you just make one mistake, you die. And I think the spawn was not the best for my strategy, which is my mistake too, right? Because I have to adapt to the spawn a bit better sometimes. Game 2 was ridiculous. It was deadly against China. So like you just... I mean, it's pretty sad, right? But it like nobody can do anything about it. But right now, if you lose against China or Awesome Lancaster, it's a bit crazy. You really cannot do anything against those thieves. The economy is just way better from start to finish, and you really don't have any solution. So even though I think it's the game he played the worst, the China Delhi, he still won it. Water, I felt pretty good against him, but it was still very, very hard. Very competitive. And then what was it? I lost Byzantine Mongols, which was also a very good snipe from him, I think. That's a bit not the matchup I wanted.
On Frisian with Ottoman's HRE. But,
yeah, and same for Ottoman HRE. Actually, I didn't want this matchup, but I decided to swap a bit my civilization around to get Byzantine and Altai. But I really didn't expect him to go Mongols there, which really caught me, and then it's pretty hard. Because right, like I lost 4-2, but I still had Lancaster left. So like, you can kind of say I would have won the last game pretty much. And then it's just a question of like 1 or 2 close games, which didn't go my way, because he played better.
And so is that the big change up in your mind between Lucifron versus you and Vortex versus you? Is the draft more than anything?
Also, I think before starting, I was looking at Lucifron in a different way, because like I pretty much have a pack, right? The package is Vortex Lucifron, and to me they play kind of the same way, but I don't think that's as true as before. So I think I have to adapt a bit better to Lucifron's playstyle. And in my head I was just like, yeah, it's gonna be like Vortex. He's gonna go very aggressive all the time, and I'm just gonna have to hold. And then last game I scout pretty well, and then he has 4 dogs in the corner of the map, and I'm dead. But I already realized I was dead just at the end of the game, not before, because I really didn't realize how early he docked. But yeah, we can make adjustment, and I think it will go better tomorrow.
Okay, and let's like dissect that French versus Japan game here. Like it seems Spaniards have your number on Coastal Cliffs, but was that a complete surprise? I mean, download morespears.com. It looked like you wanted that huge fight outside of your base.
I mean, at first I didn't really want to go French there, but looking at the rest of my drafts, I was happy about getting all the following matchup. So like the last 3 matchups, I was happy about it. if I send French on this map. French-Japanese is fine, but if he gets a very good spawn, I just have no chance, like 0% chance pretty much. Because French strength is in feudal, and if you force me to go into castle, then I can maybe try a fast castle too, but it's just not in the strength of my sieve, so I'm just gonna die. So I think I outplayed him pretty good this game, and I still lost. And same for him in the last game. He had a worse matchup. I feel like he played better than me, and I won because of the matchup too.
Now, there's a certain matchup here that I know you want to talk about. It's not really the matchup, it's the Civ. Talk to me about Lancaster, because this seems to be, and we've heard it from other players, like it's on China level of power right now in their eyes.
I think for the future, I mean, it's the last tournament before the DLC, pretty much. But I think in the future we should just have more vetoes just from the start. I think you remove like 3 or 4 civs from the start, and then you make us fully pick, I guess. Or you can have one more veto later on if you play best of 5 maybe. But I feel like right now it's just like we have 3 civs in the game that are literally unbeatable in theory, and you really don't want to play against them, which is Templar on water, and then also Lancaster China, obviously. Everything else is obviously like you have so many strong civs like Byzantine, Rus, but they all have like bad matchups here and there. Like you can have Delhi against Rus, you can have French against Byzantine, which is pretty good. And like you have so many ways to win the game, even against Malians or Japanese. But against Lancaster and China, there is nothing to do. So obviously, I know it's not really easy to balance some civs, especially China, because it's not really good at the low level. But I think they have to do something about their feudal economy. Maybe just nerf the landmark that gives cheaper IO, I guess. But even if you do that, I don't know. I mean, we'll have to see. Because maybe they nerf Pro Scout again, because Pro Scout is still very meta. Maybe they won't nerf it and then they just nerf China. But yeah, China is not easy, and House of Lancaster is just very easy to nerf. It's totally broken, and hopefully when something is that broken into the game, they should just hotfix it. But that's not really possible right now, so it is what it is.
It's what it is, and I mean, I agree. Like, I think when we have the new civs added, that new kind of banner phase you talked about becomes a bit more feasible to get into. But you know, this is. I was saying, you've been, I think, humble at times about like the caliber of skill, right? Like, I mean, you kind of have to. You're a 50-50 for S tier tournaments, which I mean is not bad. That's incredible. But you know, going in this one, especially after the Lucifron series, you know, how are you feeling about your odds of actually taking the title compared to the 2 victories previously? Like, is this the hardest one for you to do?
No, I would say it's pretty much the same. Like, it's as hard as against Louis in the last best of 9. I think it's a lot about getting the right matchups and right knowledge of the matchup and not making key mistakes. Because in best of 7, in best of 9, you really don't have many games where you can shine. It's gonna be like 2 or 3 civs win pretty much on each side, and then it's gonna be like a best of 3 or best of 4, 5 kinda. And in this kind of situation, you really have to win the key games. And it was pretty much like that against Louis too, I felt, in the last final, where I think we had 3 matchups extremely favorable in each side. So it was 3-3. And then in the skilled matchup, I lost 2-1. And I felt like it was the problem. So hopefully tomorrow we don't get any terrible drafts. And it goes close. But I think in skill it's pretty close. Even on water, even if I won 2-0 today, and then Vortex vetoed one water map, which I was surprised. I feel like it should be close on water. But obviously they have a very different style. It's very hit or miss to go mass demo like that. And if I play perfectly, which I didn't today, I think my style is better, but it's really, really hard to do, I think.
Oh, well, we'll have to see if you're able to execute.
Yeah.
I mean, once again, congratulations the win. Excited for it. And thank you. I mean, we joked with Vortex about it. You may have saved us from the shortest finals day the EGC would have ever had. Because we know how those lads like to speed run the series. So, hey, you've earned some rest. Go rest up. We'll see you tomorrow in action in the grand finals against Lucifron. Congrats again.
Bye-bye. See you.
Now, honestly, I'm only disappointed about one thing, and that's Marine Lord not showing us his cat. So,
True.
Yes, actually, we should be making that a requirement every single time that man comes on stream, because we all know that's exactly what Twitch wants. But guys, this was a pretty action-packed day. I'm actually so happy that we got a full day of shenanigans. But right now, let's go look at that bracket. 1 set left. But if Marine Lord takes this best of 9, there will be a best of 5 follow-up. So this does give Lucifron a little bit of an advantage. But Marine Lord is not going to make that easy.
No, it's going to be an interesting one. See, you heard from him himself that he felt like, there were some things he realized and adapted from the Lucifron Vortex, and he's thinking about them in a different way now, which is good, because before he just copied and pasted what they were meant to be. And I think he appreciated that after Lucifron's break, his return, Vortex's experience at the start of the year. We heard back when Beastie took it, like him and Vortex were scrimming and they rubbed off on each other. Vortex's time in Age of Mythology is just not the same anymore. A year ago, yes, but these are two different players with arcing styles now that he has to be aware of. But absolutely incredible. Like, Lucifron, after what we've seen today, I think Marine Lord, I'm not going to say, I don't know if I want to say his biggest challenge this year, but it's close. And that's not saying he's going to win, because, like I said, he's only won 50% of these. He's lost. He's proven he can bleed against Louis, against Beastie, and it could happen against a completely different player here. But that's the beauty of Age of Empires 4, getting to that stage. Each year passing, the goal now is to have this belief that there's someone else that could win. Get from there being 1 to being 4 to being 8. And then the gem, the creme de la creme, when you're at 12 players at an S-tier tournament where you say, any of these could be crowned champion, that's when you have reached premium quality 1v1 RTS.
And honestly, we're getting so close to that. I feel like seeing someone like Papi Paul 3-0 Louis in this whole bracket as well, and then Vortex taking him down, it just feels like this was a roller coaster for a lot of people. And I think a disappointment for some, but also a rising for others, and a lot of hope that I think this community needed. Guys, we're getting a DLC soon. So aside from all of these amazing games that we see right now, and maybe you're complaining about Altai on ladder, but of course, come on. You know that there's more coming, and I'm so ready for this. I'm sitting here waiting for a little bit of DLC news so that we can just get going, because I think a lot of these pro players as well, they're sitting here waiting for the Outback Octagon, waiting for the EGC Finals, but they need to know what they're going in with. And yes, I hope you all are ready for this. But thank you for joining us over here on the EGC Gaster Desk, and see you guys tomorrow for a lot more action-packed games. And Marine Lord putting up a big fist fight against Lucifron.
I think in real life, Lucifron with that fight.
Yes.
Online, a little bit closer. Yeah, 14 games, potentially 14 games still. Oh, and with the caliber of these two start the day off of, you can't miss a second. So make sure you guys are here, same time as today. The final day of EGC Masters Fall commences. We will crown champion.